I imagine that right now you're feeling a bit like Alice. Tumbling down the rabbit hole?
You could say that.
I can see it in your eyes. You have the look of a man who accepts what he sees because he is expecting to get something. Ironically, this is not far from the truth. Do you believe in fate?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't like the idea that I'm not in control of my life.
I know exactly what you mean. Let me tell you why you're here. You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain. You feel it. You felt it your entire life. There's something wrong with you. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind, driving you mad. It is this feeling that has brought you to me. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Matrix.
Do you want to know what it is? The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
What truth?
It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Don't see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat.
Globusters taking over. Bye-bye, moon man and rover. NASA's so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead, but your ball is. Globusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead, but your ball is. Get the shovel for the space hubble. Piecing up the puzzle. Need a burst your bubble. Evil gonna crumble, yeah? Sit down and be humble. Got the ball, you better fumble. You'll get mad cause at this fight involves your uncle.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Vibes at the president, Jaren got the evidence. It was slaying Jesuits and Zach Sharkham is evident. That the earth electric and it's resonant. Your residence is heavens and I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Globusters taking over. Bye-bye, moon man and rover. NASA's so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead, but your ball is. Globusters taking over. Gotta
Earth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray. The best white rapper since Eric Debay. Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help notice that we see too far. In crypto trading, we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like terraform on Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass on nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research a flat unmoving earth. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them invoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FP party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discourse 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more.
it's me. You know, indoctrination started while we were still naive, programming our beliefs. And that inertia is the reason we don't feel the earth spinning. Hello, can you hear me? Did you ever stop to question the confession of gravity as a theory? Funny thing, force alone can be explained with buoyancy and density. The sun is closer than what they've told us, not 90 million miles away. Hello from the inside. I'm here to tell you not to lie. And there never was a space probe, and those planets you've left so wandering stars. Operation Fishbowl. There never was a South Pole. We're surrounded by walls of ice, and we clearly live inside of a glass door. Hello, how are you? Did you get a chance to join Flat Earth and Globe discussion group to discover all the truth? How the sun, the moon, the stars are all revolving around you. There's no more secret. The earth is stationary, it is fixed, unmovable. Hello from the brighter side. They
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the difference between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on. Well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. You just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So...
No, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
You. What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all 3 of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't.
That happened.
Agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
I mean, hang on 1 second. This is the first time.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually. Listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, "Hold on, what the hell just happened?"
That was.
And this is amazing, right?
That's what was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, you elucidating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Miggy, as always, great job on that one. How long ago was that one?
You hear me?
No, I didn't hear you, brother.
Yeah, that was like 2 or maybe 3 years ago now.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, I've been doing that even better. I've had more better recordings of the people that have come in here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had a guy just, I don't know, 3 weeks ago, maybe. We were going through the 3 points with. He said that he's not aware of any case where you can have gas pressure without containment. And then he turned around and claimed that gravity was holding the air to the Earth. Okay, well, let's go back to what you just said a moment ago.
They don't often realize that their presupposed globe is not there in the first place, and they're claiming it's gravity that's holding everything.
Absolutely. Yeah, we had a great meeting last night. That was great. I hope we can do that at least a few times a year, even if just once every quarter.
Y'all went over a few things.
Yeah, they went over trying to improve meme quality, trying to be more polite and respectful to the ladies, and a couple other things. There's some notes that CJ pinned in the ranked roles chat. It'd be nice. Yeah, it might be nice just to every now and then have a ranked roles chat, like it's not sent out over the stream where we can do a little strategize. Even if it's just 2 or 3 people who come and go every now and then. There was a weekly chat. I think CJ is really optimistic that the more and more people are going to understand that the globe doesn't exist and that we have a special responsibility to be prepared for that day, since we're part of the crew that's helping to be a little more proactive and be a little more reasonable and well reasoned, to kind of paraphrase a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, and as I was saying in the chat, I had a pretty sizable thing going on Fascist Book, and we organized several meetups in Florida last year, and then I even organized a move up to Indiana, meet up here in Indiana once I moved up here, and pretty well, I'd rather be around the quality of people who are wanting to sit down and rationally discuss this, rather than those who are just trying to throw out whatever nonsense that they find some meme for that looks cute in the minute. And so I think we do see a much better crowd here. I'd like to see more meetups and such, don't get me wrong, but it's hard to come across people who really want to have a well-reasoned conversation about it, rather than just whatever conspiracy theory at the moment. And I'm not opposed to discussing conspiracy theories or whatever else, but when you discuss them as fact, it becomes a little more daunting for me anyway.
Yeah, that's why I leaned into it being Speculation Sunday, that we talk about as much as we can. Things that are not pertaining to specifically flat Earth, but just ideas of why we think they would lie, and just other things, you know. Because it's important to kind of get that out. There's a lot of people that have these ideas of things, and at some point it's just healthy to talk about stuff. And
well, you know, in my mind, you have three different types of learning, and I said this yesterday, and I'm trying to make sure that I say it like I said it yesterday. One, of course, is you have the things that you know that are backed up by evidence, and then you have first you have your observations. So you know what you've observed. And then second, you have your well-reasoned conclusions that are further supported by other facts and documentation. And then you have your third thing, like you say, your speculations, your things that maybe they come from your observations, and you may have tried and get proof. You're not even going to, but you're pretty strongly convinced that it's likely. And so if we don't talk about speculative things, then we'll probably miss out on that whole category, which is probably 70% or so, give or take. I'm just making up a number there. 95% of all statistics are made up on the spot. So that one being about 70-ish, maybe 2/3 in there of everything that humans talk about. So I think we're probably I think it's good to have speculations, or if somebody just wants to speculate. There's not any new people on here. Long as
you're breaking up.
I think it's Helpful. Oh boy, need some helium.
Yeah, you're good. You're good now. It's just when you're speaking in the middle of what you were saying, you're breaking up.
Yeah, there we go. But anyway, so just ultimately, no, I think that Speculation Sunday is a great thing. I wouldn't even to a speculation VC about whatever bizarre art bellion conspiracy theories or whatever that's maybe not just a or said.
Oh, you're breaking up again.
Yeah, do you have a tank of helium that I can pull down this satellite and pour in the satellite?
Yeah, all right. Who else is in there? Just me and you, Barrington? Diesel Boy.
I think it's just you and me and the music bot.
And the Truth is, we got Just Liz, Joanna Smittergaard, Precurious, Will Be Flat. Any of you guys here? Marsupial 959.
I think it's just you and me. Had a little drainage there. Sorry about that. I think it's just you and me. And I sure would love for a Globie who's tuned in listening to us right now on YouTube to come on over and give us the one piece of irrefutable evidence. It's got to be really easy since all the scientists, and all the professionals of the world think that the Earth is a spinny, squishy, water-covered ball floating through space. You have all those resources on your side, so come on over. Just give us that one piece of evidence that's irrefutable so we can just shut this down and move on with life. We've been here several years waiting for that one person who got it. So come on over from YouTube land and hit that link in the description and come on with this, and we'd love to have a nice, well-reasoned, respectful chat. Am I wrong there, Mr. Miggy?
Yeah. Just bring whatever your ideas of what you think the shape of the Earth is, come on in here. Let's have a conversation. At least talk about it.
You know, I do. One of the things I do get hopeful on is that we're going to have one come in, give us some evidence, not have any fallacies. Maybe they're evident not correct, maybe ever, but I've still been waiting for them to come in, and it's amazing how many I've heard come in and out of here. And seems like the formula is always the same. I guess it must be hard. So belief of something that you've been told since childhood and told that there's math and science and physics for. Do you by chance remember somewhere around like April, there was a professor of some sort who came in, and we had a very nice opening chat, like warm-up chat about just various things about our various backgrounds and things like that. And then went in and asked the first of the three questions, and bam, he was gone. He'll never come back.
There's been a lot of people that have done that, Barrington. Actually, the specific one.
Oh, yeah.
Could remember who that would be.
Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, this guy was a professor, and you could tell he was nice and friendly and everything, but he had come in here and he was looking forward to shutting us down, and then once he got to the first question, he was like, uh-oh, mission, abort mission. Which was probably the smart thing on his part. I've been enjoying being in the VC with some of these people. That it's really interesting because you can tell in about 2 seconds whether they're. You can tell in about 2 seconds where the conversation is going to go once they're let inside. You can kind of tell how bad they're going to spiral or.
Hey, we got some new people in here. We got Shadow King just jumped in here. I'm going to unmute you guys. If you want to talk, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Shadow King, Wenby's in here. Wenby, are you there? Hello?
Yeah, good morning, newcomers. Hope you're having a good morning or evening or afternoon or night or whatever it is, wherever you are.
Yeah, it's great that other people are coming to this topic and they want to ask any questions. If you guys want to ask any questions, go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? Hello.
I'm all right.
So, what do you think about the shape of the Earth conversation? It seems like you got a seem sincere tag, as in somebody gave you that tag without even giving you an Earth roll, which kind of it's hard for us to know what you think about the shape of the Earth if you haven't talked about it. So, what do you think the shape of the Earth is? Or
well, actually, I've spoke about the shape of the Earth a few times, but I've always been very clear in my assessment that I think the Earth is flat.
Okay. I don't think anybody's giving you a tag. I don't know why that's the case, but I'll do that now.
I would love a tag if that's possible.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Great.
There you go.
I've got about 3 or 4 minutes before I pull up to the office, and I got to bounce out of here. But how have you enjoyed your time on the server so far? Excuse me.
I don't know if they didn't hear you or maybe they just don't want to answer. I don't know.
Hello?
There you are.
Did you hear Barrington's question, Wenby?
I did not. No, I did not hear. I'm sorry.
No worries. I was just asking. I'm just saying I've got about now 2 to 3 quick minutes, and then I'll be in my office and have to jump off and get to work. But I was just going to ask, how are you enjoying your time on the server so far?
I'm very happy with my experience so far. I think it's a place I'm not. I'm a relatively new flat earther. I've only known about the flat earth for a matter of years. So far is a learning experience for me. So I'm very happy to be a part of this community.
Well, great. Well, welcome aboard, and hope you have a good time with us. You're in the company of an expert, Miggy. He's studied this at such great detail. Within, you got any questions or whatever? Certainly a lot of big brain trust here. Sometimes you get gold. Sometimes you get the dirt that you have to sort through to get to the gold. So
I agree.
Yeah. So welcome aboard, man. And so with that, I'll be on here another minute or so. Miggy, I'll pass it back to you, but I'm going to go silent, and you guys have a good day.
You too have a good day.
Wow.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay,
Maybe.
3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the difference between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
All right. So since you are vague, I would say that you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. You just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all 3 of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't
agree
with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
Right. It just happens.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
I'm ready. Hang on 1 second.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was
And this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose that in a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Good morning. How's everyone doing? Got Super Spinning Monkey. Good to see you again, man.
Good morning. Morning, you right?
How you been?
Ah, good. You okay?
Not bad.
Good.
Things have been good around here too.
Sorry? Oh, I just said it's afternoon for me, but yeah, good morning's fine, yeah.
Well, good afternoon.
Yeah.
Where are you at?
London.
Nice. Not a bad place
How
to
about
be.
yourself? It's
Texas.
alright. Texas. Oh. Must be early morning then, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a nice gray morning.
Mhm. I guess all that snow went. I remember seeing a while ago you had loads of snow in Texas, yeah? Is it all gone?
Up in the North Texas, it definitely got some snow. They probably still have some lying around. But yeah, in South Central Texas, not much snow.
Ah, okay.
And if it does, everybody panics.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
But yeah, still no curve, still no spin, still no signs of demonstrations of, pressure next to non-pressure.
Yeah, they don't have that stuff. They just have mental gymnastics, long-winded explanations. That's all they can do. Dishonesty.
Yeah, the dishonesty is definitely grown, I think. We get a lot of people that come in here and they're just straight up lying to themselves, to us.
So they have to, though. Like, the deeper they get into this arena, and the more they understand the arguments on our side, like, they have to be dishonest at some point. I keep speaking to Globers that have been in this arena for like years, and they deny the existence of angular resolution. I'm speaking to them right now on YouTube, and it's a well documented thing. And they just completely deny its existence, and like anything they say, anything that disappears bottom first on any surface has to be a curved surface. And then he'll show them demonstrations, countless demonstrations of that not being the case. And they go, well, you didn't test to see if the surfaces were flat. And it's like, don't you think
let's see if a real quick super spinning monkey. I think Cam Gibb is on the call with us. Cam Gibb, are you there?
Oh.
I guess not.
Scared him.
Carry on.
Yeah. Surprise.
Yeah, so I was just having a moan about the dishonesty of the Globers. That's it. Just having a little rant.
A few genuine have come in also too lately. A younger generations, I think, and it's always nice when you get those. Just because, it's going to have the most impact. At a kind of at a younger age. Well, I don't know, maybe most impact because, I'm still trying to get my 6-year-old dad kind of involved, and I'd say he's pretty on the fence now, but he's just. It's a mind virus for sure because he's still kind of one of those. Well, it could be a simulation. I could be looking at everything in 2D. Like, no, the TV is in 2D.
Cam Gibb is back. Cam Gibb, are you there?
What's up, Cam?
Hello. I've unmuted you, so you're able to talk. Try again.
Bottled it.
No. He's trying to figure out Discord, I guess.
Was he VC verified, Miggy?
No. Brand new.
Nice.
I mean, I won't use the term flat earther anymore to label myself or anything like that. As soon as you don't use the term flat earther, it takes away all their ammunition. And when you use the term flat earther, it creates a program response with the other person. Like, I'll deny heliocentrism, I'll debunk heliocentrism, I'll ask for proof of heliocentrism, I'll tell them I'm a geocentrist, but I won't say I'm a flat earther. And then whenever they say anything, oh, you're one of those flat earthers, I'll go, no, I'm not. And it frustrates the hell out of them.
It does, yeah.
It frustrates the hell out of them because they've got no go-to responses anymore.
I take it a step further and I go, no, I'm human. What about you? Because they'll say, are you a flat earther? And sometimes, I get students, because I'm a professor at community college. And I say enough things about a level Earth, right? I say across the Earth. I don't say globe. I've really changed my vocabulary even. I don't say gravity. I quite literally say relative density when I'm actually speaking about forces going towards the ground, or the apparent force anyway. But I get those kind of students. I've only had one, and he was actually a fairly young student who was like from the Navy, and I think he got discharged on kind of getting hurt or something. But he came to school and he wanted to learn architecture, and he was showing me about like all the pictures of him like on these those aircraft lander battleship kind of looking things, and I guess he was kind of like the flag guy. I'm sure they've got a technical name, but he was like, yeah, is do you think the Earth is flat? He was like really hesitant to kind of ask me that, and I was like, well, you tell me, what do you think? And he started explaining like, well, I see really freaking far out there, and I was always really interested in the systems and stuff, and they were saying they can see like 300 miles away, and it just didn't make a lot of sense, being a ball and this and that. I go, well, you're exactly right. Like, of course that geometry doesn't play out. And when you actually do look into it, and I don't know if you can believe in angular resolution. It's like, you'd have to be psychotic. That'd be like somebody saying, no, I see in 2D when they actually see in 3D, just like all of us, or at least that's what I would say, objectively call it. Because anybody who studies like optics and eyes, and there's even kind of a small bit of this in architecture, because we talk about perspective all the time. We have to render things like buildings for clients that don't exist yet. Like, we're really good at imagining stuff and making it even. Who do you think they called to make all these models for NASA and all this stuff? Of course, it's these people who are actually really good at their objective reality, except they were just told, hey, we need a model of Jupiter and it needs to be about this big so we can take pictures of it. And, it's a lot cheaper than going there. And they're like, all right, yeah, sure. But how people don't like realize that would be really easy, right? You would do that for 50 grand, would you? And they're like, yeah, I mean, that's a job. Because they go, well, how could everybody be lying about it? And I kind of told them the same thing about Santa Claus, because it kind of is those things that everybody practices it. They don't know why. And it's because it's kind of tradition now. It's embedded in the culture. And that's what makes this really hard, I think, for some people to think that they have to leave the globe, even though, honestly, I would say it's like washing the globe. You're not leaving anything. You've always been a flat earther, you've always been a human, right? You've always been here, experiencing it just like we have. So it's kind of funny once you say the Santa Claus thing, because then it hits home, right? And then when you tell them it's really about the money, because they always ask, why would they lie? And to me, it's the control, it's the system of that control. And you can either be a part of it, or you can actually omit some things and learn that they have actually really good systems in this architecturally designed government that we have. Because I get a lot of those students too that are like, the government's bad, right? And I'm like, not really. I mean, if it wasn't for the government, I wouldn't be talking to you right now. Technically, you're paying me as a service, to teach you, right? To facilitate learning. So I'm going to do my best to do that honestly, so when you ask the right questions, of course, I'm going to do my best to give you the right answers. But because I tell them, about the Federal Reserve, even Eli was kind of talking about it recently in the weeks about compound interest money markets. And it's definitely a real thing. And it's also a real thing that they don't teach you in public school, which is just indoctrination, as we all know. But it's just crazy how different it could be if we just started changing the words that we tell everybody.
Mm.
Because
Like,
those
there's a
words
lot of countries where interest is just completely illegal, isn't it?
True.
In like Muslim countries, I think they call it riba or something, and they claim it just destroys societies and stuff, and it has done over history because they create interest on money, and the interest to be paid back doesn't physically exist. So everyone ends up with nothing, right? Unless you print more money with interest.
Right.
You end up with, my understanding is you end up with more money owed than what exists.
Well, what it
Yeah,
is
yeah. Interest is a haram in the Muslim world.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But see, that's what I mean. It's different from government because, like, for instance, our fractal banking system, is based on that interest. So if the government wants to borrow $1 million, the Federal Reserve can go, well, you'll owe us $1.5 million. So where does that 0.5 have to come from? And usually they just tack it on and they make a really big number and they scare us all with it. But there's, like you're saying, those countries where they're not part of this fractal banking system, it has to be backed on, whatever they actually decide. And it can be a lot of different things. Actually the crops that they make doesn't necessarily have to be gold. It can be things that liquidate, because essentially money is sort of a fractal system for water, I think, especially when you look at kind of ancient stories about buckets of water, and that things can dry up, right? People say you can freeze your accounts. I mean, just all these things, all these words that are designed around water. And of course, really the most important thing in life, especially for survival, I'd say, in any time.
I've seen an interview with a banker. He's like some kind of semi-famous banker in the UK and trader, and he describes money as the solution to a problem. The problem was called the double coincidence of wants. I don't know if you've heard of that problem.
Yeah, definitely.
So basically, if you go to if you've got rice and you need potatoes, you need to hope that when you bring your rice to the market, that not only is there someone selling potatoes, but that person needs rice,
right,
as well. It's like you need a double coincidence to be able to get your potatoes. Whereas when you can exchange any product or service for money, and that money can be exchanged for any other product or service, you can it solves that problem. You don't need any coincidences anymore because everyone needs the money.
Yeah, I mean, money as a tool in and of itself is not bad. It's how it is being controlled.
Mm.
I would agree, Tim. What's going on?
Not much. Not much.
Is it around the same time over there for you? Isn't it the afternoon?
It's 15. It's 4:30.
Nice, like 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Nice siesta time. Do you guys have a siesta in Denmark? Like,
Nah, bro. We don't have that much heat.
Nice. I always thought it was just like a midpoint relaxed time.
I thought it was just a Spanish thing, the siesta.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a tropic thing where it's really hot in the midday, and then people pretty much just take a few hours off and go back to work.
See, that would make sense, but we've never observed it in Texas. So when it's like 120 degrees, they're like, well, let's just keep working. But let's have 2 glasses of water instead.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's like a Middle Eastern, Mediterranean thing, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely kind of observed it in Italy and Paris, but
pre-air conditioning. So
true.
Everyone's been doing it for a long time.
Well, I don't mind that we don't have siesta in Denmark. That would be annoying. That pretty much just cuts off the day. I like to be, when I am off work, I'm off work, I don't have to go in again in 2 hours.
Right. Well, that, and you try to get something done at 3 o'clock and you're like, gosh, dang it.
Yeah, exactly. But hey, when we're talking about money, what about BRICS? That's pretty interesting. What they're trying to do, making a common currency within their own BRICS countries. Kind of like what Gaddafi was trying to do with his gold dinar just for Africa.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting, even the countries that, quote unquote, the United States sort of raids, or at least talks down about like North Korea, these people that aren't a part of this central banking system, Syria, Libya for a while, Iraq, just.
Well, that changed after 9/11,
Well, it's been changing since World War One. I'd say that was kind of the point of World War One. It was to get the czars, and then World War Two. It's again this just expanding banking system, really.
Yeah, I mean, it really took hold after the implementation of NATO after Second World War. NATO, UN, one of them, whatever. You know what I mean?
Well, Andy had, he mentioned David Irving the other week, and it's gotten me down sort of like a whole World Wars rabbit hole, if you will. I was just like, oh man, this is crazy. What are we doing to each other?
Yeah, it's definitely, yeah. I mean, many people, they go over at once, but it's actually something that has to be studied much more, because if we don't know where we come from and the gradual progression towards what we have done or come to, we don't know in what direction we are entering,
And it'll repeat, as they say,
Yeah, if you don't know, I mean, there is this George Orwell quote: the easiest way to destroy a people's morality, not morality, but the history or something like that, is pretty much just by. No, let me find the quote. I'm butchering it right now. It's a very deep quote. It's really good.
I definitely heard it, but I couldn't quote it myself. Definitely find it.
There's some great George Orwell quotes, isn't there?
Oh no.
Yeah, I remember one time during the summer, I think maybe it was last year, somebody played like the 1984 audiobook just on the music box because it was a real slow day. But man, every single point was hitting home, and it was just great that it was on a flat Earth server. And I knew that's where I'd stay.
I like the one, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others.
The most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of the history.
There it is.
So if we just don't teach history, or we are teaching a distorted version of it, well, then we pretty much just control the future. There is the other one: who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. But that just says a lot, like in a few words. Like, yeah, well, so we have a 14-day deep dive into Second World War in 5th grade or something like that, where we're not really critically thinking about things and deep diving into tangent stories and all that kind of stuff. And then we don't touch Second World War except for Band of Brothers, for the rest of the life. So we actually only know like a very brief silhouette of what happened, We don't know all about the political changes and stuff like that happened just before and just after, and
It's compartmentalized. I can never say the word.
Yeah, compartmentalizing. Yeah.
Well, even like country to country, like they all tell us kind of a different story, even about each other's country, and then they have a different history for your own local area, and it's usually very prideful, and it's just, man.
Yeah, I mean, we actually see this with older history. Like, for example, I'm from Denmark, so we have the Viking stories and stuff like that. And we are always getting told that the Vikings, out of the blue, just started to raid and pillage other countries because that was what they did. But when you look into the history, you know that the French were actually warring with some of the Germanic tribes, which is the Viking brothers. And just around before Lindisfarne happened, 2 of the Germanic tribes was actually destroyed by Charlemagne, no matter if he existed or what. So the French. So the Lindisfarne attack, or the years of attacking monasteries and stuff like that from the Viking world, was actually a retaliation from them attacking Germanic tribe brothers But that is left out of history. It's also left out of history that in the 300 years of the Viking era, there was actually like 120 years in one stretch where there was peace between pagans or Vikings and the UK Englishmen, the Christians and stuff like that. And this is why we get the story about Rollo being Duke of Normandy. That was not because the Vikings was a threat. That was because they were trying to create relationships. Just like if I was a chieftain and you are a chieftain, your daughter marries my son. The exact same kind of things. That was like a appreciation from the Frankians that gave Normandy to a Viking dude. So even if Rollo also converted to Christianity, like he was still bringing a witch with him on the battlefield, for example. There is stories about that. So there is a lot of things that is messed up, like not being told about this. But people, they watch the show Vikings and this is the history of this, because there is raping, there is pillaging, and but that's just not the history at all. So yeah, and this again, like when people don't know this, how can we appreciate our past, and see that the good and beautiful things that was in that era from the people back then, all the camaraderie shared, all the laws that was actually very just and stuff like that. Like if you raped a free woman, for example, you would be outlawed. You would be kicked out of society, for example, just to take one law. Like, I mean, doesn't that give some protection to women, for example?
Right.
It's pretty damn good. But yeah, that is just how you can destroy a people's past, by distorting it.
Yeah, clear example. I feel the same way about architecture all the time. I mean, not to go into too far like Tartarian, because I don't think it's this kind of worldwide culture or anything. But for me, objectively understanding the architecture and its history, and the academia version versus really looking into it yourself, because you always find out honestly so much more. And then let's face it, the same architecture is found across this wonderful realm. Coincidentally enough, a lot of it is buried. I mean, especially when you get to the ancient architecture, like the Sphinx, and how old that might actually be, and that it was basically built at two different times. It just makes you wonder, like, whatever dang story that we've been told is there any truth there? Or I should say, of course there's truth to it, but does anybody know, kind of thing? Can it be known just by, of course, measuring and observing objects and understanding kind of a multitude of things? Because then you got like climate and its erosion effects and things on architecture that happen, but then you got like things or instances like the Prague clock, that's just this oldest clock that isn't like any other clock, and it shows just so much more about what we know about the clock in the heavens. Not to say that we know anything about that either, because I would agree. To me, they're just the wonderful lights in the sky. And I don't know, I have a 6-month-old now, so singing her "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, How I Wonder What You Are."
Yeah, I mean,
still true today.
Yeah, I mean, the stars, we cannot like establish what they exactly are, the same with the sun and the moon. But what we can do, we can observe it, and our ancestors did that. They found the South cycle, they made the Prague clock, Tycho Brahe and all that kind of stuff. They saw the retrogrades and all that kind of stuff just by observing it with their naked eyes, pretty much, because telescope is not what they are today. I mean, when you see the blueprints of an old world, what is it called? Where they have the telescopes today, what are they called? Observatoriums.
Observatory.
Like, that was not about binoculars or anything like that. That was actually a building that was made up, and then there was pillars that would indicate that this is where when the moon is here, when it's rising here and it just stands on top of this pillar, that means we are on this section of the cycle and stuff like that. Like it was an entire building that was built up and measured up to the different what is it called, degrees and all that kind of stuff. It was like that is some what's it called, extensive work, impressive, you know.
And it makes sense. I hate when people say like, "Oh, it must have been aliens," because again, I have a lot of students. I'm like, no, you don't think you're capable of that? Because it's actually pretty easy, if you just observe it and
I
realize.
have a dude you should. Yeah, I have this dude I watch on YouTube that has dedicated a lot of his time to replicate some of the old blueprints, because there is a lot of questions with like these granite or diorite vases and stuff like that, and how they were making it. But there is like small blueprints in the hieroglyphs here and there. Also with stone cutting with a pendulum copper saw, where they have this water abrasive that it's not the copper that is cutting these stones, for example. It's the water abrasive, and they can also make tube holes and stuff like that. I can give you a link to this guy. He's really interesting. There is a lot of things in it, like also like ropes and pulleys. Like, I mean, we are starting to actually being able to imagine how it would have looked when they were actually pulling, for example, some of the Baalbek stones and stuff like that. And it's really interesting.
Then you got mystery of like the Coral Castle in Florida, where one man was, supposedly lifting all this stone by himself. But regardless of how he did it, the sort of effort of one person, you put 100 people on a job, and yeah, sure, you can get a Sphinx with whatever technology it is.
I actually think this guy is going over the Coral Castle too.
That one's a wild one, because according to the story anyway, he skipped school in 4th grade because he was like tired of it, and he was raised by his great grandfather, who was a stonemason who cut tombstones. And the whole thing is just kind of like a smelly story. So I don't know how much of his backstory is true, or they just tried to reclaim this random guy who happened to actually do have some secrets. Because he would often claim, or at least in his book, how the Great Pyramids were made. And so it's just kind of like, definitely things that make you go, I meant to bring that up yesterday in Speculation Sunday, but...
Yeah. Yeah, I think, some of these things, they will always be a semi-mystery to us, because if we haven't gotten the information now, we most likely won't find it ever, unless people are actually starting to dig up the entire desert,
Yeah.
But I sent you that link.
Nice.
Go through the playlist and see, because it's just a mixture of a lot of things. But there is some very good content within all the mess.
Yeah, this is definitely my forte. I'll definitely check that out.
It kind of got me away from... he was one of the main guys that got me away from not aliens per se, but super advanced, super high tech, with no leftovers and stuff like that, and levitation and stuff like that. Because I started to realize that
I don't even think it's super high tech. I think it's just like, it's probably very simple and basic. We just have never been taught to think of it that way.
Just think about ropes and pulleys. You have one rope; it can lift 30 kilograms. It snaps. You do double it. Yeah, exactly. It's plain
Simple
physics.
Machines. Those are kind of oddly inventions too. When you think about it, like, who came up with the screw?
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of.
Just look at the A-frame, stuff like that. But yeah, it's just super interesting.
It's like, God.
It's just like it brought me back to back to the ground, I would say, because I did got carried away at one moment 3 or 4 years ago with all the new Tartaria stuff that was coming up, and it was so fantastical, and I kind of let me go. I kind of let myself go into the topic with pretty much leaving my critical thinking at the doorstep, and
right.
this dude helped me come back to reality. And I'm so appreciative of that. But he's a little channel, only like 5,000 subs or something like that. So it's not like super duper mainstream dude, but he has some amazing stuff. What I really like is a lot of the things, especially with the grinding of granite and stuff like that, showing your fire setting. This is things he is actually doing on camera. He's showing people that these things are possible. It's not just words on papers, and this is what I respect about it.
Yeah. That objective reality is appreciated.
I mean, just the fact of the concept of fire setting, most people, they don't know about this. But if you know fire setting, well, you know how they could make big caverns and stuff like that within a mountainside.
Have you seen the French guy who makes one of the stones of the pyramid? He replicates the stone of the pyramids using wet molds.
Oh yeah, concrete.
He just makes it with a wet mold, and then it just completely makes sense after that how they could just make every brick because they can just put a wet mold on top of a brick, right?
Hey, Mickey, are you listening in?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm messing with my channel right now. I'm trying to get it going.
Oh, okay. Do you think you could join me down in the moderator voice chat?
Yeah.
Thanks.
There in a sec.
Thanks.
But yeah, I've seen those for sure, Monkey.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah,
because I hate when people say like, "Oh yeah, they moved all those stones," and it's like that's concrete. Like it can be shaped. Actually, I've learned a lot of that here from like say Mimas, because sometimes he'll actually talk about concrete, and I get all giddy because it's concrete, but and this stuff and this topic. But man, you'd be amazed how much the ancient world. But I mean, don't get me wrong, that concrete is like at a ridiculous scale. So to me, I'm still kind of like, what is it with this giants thing? And just because there is a lot of writing about these giants and whatnot, and I would say maybe that's why they wanted to claim that those big bones were dinosaurs too. But terribly interesting. Because, I mean, don't get me wrong, those stones are still freaking huge.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the official Egyptian story about one stone every 5 minutes for 20 years. I mean, even the math on it, it's impossible with what we're dealing with. And then there is this thing just right next to it with water erosion. So it is at least 8 to, as they say, up to 20,000 years old or something like that. Plus minus, give or take,
True.
So there is no conclusive answer. This is why they're wonders of the world, I guess.
Well, I've even heard kind of like crazy theories about the Eiffel Tower. And you have the academic story where it was basically a competition for a World's Fair. That's how actually a lot of towers for quote unquote some reason get built.
To be the highest point?
Yeah. And that's what they claim. But like when you look at the Eiffel Tower and I don't know, even say like the connection that it does look like an antenna and then its unique location within the city. And it starts looking more related to a star fort or a modern star fort than anything. It just starts to get weird. You know what I mean? And again, I wasn't there and there's no way I can go back in time and like be like, oh shit.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I think there is a big thing people have missed when they're talking about, let's say, free energy and these above ground energy conductors and whatever it might be, because what we're dealing with in the air would be kinetic energy, it would be thermal energy, the weakest kinds of energy. But what we have down in ground is consistent energy, because dirt stacked on stone is creating tension. We have the telluric currents, for example, which is like what is moving the tides of the waters, but it is also underground in the underwater in the underground caverns of water where there is ionized water, which is where the stories about the living waters is coming from the old Druid times, where they say that these natural springs that is at least 30 feet deep has some healing properties and stuff like that. That is the telluric current that is ionizing the waters and stuff like that. They had a whole section of caverns and stuff like that where there was the holy sites, where a lot of the earliest Gothic church has actually been built upon. But what I'm trying to say is that instead of looking above ground for this tapping into, let's just call it the east or whatever, why are we not looking underground? Because that is where the consistent energy would be, because of the tension that is always there. You know what I mean?
Right.
That should be an exploration point instead of all these, we just have to put up an antenna and we have free weak energy, where we have the good energy underground.
And that's what I meant by like, it could be really simple. We've just never been taught to think of it this way. You know what I mean? Because we're always taught, the wires have to touch. That's how you get electricity to transfer through. This is how this works, yada, yada, yada. It's real simple, but that actually could be the really complex way when, I kind of like the way Mimas says it too, that we could just possibly be living on a gigantic sort of electrical plate, if you will. Of course, he explains it better, but there's cracks in this plate as well. That we have all these fault lines and things like that. But there's just constantly these electrical phenomena. I mean, especially when he talks about like tornadoes and things like that, that it maybe not exactly sort of a heat transfer, and it's not just this climate thing, but it's actually sort of electric, or even volcanoes, and why you have a lot of lightning strikes and different electrical phenomena, just across this plane. But again, it's the exact reason why they would lie, right? I mean, if you didn't want somebody to ever find the connection, whether it's the mind, body, and spirit, and you wanted them to live this sort of dystopian story that you've created, you'd make sure that they never, again, like you were saying, get their history, and see that we did it before, right? That we can live in harmony. But I don't know.
Yeah, I like that idea about what you said about what Mimi said about that the Earth is residing on this electrical plane or whatever, because it also buys into what I just said with the telluric currents. Like, consider Earth as some sort of battery in that kind of sense. It's always there, it's always present. It's just a way how it could be harnessed on the ground. And it also comes to, as the wind are moving, as the tides are clashing, as seismic waves is going through the earth, like all this tension on these stones will also give the earth a frequency or a vibration or a sound that we actually are not detecting. So yeah, I don't know.
Could agree. Yeah, I mean, I've never heard it from my own ear, but
no, exactly. I mean, it would be a frequency we as humans would not be able to detect per se, maybe only in extreme cases. But as they're moving and all the seismic waves and stuff like that, and the telluric currents is going through the tension of the stones, we do know that as a guitar string, when it stretches out, it gives a sound. The same happens with stones. We have these music stones in India and all that kind of stuff, because of the tension, and that would also happen on the ground. So this is also a thing from the Druidic stories, that it was not only the waters, it was also the frequency that you can get down in these caverns with the tension and stuff like that, just by beating on the stones and stuff like that. So there might be something to it. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Jimsy, were you trying to talk? It's coming in real cracked. If you are talking.
Yeah, it's just interesting. But as I said, it seems like it's a topic that people have left out when we're talking about potential tapping into quote unquote free energy or anything in that discussion region, because it seems like that Earth might be some sort of battery storing tension,
Even
energy.
stick a battery in the ground.
Yeah.
You could produce like 5 volts. Now it wouldn't be a very good amperage, but it is constant. And I mean, especially like when you get water involved, and this idea of like, AC current, like instead of pushing a stream of electricity straight through a wire, if you have it vibrate through the wire, right, it actually can go much quicker and it can transfer more information. And that's why Tesla is just honestly so amazing, is because, this single invention, or at least I would say this single understanding, because it's not really an invention. But that's the greatest thing about the mystery of this Earth. Like, even once you just kind of realize that it's flat, you don't stop there. You start going, okay, well, what else is on this Earth? And there's just so much that they're not ever teaching you about it, especially when it comes to structures. And they've got all kinds of stories for like star forts and things like this. But when you just objectively understand the architecture, you're like, no, this is a pretty well built form for probably a specific reason. And it may have actually something to do with the realm and the flat Earth that we live on,
Oh, yeah, it definitely could be. I just, when we specifically talk about Star Forts, I think the story actually holds water. Like, we had castles, the invention of fucking cannons came up, castles became obsolete. The architects and engineers had to figure something else out. And when you analyze what a Star Forts is and the angles and stuff like that, it makes sense.
Yeah, but when you have one in the middle of New Mexico that's been like sort of washed away, you're like, huh, there's no castle. There's no, like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think they put infrastructure there because, like, even when you look at castles, those are pretty unique forms themselves.
I think I've seen the one you're talking about on Google Earth. It seems like half of the Star Forts is buried, right?
Right.
Well,
and in certain bombing locations out in the middle of nowhere for like World War II and World War One, that, I don't know, part of that agenda was possibly to get rid of old structures. Why else would you really want to make a bomb? Because of course, to get rid of the thing that takes dynamite to destroy. But again,
there's actually this dude that went over that example of that Star Fort in the desert that was crossed over. Let me find the video and timestamp.
Yeah, great. Looks like we have a couple more of us. Sounds like typing, Jimsy.
I'll post you this video. $26 minutes and 25 seconds in, they're addressing this exact Star Fort we were just talking about. I think this is the one.
You said 26:25?
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
The entire video is worth watching, but that was just because I knew that this specific example had been addressed.
Because some are like, just in locations where it doesn't even seem like battling somebody.
Well, I mean, I guess
That
the
and why are
ones.
they, what I mean is like, because some are kind of, sort of anomalic, some aren't very symmetrical, or say, like if you look at the city of Paris, like the entire thing is like actually spiraling out of multiple sort of star forts, which seems actually more aesthetic and sort of practical rather than some sort of defense where you have, like, say, the Roman structures of walls, right? Sort of centric circles, sort of spanning out like ripples. But I mean, I'll definitely give this one a look too.
I definitely understand where you're coming from, and but there is so much again,
I mean, it's like an object, like how did somebody build this? Why did they build this? And if the same geometry is happening over and over again, but of course in different iteration, it definitely strikes question.
Oh, definitely. I mean, healthy skepticism is always good. You're doing your homework afterwards. But for example, there is this story about, I think it's in Holland or Netherlands, where there was a large area where they had created dams and stuff like that so they could cultivate the earth. When the scouts would see or notice that attackers were on their way, they would destroy all these dams and flood the entire area, like a vast area of land, so the attackers could not get past or through. Which just shows, the ingenuity and the amazing feats that people could do, which are pretty much just manipulating the earth, so the landscape around them,
Right.
What I'm trying to say, these guys, they were pretty smart.
No, yeah, of course. And I mean, the story does make a lot of sense, and especially ones like, say, there's one in New York, right, where there's actually like a whole little town in sort of the center of one, right, or at least a modern town. Now they claim and they tell you that it's an old and it's always been there, and actually this fort was built around it. But they, in my opinion, kind of tell you the opposite, right? That it was built around it, right, and it was actually starting to sort of protect it, right, and things like that. And then, it was decommissioned. We no longer needed it, But then you look at the structures of the town, and they're newer than, say, the structure of the Star Fort, right? But then again, what gets me is that the similar geometry is then, if you go over to Australia, you're like, wait a minute, there's almost an exact one,
Well, I have a logical reasoning for this. Back in, let's say, 1400s, when the first ones arose, what information stream did we have, or what organization, or what centralization did we have? Oh, we had the Catholic Church. What was their span? Well, it was pretty wide. That is why they could share the architecture with their Christian brethren. What happened later on was the East Indian Company, that was pretty much empiring like 40% of the world or something like that. And when we are going to those locations, that is where we see the Roman, the Greco-Roman architecture. So we actually have, valid explanations to why this architecture and these designs is actually moving to the places they are.
If you can trust the diary stories. No, I'm just saying, I've heard all because they do this a lot. They romanticize it, especially in architecture academia. They're like, yeah, Brussolini, he traveled to the east and he was inspired. So we have all of his sketches right here from his diary. It made it this whole time, like, and it's just kind of ridiculous, like, oh, and then he went to Australia, and that's why you have this here. And of course he was best friends with this architect who, of course, was also in the sculpting business. It's not laughable. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's extremely sophisticated, and there's people who like, no, I have it right here. This document's 1,000 years old, and I can't argue with that. But it's just kind of silly when, again, it's kind of across time. Like, I don't know, because let's face it, like, there's not a lot of information about star forts in, say, like South America, or even sort of mid Africa range, and really a lot of places that they don't exist. Because I hear that argument too. But it's also like, well, I haven't gone to these places and sort of seen if it's in the middle of all these trees and overgrownness. I'm just trying to say, I wouldn't throw it out. However, don't get me wrong. I think the stories, of course, those stories, they really add up. I mean, especially the ones about defense and the drawbridge and the. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they're definitely using human innovativity, right? To go look. We were really smart in the past, and because I hate that example too. And they're like, "Oh, your ancestors were stupid. They were flat earthers."
Yeah, I'm like this when I'm researching. Like, I pile the evidence, I dissect a topic, and I put the evidence in different boxes. And my conclusion right now is in the box that has the most evidence. That doesn't mean that I'm dismissing everything else. That just means that if I were to argue this case, I would use the case I have most valid evidence for. When I say that, just look at this one account, that doesn't mean that this account couldn't have been falsified, altered. Like what I guess my main point, my main stance is that history happened, but the reasons for events, for example, might not be what really happened, because winners write history. But we do know events happened, like the Civil War in America. It happened. The reasoning behind it might have been false, stuff like that. Yeah. Second World War happened. The reasoning behind might be false, stuff like that.
Right. And I'm definitely glad the way that you say it, because it really is true. You got to stay empirical no matter what topic you really decide to look into, whether it be, of course, first flat Earth. But you're exactly right, because then that's exactly what I did. I go, well, is there any of this evidence of architecture, say, being sunken in San Antonio, Texas, or Texas for that matter? And I started realizing all the courthouses, like seriously, almost every single, I'd say 90% of courthouses in Texas have a sunken basement. And if you live in Texas, and especially if you're in the construction industry, you know that we have a huge limestone bed, right? It's just an entire, basically, side rock going into the Gulf of bedrock, right? So it's almost impossible to build a basement, let alone without some sort of modern equipment to sort of explode it. That's why we have so many quarries, and we, of course, produce a lot of concrete now and things like this. But they definitely do it for money here, rather than, say, to build somebody a hole of a basement in this bedrock, right? So I start going out basically throughout my city first, and realizing some of them they've even left over and sort of decorated, if you will. I mean, that's kind of the best way to put it, is they reutilize it to go, well, look, now we have the stairs going down into this government building. But over here in this courthouse, we have this lower level, and we have this sort of staring up level. Sorry, got a call.
I mean, I agree. It's about collecting evidence, collecting and dissecting topics. And I just love the picture of, I'm taking a topic and dissecting it and putting it into boxes. Maybe with me dissecting this topic I cannot come to a definitive conclusion. That doesn't mean that all the evidence I just have dissected isn't useful. I just put the boxes back in the closet until something new brings up, and I can take the boxes out of my brain archive and put some more evidence until there is one that is weighing more on the weight scale.
Absolutely.
Tim.
Hey, what's up, Dandy?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I don't want to interrupt you guys. I just have to tell Jumsy something real quick. Is Jumsy actually there listening or no?
It seemed like he was kind of cutting out a little bit earlier, but I'm not sure.
Okay, well, if he comes back, I've been stripped of all my roles for trying to stand up for women in this server and trying to protect people. So if he could give me back the ladies' night role, those are the only people I really need to talk to before they, likely ban me entirely, which is perfectly fine. I will catch you guys, in another life, brothers.
Well, I, for one, support you 100%, Dandelion.
Thank you. Yeah. So, I have to at least let the women know what they're up against before they remove me entirely, So, if he comes back, if you guys could just ask him to give me the ladies' night role so
Absolutely.
I can talk in the ladies' night channel, I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. See you guys later.
Of course.
Damn.
What happened at that meeting?
I don't really want to bring it up on the live stream.
No, I know. I say that just because, I for one really feel a part of you guys, and I know I'm not like valued or silver or anything like that, but
you should be though.
I appreciate that. Just because you guys have taught me so much, and I'm a quiet guy. Like, I profess for a living. I invent in my free time, and of course I have my family, and just being always able to be here and listen to you guys is more than appreciated, for sure, because like myself, I kind of found myself looking into flat earth in 2012 when I looked into basically everybody was saying it was going to be the end of the world. I said there's no way, let's check out this Mayan calendar, and I learned actually a lot about them and the flat earth cosmology there. Don't get me wrong, I didn't start testing it for myself until maybe about 2014. But, it was absolute ridicule being on your own, a lone wolf in this topic. Until finding this server, and it was just the utmost confidence, man. Like, oh my gosh, like there's just a group here and they're live and they're just talking about it. It's like all your best friends that you get back, after, talking to what you thought were your best friends until you mention this topic. But
yeah, I get that. Some friends you just had to cut off because you wanted to talk about world issues. They wanted to talk about cars, football, and the party last Friday. And at some point, you just have to make a value judgment and say, well, this is not the relationship for me. You can end up going down I'm not gonna sound doomsday, but a dark road in solitude. But it's good to see that there is other people like-minded out there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, honestly, I'd design a city for you guys. I really would. Pro bono. But yeah, it's troublesome to hear in the community.
Yeah, seems like it is.
Because this really is a place I think could be honestly for everybody. Not staunch Glovers, of course, but they're kind of necessary, right? We got to eat too, right? Like, it definitely makes good entertainment taking these guys down and showing them really what this earth is about.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what it's about.
Sometimes it feels like people have, in their globe versus flat earth battle, have forgotten that we are all residents of this place. So, the toxic approach to what I'm trying to say is that we're all here, we're all together in this one, no matter what people believe.
Very true.
Just something to think about when people are engaging with people, no matter what approach the other side have. And of course, if they're LARPing, they can be shut down with a mute. But you know what I mean. We're all here together. We are all standing in front of the same issues. So it's not about winning the argument at hand. It's about keeping people around so they can hear the logic and the reasoning behind not just flat earth, but a lot of other things like the monetary system and all the other things that we are dealing with that is happening above our heads right now. That's just my take on it.
It's a good take.
It's better to make friends than enemies, I guess.
Absolutely.
Anyways, I'll be back later. I need to get something to eat, and it was good talk, Chris.
Yeah, always, Tim. Good to hear from you, man.
Yeah, catch you later.
Peace.
I posted a video in the live stream voice text that I saw today. Earlier, he was talking about vibrations and what they can do, and like this guy's car stereo, like his whatever he's set up. He set it up in such a way where he makes the metal and the glass ripple like a wave. It's crazy.
Yeah, I was checking that out now.
It's only like a 15-second video or something. And I was just thinking, imagine what they could do to your body on the right frequency.
Oh, dang.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's like
That
the
is
metal
crazy.
almost turns into liquid.
But see, that's what I mean. It's like we just have not been taught any of this, you know? Like, what if they told you this in first grade and you're just like, yeah, this is, this is how the earth is, and it's flat, and, there's this, of course they'd give you everything that we don't know right now, but the cymatics of things is definitely purely interesting, especially when you start to, again, look at architecture and you look at these cathedrals and you see the rose window is the exact same pattern that it creates in silence. And you're just like, what? It's, and you test that for yourself. And that's what's even better is you can really test a lot of these cymatic things. They're kind of fun little experiments. I've done the speaker in sand on a sort of metal plate, mess with the frequency, and it is pretty interesting. Especially more telling is that the ones that actually make true shapes are often the frequencies that we don't often hear, like on a piano. That it seems to be at like a 440, right? Have you guys heard about this?
I've seen some videos of people putting sand on like what looks like speakers, and it's making all these crazy shapes and things.
Right. But like say like a regular instrument is tuned at 440 hertz.
Okay.
Which is like it's weird. Like if you put 440 in the sand, it makes sort of not a real shape. Like it's a shape, but it's kind of disordered compared to, say, like if you switch to 439, it's slightly stronger. 438, it gets stronger into a better shape, or at least a more symmetrical and I don't even, how do you describe sort of a flower of life pattern, but because it's not even a flower of life pattern, but like say 432, you get a very super symmetrical shape, right? That almost seems healthy. But you're exactly right. I mean, imagine if these frequencies were actually for us, and could be used like medicine. Again, not to say that this is medical information, but
Is it possible? Like I see some YouTube videos and they're playing music and they're like, this is 432 hertz or whatever, this is the frequency. I don't know how it all works. Is that even possible through your computer speaker? So
you
like
can.
when you're playing,
yeah. What it essentially comes down to is like, say for music, you'd have to like convert every single piece of your music, or you'd have to constantly have some sort of basically program running, but it would kind of sound like auto-tune because of the latency. You couldn't do it in real time. It'd have to be processed, depending on how fast you could actually process that. But what is interesting is like, say if you have a guitar at home, you can tune it down to 432. Like most of us, if you have like a chromatic scale tuner, like if you're definitely a musician, you know what I'm talking about. But you can tune your guitar down to 432, and it does sound slightly more harmonic. It's I wish Wave Mixer was actually listening right now, because he's kind of a musician like Sonny. Because he might be able to say some more about that too. But yeah, it definitely sounds different. Now, I wouldn't say it's like caused me to eat better or anything like that, but it's happier. The minor chords sound a little bit different. It's kind of strange that way, and that's just an instrument. Because let's face it, a lot of things are actually like, say, like a motor, right? You always see like 50 to 60 hertz. I don't know what you see in London. Probably see like 120 to 240 hertz.
I've no idea.
But they're actually all tuned to a frequency. So what if that's actually wrong and inefficient too? I think I've seen some videos about that in engineering. Basically saying all of our motors are actually run in a dissonance. That's why you kind of get that weird beeping out of your TV. You get all these weird sounds out of electronics. What I'm saying is that could be related, or at least what's generating some of these harsh frequencies. Some are useful, like a train, where it actually does multiple frequencies at a time to actually get birds out of the way or animals.
Oh, okay.
That's why it sounds so like clashy.
There's definitely stuff to this. Like,
yeah,
I can just recall little things I've seen over the years, and it's like one of them is. Have you ever seen or heard the Janet Jackson song that makes computers crash?
No.
If you look it up, right, there's a video of someone demonstrating it as well in an office. Like, she's got a song called Rhythm Nation. And for whatever reason, the song hits a certain resonant frequency.
Oh, dang. Sorry.
Now,
I'll be right back.
And it makes laptops crash.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's a great topic, though.
That's all right. Yeah.
Because for me, it's like, look at all this stuff that could only happen on our Earth. Like stop focusing on all this. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was all about the space stuff too, but I really wanted to actually go out there and you're focusing so much attention on something that isn't real. Like at least focus your something on something that is. And cymatics and frequencies and music are definitely good ambitions. But anyway, that's my 2 cents. Just wanted to conclude before I got that phone call.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic, and it's like another one of those things where they don't really tell us its full potential, what it can be used for. In my opinion, that's what it feels like.
Agreed.
And how it can be used against us as well, I guess. These like silent frequencies, and you don't know what they're doing.
Yeah. The ones that really get me, and again, I guess I'm still stuck on like Speculation Sunday, but speculation, the frequencies that come out of our phone are just too plenty. Like even like a proximity sensor. So like people who have like FaceTime or like the face sensor, like the unlocking with your face and things like that. This is objectively true. It is taking multiple snapshots of your proximity. So it's not really taking like a picture. And needless to say, it's not like a person that's constantly taking this picture either. But it is weird that it's constantly tracking your emotion, right? Basically leveling out like, okay, well, they're on a scale of 1 to 10, they're this happy. On a scale of 1 to 10, they're this sad. On a scale of 1 to 10, they're this angry or anxious or fearful or, and I guess that seems kind of harmless in general, but it's really not, because nobody else really has access to that information, I'd say, besides like the creator. And I don't know, maybe again, huge speculation, but it always seems to me that the devil is trying to play God or, trying to get at him. You know what I mean? And it just seems to me like another way to kind of get at him is sort of that subversion through frequency. And of course, all these kind of like information, because it's not really a stream of objective reality, but it's like a stream of objective data. So I don't know, it definitely starts to get pretty abstract, but kind of a deep topic, I'd say. Maybe not for this form anyway. But yeah, I'm just kind of a chatterbox today.
I mean, there's the theory, and it's like with all this the rise of AI and stuff like that, and you ask it a question, it gives you an answer, and it can be used to control different things and given such powers and stuff. Like really, it could be the devil, and it's just like, and they just say, "Oh, AI did it." Really, that's the devil. It's like
right,
making these decisions. I mean, I don't know.
No, I've definitely heard that kind of speculation before, because my dad can get kind of weird on the speculations, but he's kind of said the same thing. Like, what if they're putting spiritual and digital together, and they know how to do it, but they've never told us how to do it.
Oh, I've seen a video where it looks at like hard drives and maybe not hard drives, but different chips in computers, and it's just full of like satanic shit in it, like symbols and things like that,
all over the place. Yeah,
it's crazy. Yeah.
Well, even like cities, because I kind of bring this up in my architecture lectures as well. Is like, look at Washington D.C. do you notice anything? Do you notice any diagonals? Any landmarks at certain points? Certain things. And anybody who's kind of looked at Paris or Washington D.C., some of these cities that they claim are, again, who knows? But when you look at them objectively and you actually study their geometry, you can realize that it's been architecturally designed or just designed in some sort of faction. But again, who's to say that design doesn't have something to do with that harmonic frequency of an entire city moving? All those footsteps just causing vibration, and that vibration basically correlates with that geometry or that form, and it's giving maybe these landmarks power.
Yeah, or maybe it's like the landmarks in such a place where it gives off a frequency, and the rest of the city's built in a certain way to evenly distribute that frequency,
right?
Or something like that.
But see, that's where I'm like, man, this Earth is like, there's so many more questions than like people that get so stuck on the globe. I'm like, just move on. Like, you're some of them very intellectual. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say necessarily smart, but
Yeah, well, the word is there was some guy who wrote about this, and he said, I forgot his name, and he was imprisoned, and he said that the danger to humanity is stupidity. Like, stupidity is the most dangerous people because you can't argue with them. And he said, even though they're mentally agile, they're fundamentally stupid. And you find that with so many globers, like that they don't seem like dumb people. They're so mentally agile, they can craft together these really well-worded arguments, but they don't understand what they're arguing against. And
then it becomes ego that's like part of them,
Like, I'm talking to a glober right now, every single response is like 2 pages long, and he still won't address the point. Like, he's mentally agile, but he's an idiot at the same time.
It's exhausting either way, but good work to put in. I do the same thing on Instagram from time to time. Not so much Facebook. Kind of got rid of that one, but
Yeah, I got off Facebook maybe, I don't know, 10 years ago or something like that.
yeah, I guess it's a bit of a low tide this morning or this day.
Is it Monday?
It is
morning.
Monday. It's
Nice.
true. Lots to do on a Monday. I don't know. I try and treat every day kind of the exact same. Although it is really hard at first to kind of break yourself from this sort of weekend system. But I'd recommend it to anybody. What is that?
Do you work Monday to Friday?
I just work every day.
You work every day, well,
but don't get me wrong.
I guess that works out the same as not working at all. Like, all the days mean the same thing.
Right. I kind of take a break when I need one. And it's different because I definitely didn't start off that way. I've worked for all these different architecture firms. I've worked in school systems. I've taught, and everything is absolutely regulated. And if you're 5 minutes late, you're the worst person in the world. I hate that. So of course, when 2020 hit, I was like, you know what? Screw this. I'm going to make my own company, my own design firm, and just do it my way. And I've never looked back, I still teach at the school, and that is pretty regulated. So yeah, don't get me wrong. It's still Monday through Friday. But when it comes to limiting myself or what I think I should be doing, I'm just like, nah, just enjoy right now. And tomorrow's the next one,
That's great. Yeah, that's really good.
Because I do think it's something that's, I see it in my students all the time. Like, everybody's just kind of waiting for that weekend, and then they collapse, and they're like, oh, football and bread and circus and food and let's go do this, let's go do that. I'm like, on a Tuesday, I'm like, well, let's go do this. They're like, oh, but it's Tuesday. I'm like, who cares? Like, let's go. You don't have to drink. You don't have to like get wasted to where you can't be up on Wednesday. That's not the way. You shouldn't do that on the weekend either. Because that's what's making you sick. It's just crazy though, because we're kind of putting ourselves in these systems. I don't think the government just, oh, here's a 7-day work week. You have to do it this way. Like nobody said that. Don't get me wrong. That's all they taught you, but they didn't really say you had to follow the rules. It's kind of like when they say the rules were meant to be broken. Man, I always loved that line as a kid because I was just like, you're right, but don't hurt anybody in the process, right? Like, how do you get away from this?
I think for a lot of people, they need that sense of accountability. Like
That's
you'll
true.
see with some people, like including myself, actually, I'll work super hard when I'm at work for a company, and then when I've got to do a job for myself, I'm kind of like half-hearted, half-assed, lackadaisical, lazy, and I don't have that same work, that same drive, because I think it comes down to having no accountability.
Right.
And yeah, you've got a manager at work, you don't do it, he's watching you or whatever, you're in trouble. When it's just yourself, it's like, oh, I can do it whenever.
Yeah. That structure. That's why I said, like, it's kind of, that's where I am now, right? I couldn't have done this 10 years ago because it wouldn't have worked. I would have been lazy and like, I guess I just won't make money today. Or I won't invent this new
So
thing.
how
I
did you
won't
get
design that.
how did you gain the sense of accountability then? What made you change?
Well, I mean, to get a little personal, it started with changing myself. Obviously the first change was dropping this globe, and being honest with yourself about the flat gnome and the stationary. From there, it was being honest with yourself in all aspects. Because I would say I wouldn't had a. I'll just be honest. Like I looked at pornography, right, especially growing up, and kind of right after flat earth, was the first thing I was accountable to myself. Like I should stop doing this. I should stop wasting my energy, my time. And I just had a feeling it wasn't good for anybody. Right. So, not in a religious way, I just stopped doing that, and that, that alone like helped me so much be accountable for my time and what I want to do. So then I also, after that, within a 3-year span, quit cigarettes, quit smoking weed, just kind of did a lot of things that starting to kind of weed it down, and be who I really wanted to be. Because I would say personally, I just want to be somebody who helps somebody with the inventions and my ideas that I make, whether it be a building or a kitchen utensil, So that's kind of where I am as a designer. But then I realized I could teach others, these skill sets as well, and that it's not just me who can make great ideas, but it's actually everybody can make really great ideas if they were actually all on a generally honest path. And again, not to be that's not religious. I think that's just being, like you were saying, accountable with yourself. Is this really what you want to do? If you look at yourself in third person and go, is that what you want to see? And you'll start, I think everybody would start to kind of remove things from themselves that they can do without. Don't get me wrong. My 102-year-old grandfather used to tell me, Chris, everybody has a vice, but just make sure you only pick one.
That's true. Every man has a vice, so they say.
Yeah. And so don't get me wrong, I the one thing that I do is like maybe vape some nicotine here and there. It gets me by. But I don't drink or, do a lot of the things that I used to. I've really tried to just unclear my mind. Because I'm a pretty big into spiritual guy, and my connection with the creator and that relationship that I think we're all embedded in, or at least have within us. We can all communicate with this creator. feel that love that I think that all the scriptures are really talking about. But again, that's just kind of my opinion, that this system, this material world, is definitely trying to sever that spiritual world. And it's real detrimental, because once you connect all three and you got this truth, you got this good health, you got this mind cleared, and you're just feeling good, you're going to start doing your dreams, right? If you want to be an inventor, go be one, if you want to help people, go help people. Because I think of a lot of it is kind of just in our own heads, and it's all that clutter, it's all that stuff, what to be, what not to be. When you kind of just have to, again, like you were saying, that self-accountability, and it's really hard, which is why I think a lot of the Globers struggle in here, especially just being on the internet, right? Not a lot of accountability. But if you're just
accountability.
Sorry, what was that?
I said there's far, in a way, there's far less and also far more accountability on the internet. Like, people will say stuff on the internet that they would never say in person.
That's very true. Like myself.
Almost like it's not real. But on the other side of that, they'll say stuff more openly because it's on the internet. It almost doesn't seem real. But those comments will be on the internet forever unless you delete them. So in a way, there's kind of more accountability because that's evidence against you.
That is a great way of looking at it.
So, especially when it comes to governments and laws and stuff. In the UK, we call it malicious communications. You can go to prison for it. So it's kind of a mix of both for writing on the internet. But yeah, I totally agree. People write like they have no accountability.
Right. Because they're like, no one's ever going to hear this. Hey, what's up, Diesel Boy?
Hey, what's up, man? I know there's not a lot of people in here right now, but I've been thinking about this a lot. And I can't get it through my... it doesn't make... I need to see some like evidence for something here, and it's if we can circumnavigate the Earth, like we know we can do it in real life. But so for when Globers come in here, we'll say, I'm just saying flat Earth. The flat Earth position in general says if a plane doesn't have to account for the curvature, we say that a plane would have to account for curvature if we lived on a globe, right? Which is true, right?
Objectively
but also,
true, yeah.
too, on the contrary, if we're on a flat plane, and we can circumnavigate, that means that we have to assume, or this has to be the case, unless Earth isn't shaped like a circle or whatever. But you'd have to always, as you're going east or west. And I guess the question is, if you hold your compass perfectly eastward and you walk, if you were to circumnavigate the Earth theoretically, and you kept your compass perfectly going straight east, you'd have to be doing a circle. So when we say that you'd have to account, like a plane would have to account for the curvature over distance, on a flat plane, a plane would have to correct right or leftwards depending on which way it's moving around the Earth, would it not? It doesn't make sense in my head, because can we actually prove that when you are walking perfectly east that are you actually following the Great Circle or a Great Circle?
I would say yes, because if, according to that compass needle and navigation, right, the only known that we do have is actually magnetic north, right? So if you were trying to go east, your direction would technically always be changing, and anybody can experience this when they walk, honestly, a couple miles, because, they make us do this in Boy Scouts too, where they kind of send you off and they make you find your way back home. But you'll notice that east, south, and west, of course, always have to change. If north is changing, they're, of course, congruent with each other. So yeah, you end up making this say great circle. Now, has anybody ever walked that great circle? No, and nor have I. At least nobody that I know. Has anybody ever flown over this great circle? Well, again, there are some hearsay, right? You have like what was the first one? The first woman to do so, and then was shortly murdered after. Amelia Earhart.
Amelia Earhart.
You do have these people that say like they've done it in a balloon. So, like, don't get me wrong. I don't think these people were necessarily lying. But is it a perfect circle? I just don't know. Is it a ball? Definitely not, because it's north.
Yeah, but what you're saying, Diesel Boy, is why isn't the airplane turning to go east with the compass, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah. So either you have to believe.
Yeah.
You have to believe that you're either in real life. In real life, you have to believe that we believe we're walking in a straight line, but over a great distance, we're actually turning a little bit. But for me, that's hard to believe. So, like, is that really happening? I mean, I don't know.
Because they're talking about two different things, right? So if the plane plotted a course from, say, I don't know, somewhere in America to France, it would fly in a straight line to France, the most direct route. As it flew in that direction, when it set off, the compass might be facing, let's just say, southeast. But the plane's not going to bend to keep that southeast. It's just going to fly in a straight line, if you get what I'm saying. So the compass is going to change while the plane flies.
Right.
The plane isn't going to bend to fit the compass.
Right.
So it could fly from America to Japan, and it'd be a straight line route, well, depending on stops. And the compass is going to change during that journey.
Exactly.
For me, that's a very interesting thing to think about, because either you have to believe that we're walking in a straight line in real life, and on the map we were it's just a mind fuck for me, kind of. I guess it works, but I kind of apply the same standard to when we ask a glober, how does a plane would have to account for the curve, yada yada yada. Maybe I don't know. You guys know what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I understand. But yeah, of course you have to pick a straight. Sorry.
But it has to be a certain way. It has to be one way or not, one way. You know what I mean? Like,
you need an extremely sensitive compass to detect that change over a really small distance. So when you walk 100 meters east in a straight line, obviously it changes a little bit because north's always north on the compass. But your compass isn't going to show it, because it's a tiny compass showing where north is on the whole world.
See, and then, like, where else? Like, if you were to see, I don't know if you can do this or not, but, like, would you be able to check? Like, how would you check the amount of that? Well, it would be the same. It would technically be the same math as drop over distance. It would just be around the North Pole, not around the ball.
Well, one thing that I did, and you may have heard this before, like, so you can take a compass next time that you're on a plane ride to kind of see just how straight it was going. Because, I mean, you do have other factors like wind and things like this, but take a little sketchbook with you, take a little compass, and draw where, in the same relation to you on the paper. If it helps, you can like tape the compass to your paper. But basically draw it every 10 minutes or take a snapshot every 10 minutes. And you can do that inclination for yourself. If you're really good at trig, you can even get some distances and things like this over time, and actually get your miles per hour if you wanted to as well. But it is kind of a good experiment for yourself, because it is one of those things, until you kind of see the compass do this thing, that you realize like, oh, it's the circle here is actually in the compass, and I'm going in a straight line, not the other way around.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly. Yeah, that gives me a good idea. Actually, next time on an 8-hour flight, you could time lapse a compass.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
With the window behind it. Yeah, that's a good idea. So I do make some time lapse videos.
The faster the plane is, the more you should have to account for it too. You know what I mean? But if they, with their dimensions of the Earth, we could actually you should probably be able to calculate how much you should have to account for it. You know what I mean? It's just curve in a different direction.
Yeah. Now, when they start claiming the vertical curve and the dipping of the plane, that to me is a whole new topic. Because now you're claiming something that really pilots don't account for, right? Nor do the gyroscopes, which is kind of the sensitive information. I mean, the sensitive equipment. I mean, it's definitely pretty expensive, those gyroscopes. I've looked into trying to get one myself, and just to kind of mess around with it. And then even an old broken down one is quite pricey. But they're using these systems, right? And these systems have manual tolerances, and they can only be off to a certain percentage, and it's a very, very small one. Especially when you have like the digital systems that they're using today, they can go like 10, 12 decimal places in seconds. It's pretty, I don't know, I find it quite fascinating. Definitely a good review question.
And well, I don't know, that discussion about whether, I mean, we know that we can circumnavigate in real life, right? But it's like, yeah, that could work could work either way, but I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily claim that it's like a proof of something or a model, but it's really just kind of a measurement of direction in objective reality. Because all of our compasses do point north. Now, why? Beats me. But it's definitely has something to do maybe with Polaris. I don't know. Maybe that's just my speculation. But
See, I want to know why when we're on. So like, if anyone has a compass in their car, and I'm talking about I don't know the name of these it's just a ball compass where it's in water.
Right.
Now I always thought in my head before I found flat Earth, I was like, it seemed strange to me that if we were actually on a ball, right? And why don't our compasses, like when a compass points north and we're on a ball,
right?
I would think that the compass would point down toward, like, into the earth, like down. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because if the North Pole is like, if we're supposed to believe we're on a ball, then that means like the North Pole is like down from us almost. It's like from our perspective, you'd have to look down into the earth to get to be in, you know what I'm saying, like in sight with the North Pole. So it's like, you know, even just a compass, it's like the fact that it's always level, it's like, it makes me want to, I don't know, I know magnetism is one of those things where it's like, it may not be fully understood by the, it's not fully understood, I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely not even well explained in the general narrative. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Especially when it comes to like naturally forming magnetics versus like electromagnetics. And that, you know, actually the moving of electricity can make these, say, magnetic forces and things like that. So that's where it starts to be like where are we? What is the properties of where we are? But yeah, I mean, definitely seems to be actually like a natural magnetic of the north, right? But who's to say? You know, I don't know. I've never been there. I don't think you're actually allowed to go that way either. Because that's another thing people don't usually talk about is we're not really allowed at the north, or we're often told there's nothing there. It's just ice. But you bring a good point. Like if you're at the bottom of a ball, how is the compass working?
Yeah, and that it makes you want to understand what magnetism is too, because like maybe if you understood, well, if you can understand magnetism, it's like, is that, you know, I'm just kind of talking out loud. I don't really know what I'm talking about.
It's all good, man. It's kind of a low tide
It's
morning.
dead in here, so I don't usually talk either. I only talk when there's not a lot of people in here.
I'm kind of the same way. Some of the heavy guys over in the server, you know, they start to take over, and I think we all kind of sit back and listen. But it's definitely nice to chime in and be a part of the community.
You know, I'm on some like flat Earth Facebook groups and stuff. Just you know, mostly for the pictures that get posted. You know, because sometimes there's good pictures I like to grab. But I went in there. I went into one group and I posted the sextant, man, and wow, there's some.
Yeah,
It's like
Facebook is honestly a shit show when it comes to flat Earth now. But
I know people talk about it all the time. It's like, it's just so weird how like, it's like the globe people, they have this like shared like toxicity of, I don't know how to explain
it's
it.
dogma.
But it's like,
it's what they would call dogma.
and it's like you can see it, and everyone you talk to, if you talk to certain like different people about it though, you can like tell like almost right away whether they're like, you know, like if they're gonna be like that or not. I actually met this girl online who had open ears to flat Earth. I told her, I kind of asked her, I was like, so do you believe in anything that you know, people think is crazy or whatever? And I, you know, because I want to test her on flat Earth, see if she would pack up and leave right away.
Sure.
She didn't actually. She actually had open ears to it. Because she already knows that the government lies about, you know, a lot of shit. So she's like, oh, it wouldn't surprise me. And then she said she was looking stuff up on Google. I'm like, hey, yeah, you got to be careful doing that.
Yeah, it was definitely the deal breaker in my relationships. And even my girlfriend at the time, when I was discovering again, you know, where we are in this flat Earth, you know, quickly left, you know, told everybody I was crazy, you know, just dumb childish stuff. But yeah, it was quickly one of those things that, you know, I'd let the relationship go for about a month or two. Then I'd get a little serious and be like, you know, just ask her kind of questions like, you know, water's always level, right? You don't think like streams are like floating uphill, do you? And what are your thoughts about space? And it's kind of funny because that's kind of how I knew my wife was the one. You know, because she was absolute open book. She didn't really watch TV. She read a lot of books and a lot of romanticy. But you know, she hated space. You know, she couldn't stand Star Wars. Like, and I know that's probably maybe off-putting for maybe most guys, but myself, I was just like, you know, bells ringing off in my ear. Like, look at this beautiful woman denying space already, and she doesn't even know. And so there was a lot of signs that, you know, I think were given to me that were like, you know, she's the one. You just have to help her out. And then I did. I took her to the beach and, you know, told her all about it. And she's like, why'd you bring a telescope? And I was like, it's a great question. You know, let me show you. You know, because I do have to tell you about this. I want to be honest with you. And that's really just all what this is about. And I completely understand if you want to leave me after this or you think I'm crazy, because it's happened before. But, you know, I really love you, so I really want to share this with you. And she let me. And then she wanted to know more. And, you know, I told her about Eric DeBay, the 200 proofs, because, you know, let's face it, there's a lot of stuff that in there that can really help people. Maybe not all of it. And, you know, I'm not saying you have to listen to Eric Dubay, but because he does kind of have a monotone, but there's so many things that you can do for yourself, right? That's really the point. I think of anything in yourself, just because if you just read it out of a book, it's just words on a piece of paper. It's just little ink. It's just been written by somebody else. But when you do it yourself, it's you have an experience and you collect a wisdom on it. So it becomes that much more important. But yeah, she's great now. And now, of course, we have like the youngest flat earth children. My 8-year-old, I'm constantly telling her, like, you know, don't tell everybody, you know, because she's so funny. Like, she'll see a movie and she'll be like, look at that fake ball, you know, at the beginning of the Universal Studios coming out.
Dude, that is awesome, man. That is so cool.
And I'm like, I know.
I gotta have
the movie starting.
I gotta be with a woman that can actually have that discussion. Because if they can't have that discussion, dude, it's like it ain't gonna work. It's not gonna.
It's true. It's all about that honesty and trust. Like, if you don't have that, then you don't even have a relationship.
I haven't seen an online dating profile that says flat earther yet.
See, my wife doesn't mind. She's not a staunch flat earther or anything. I mean, I've told her a million times, and she's kind of like, you know, like, that's nice, honey. You know, just. But I mean, she's cool about it and everything. She's not bothered. But occasionally, I'll tell her something, and it'll just resonate with her totally. Like, she's from Japan, so
nice.
There is a tiny bit of a language issue when it comes to anything slightly complicated. But I was telling her about the Bermuda Triangle, and obviously she's probably watched stuff on the Bermuda Triangle, like the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle in Japan. They must have had their own TV shows on it. And I was like, that's where the NASA rockets land. And I was like, look, this is where NASA launched the rockets. This is where the Bermuda Triangle is. This is the date and time they launched the rockets. This is the date and times they went missing. They all line up together. And she was like, really? You know, like really interested.
Is that right? I've never actually heard that before. I think I have heard that, but I've never. It's like they're hiding in their hideout.
Yeah, like Cape Canaveral is like really close to the Bermuda Triangle, and then the first reported disappearance was in 1945 in the Bermuda Triangle. I mean, there'd been myths before that, but the first like official one was like 1945. And literally within 2 days of that disappearance, like 2 days before, NASA launched a rocket from Cape Canaveral. And it continues like that all the way up until like somewhere in the 80s and 90s. NASA had a 10-year stretch where they didn't launch any rockets from Cape Canaveral. And there was a 10-year stretch where no boats went missing at the Bermuda Triangle. And then they launched a rocket, and then all of a sudden a boat goes missing at the Bermuda Triangle. I think if you're unlucky enough to be flying over in a helicopter, because helicopters have gone missing as well, or sailing past in a boat, and you either see a rocket land in the water or you see the remains of a rocket in the water, they can just take you out and go, the mysterious Bermuda Triangle, we'll never get to the bottom of this one. It's like the ultimate out. They can just blame it on nothing, literally nothing. They just blame an area of water and they say, yeah, the water did it. We don't know why.
Yeah. And why a triangle, you know? Isn't it an area? Wouldn't you just declare it a circle of, you know, Bermuda?
Yeah, I guess that's the landing zone.
Yeah.
Land in this triangle, you're safe there.
But yeah, there's definitely some correlations.
Too many.
But that's another thing too, is like when you get these coincidence theorists, like, oh, that's just a coincidence. I was like, are you serious? Like, you really think that's exactly 400 times away than the other thing in the sky? Like,
yeah,
come
it's
on.
like 400 times bigger. That's Go on, exactly 66.6. Again.
Exactly.
It's yeah, it's nuts.
But some people they find that to be like a little happy-go-lucky things of life, and I'm just like, no, that's like life trying to talk to you. Like it's trying to get you to be aware or notice, because it's all over the place. You look at any plant and you're like, hey, look at the geometry of this. That looks just like this, you know.
I think a lot of it, I mean, I think the two different things though. When you look at it in plants and whatever, it's like a sign of God or
Right.
or the creator. But when you
When
look
you
at
look at
their
it-
bullshit and their numbers, it's them putting their stamp on stuff.
Oh yeah, all over the place.
They're just putting a stamp on it so anyone in the know can just read it straight away. Like the amount of times you see the number 33 come up in a news article.
Oh god.
The number 33, they just blast the number 33 on so many things. I don't know why, but they do. And even in science, it's like I was looking through an old science book the other day. Not the other day, but I've been looking through an old science book. It was like 100-year-old book. And it was telling me how many atoms is in a gram of atoms. And the answer was 666 million billion. And I thought, what? The whole
course
thing's
it was.
bullshit. It was or 660 million billion, I think it was. And I was like, yeah, the whole thing's bullshit.
And it's almost like a symbol for other people who are in the know to be like, oh, okay, this is part of this, right?
Yeah. We made this. All right, okay. Yeah.
And what's that quote? They were saying their downfall will be their symbols, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
somebody
I think
will
it was,
eventually figure them out, you know.
Confucius, I think there's a quote that comes from him saying, when something about when, I'm going to butcher this, but when men figure out or are able to read the signs and symbols, a great veil will be lifted from humanity.
Right.
Something like that, yeah.
Something. Yeah, because there was some talk the other day, like they were saying like they think that the flat Earth is kind of in a way a psyop. And don't get me wrong, I think the term flat Earth is kind of just like conspiracy theorists. They've definitely used it and definitely to have some opposition. But that they've even like rolled out Eric Dubay and all these people who started talking about flat Earth because they kind of want this awakening of consciousness and all this stuff. And I don't know.
I think I'm like almost certain all these people like Eric Dubay and all those, they were rolled out. Eric Dubay's still on YouTube, but I don't think they want the awakening. I think the awakening was inevitable, and they had to control it. They have to control it, and if they don't put flat Earth out there, they can't control it because it'd be millions of people waking up in uncensorable groups because they'd all be under different names.
Right.
There would be no single term to censor and ostracize.
Well, that's definitely how I felt about like Mark Sargent and his connection with like Warner Brothers and things like this, or even like the newest popular one like Dave Weiss. Don't get me wrong, I like a lot of his information, but then you got like an app where it can literally track every single flat earther, and it just kind of brings some question marks to the table,
Ooh, Dave Weiss
Right.
did that?
Well, his app does it. I don't think it's
Tracks
technically
all
him.
flat earthers.
Essentially, because it basically has like a friend finder kind of thing. Now, it's again like I was saying about the proximity sensors. Like it's not somebody actually like taking pictures of you, but it's being collected, right? So there is metadata for all the locations of all the users of that app somewhere, right? Now, who has access to it may be a really good person, but I wouldn't necessarily count on it with the amount of flack that we get in here, right? And the people that sort of quote unquote sort of love to hate us. Anti-flat earthers. Nothing against Dave Weiss, though. Again, information is information, and you got to really separate that from the person who's saying it. And that could be really hard to do. But it is important, right? That no matter what information is getting to you, It is for you to discern or react, right? It's not somebody else's to control you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be critically thinking at all.
I need to get myself a camera and do some picture taking on Lake St. Clair. Because there's people, I think Lake St. Clair is about 20 miles long. So I should be able to see something from Canada that I can take a picture of
There you go.
from the US side.
Do it, man. It's the only way to prove it to yourself.
If I had a P1000 already, I'd go over to Lake Michigan.
Well, you can do this. You can do these kinds of things with a telescope too. I mean, don't get me wrong; it's not as cool as the zoom in effect, but you can bring boats back into view with higher powered optics. Honestly, sometimes it's cheaper if the monetary is actually what your concern is.
Okay, so I hear a lot of Globers always on the Facebook group, okay? This one Glober, he was like, oh, you'll never show me a picture of, or you never show me a video of something being brought back into view. And now, what's the, it's weird for me to ask what the truth is on this, because obviously we're all after the truth, right? But if something disappears from our eyesight over or beyond the horizon, obviously there's going to be a point where if we're just looking at it, it's going to look like it's gone.
Right.
So, and I'm sure
to the angular
to me,
resolution of your eyeball.
yeah.
Now, we all have
So
slightly
I would
different
imagine. I don't find it hard to believe that something, you're on the beach, you see a boat disappear from with distance, right? You see it disappear.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can bring it back if you take a high-powered camera, a telescope, whatever. I would expect to be able to bring that back into view. Now, why
did it come
obviously
back into
must
view?
not work. It obviously must not work all the time, right? And I need to watch some videos. I mean, I'm sure there's some videos of the guy actually doing it. But the thing is like, they don't always say how far away they are. Like, you don't know all the information, so it's kind of hard
especially
to,
when it's just
like,
a
oh,
boat.
that's it.
Unless you know the guy on the boat, you know exactly how fast he's going, and you're actually trying to do that test with you. That's what makes the oil rig such a great black swan, because it actually pinpoints a distance for us, right? A visual distance. Let alone there's actually mountains behind the horizon, even in that photo, which further explains that it's a very long distance shot. But yeah, you're basically changing the optics. So with that high powered telescope or camera, you're changing the optics enough to actually bring it back into focus, proving that there is no hump or water ball horizon, right? That it's not a physical edge. So that's the base axiom of logic, right? If you can falsify basically the claims, right? So it's not even a flat earther's claim, right? Essentially what we're doing is just measuring reality, right? We're going, how far can we see? And that alone, because I hate when people or Globers kind of specifically say, well, that doesn't really mean anything. And it's like, yes, it does. It means that the geometry that is being claimed is not true.
False. Falsifying the geometry.
Exactly.
So it only has, so like when Globers bring up other black swan photos that they try and use to disprove.
So sometimes there are different Atmos conditions too. So don't get me wrong, these experiments, now I've never done it on a not clear day, although I probably should, just to kind of see what that differential is. But clearly on a clear day, you can see too far. Now, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
We do have evidence that under different conditions and, with much more stuff in the air, that we do have atmospheric refraction, right? We do have terrestrial refraction. We do have some of these things that can actually mess with the optics. And for instance, even optical illusions, like, you get those weird floating mirages, you get all sorts of stuff optically. But again, those are optical phenomenon, not physical Earth curve, which I would say a lot of globies definitely, they're trying to put those together. And it's like, no, because then everything
So
you
if
look
you
at
pin a
is
glober
not
up,
there.
let's just say, so like what I like to say is, not that I've like tried to convince anybody, a ton of people before, but like you ask them what the horizon is, right? And if they believe in the globe and the heliocentric bullshit, then they got to believe that it's the Earth spinning and that the sun is the Earth is like spinning away from the sun, and that's what the sun side is, right? But when you say that, basically just the fact that the horizon is apparent, right, and that we can show that it moves up and down, right, according to at the atmosphere and stuff. That alone just falsifies the fact that you would need a geometric horizon on the fall Earth, right? So, like, if you show a video of the horizon going up and down, that falsifies the claim that there is a geometric horizon, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And then with the
Well,
black swan
at least
picture too, what I was
what you're
gonna
looking
say
at
is
is
that
optic and not physical. Yeah.
yeah, and then with the black swan picture, I was gonna say it doesn't matter that they come back with another picture where the horizon is at a different spot, because the horizon being it only has to be falsified like once, right? It's like already been falsified. It doesn't matter. They could show another photo and say, "Well, look at where the horizon is now," blah blah blah. But it doesn't actually matter, does it?
I actually got to split real quick, but I'll be back. Sorry, Diesel.
Did you guys hear about this bill in Texas that the senator tried to write into Congress? It was about basically it was a bill for white people. If they committed any crimes against minorities, they would be, I think you get a stiffer punishment. It only applies to white people.
I haven't seen that, but I can imagine them trying to do something like that. That's how equity works instead of equality. They want equity.
It's amazing. It's like, oh, if you, it's the same thing with hate speech laws, dude. Hate speech laws are just arbitrary definitions of what you're not allowed to say. Really, hate speech is just, I mean, I don't know. Should you be punished? I don't know. The whole idea of hate speech laws are bad news. We're already falling down that slippery slope, though. level is
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you
just
was?
Vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you use the ISS as an example, as when they go up at whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on. Well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. You just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I can tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that disinformation that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
You. What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all 3 of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't
happened.
Agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
I'm gonna hang on 1 second. This is the first time. Shut up. This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, "Hold on, what the hell just happened?"
This
is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose that enough point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. And you conceded to all 3 points, mind you. And it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Quetzalcoatl. can't be curving at 8 inches per mile squared and have lasers being shot over it at 25 miles and have it hit the target at the other side, 2 meters above sea level. That can't happen.
Okay.
That's the whole point. That's the crux of this whole thing. So if you do have that, I'd be interested to see it.
Well, like,
But if you don't, that's fine, because no one else does. No one else has that. So you wouldn't be the first. Don't worry.
yeah, I know, cause like, I don't know how to explain it to you, but like,
Well, what? What
like,
do you mean?
okay,
That's
yeah,
all right,
no, okay, you're right. You've done your own, and okay, so you're saying you've done the experiment.
No,
You
I
says,
didn't personally do
not you. Yes, I know. People done the experiment.
Yeah.
And they say, well, this happened, and so the Earth is not curved. But other people have done it, and it worked for them. So it's like,
Who did that? Where? Who? When?
Yeah, that's what we'd need to see. But you're right. If that were the case, then we would have to compare the two and say, right, which of these bodies of evidence is stacking up and is legit? Because both of them cannot be true. So if you think someone is doing the same thing that we're talking about, and it is actually showing 8 inches per mile squared, remember it has to be a very specific rate based on the size of the ball they tell us, then please post it. It'd be very interesting. We're all waiting for this one.
okay.
Because that would shut the whole server down, bro. Be careful. But let's see it.
You can go and get it.
Well, I don't have like, I know people have done it, and they have videos on YouTube. No, they have videos on YouTube on both sides, whether it's flat, whether it's
so
not.
there's a couple on YouTube like Discovery Channel, National Geographic that claim to have done this, but when you examine the videos, you can see where they've misled. And also, the videos that you'll find on YouTube are like 5 to 10 minutes long. They're little reality show puff pieces. They're not scientific papers. They're not academic studies or well-documented experiments.
But look, not everything in theory works. You should know that, right?
No. But this is different because this isn't supposed to be a theory. This is supposed to be reality, remember?
Yeah,
in reality, it's supposed to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. So, in reality, as you agreed, a laser would be able to evidence that. A high-powered laser, when referenced against the surface that it's being shot over, would demonstrate convexity of 8 inches per mile squared. That's very measurable.
Yeah, and you'd also have to tell the militaries of the world to use laser targeted devices from vessels at sea.
but where's...
I haven't finished.
Okay.
I'll start again. So you'd also have to talk to the militaries of the world who use laser targeting devices from vessels at sea, using lasers to target ground-based targets at over 100 miles away. Now, the laser aiming device is only 40 to 60 foot above the surface of the water, shooting a beam at over 100 miles to target something that they can shoot the shit out of. So we can use lasers to hit targets at 25 miles, but practically in everyday use by the militaries of the world when they want to blow shit up, they use laser targeting devices from vessels at sea, over 100 miles. This demonstrates the practical use of a flat surface. Otherwise, the militaries of the world wouldn't use this shit.
You know that they use satellites, right?
No, they... yes. Right, you didn't listen to what I fucking said, so I'll restate it.
No, okay, I've listened.
Laser targeting devices, beam pencil lasers, RDF, requiring a direct line of sight from a targeting device from a vessel at sea. The targeting device is no higher than 40 to 60 foot over the surface of the ocean, hitting targets over 100 miles away that are ground-based. This requires a direct line of sight from the targeting device on the vessel. Nothing to do with satellites, mate.
Okay, I see what you mean. You're saying that people, cruise ships, and other military things are shooting weapons
Laser
from the ocean.
Targeting devices requiring a direct line of sight at over 100 miles from a vessel at sea, no higher than 60 foot above the surface of the sea. It requires a direct line of sight. You're not going to get a direct line of sight over 100 miles from 60 foot above the surface of the ocean hitting the ground-based target because the curve of the Earth will get in the way.
What did you say at the end? You cut off.
The curve of the Earth will get in the way.
Okay. So this is what I understood from what you're saying. Tell me if I understood something wrong. So you're saying that military are like they're using lasers to aim from more than 100 miles away on a ground-based target. That is correct, right?
That is correct, yes. Laser targeting device.
Okay. And do you know what's the height that they're using?
The height, yes. For the fifth time, no higher than 60 foot above the surface of the ocean.
No higher than 60.
Yeah, think how big a boat is. I mean, I could literally give you 200 foot above the surface of the ocean if you want. It's still not going to make a goddamn difference when you're aiming at targets 100 miles away, mate.
Okay. So I don't know how to reply to that. I'll be honest, okay?
Yeah, then that's absolutely fine. What I'm trying to demonstrate is the practical use of lasers by if they use them to blow shit up or help target things to blow shit up, then they wouldn't use this if the curve of the Earth was going to get in the way, would they? Wouldn't work. Because there'd be a finite limit to how far you...
Okay, I see your point. I see your point. I see your point. It's impossible to use that type or to use it in that way unless it's a flat Earth, right?
Require a direct line of sight. You won't have a direct line of sight
if the Earth is curved. Okay.
No way.
So the military is not using the curvature of the Earth into calculations to make their laser work. So they're thinking in a level plane, in the level water.
What? What do you mean leveled water?
There should be a mile of curvature at 100 miles, over a mile of curvature. It's not there.
Okay. I also don't know how to. I don't know how to respond to that. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's a big thing. It's a difficult concept because this, if true, what we're telling you, and you should check this for yourself.
Yeah,
literally destroys the ball.
Definitely. I guess
they both can't be true. They both cannot be true. The surface cannot be being measured flat in the way that it is at the distances that it is if it's curving at 8 inches per mile squared, which is what they tell us it is and has to be if it's the ball that they tell us it is. Like I said, this is the crux.
Yeah, my only point of the sun was you guys asked, like, how does it work? Like, I don't think anybody knows. We can tell you its path, what it appears to take, maybe from one location, but from multiple locations, it becomes more uncertain where it is. I mean, it's within a range, you know, like it's not like way off, but it's off a little bit. So it's hard to draw conclusions when you, with a certainty, geometrically position where it is at all. This is
What
in the
about-
gold model. So
Yeah.
people have done this in AutoCAD. Seriously, people have like taken went to time and date in SunCalc and took those elevation angles and tried to intersect at where they said the sun was supposed to be, and they could never get it to work. in AutoCAD, which is like 8-digit precision.
What about like the moon?
The moon?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't fucking know, man.
Hey,
I mean, these are things we can never really know the true causes or what they do. They're intangible to us. All we can
But
do is look at them.
there's an explanation to it already.
I mean, but they're not really scientific explanations. I
They
mean,
are actually.
so why are they better than the stories that they were told? What the moon and sun were before? Why are those worse stories?
Wait, what?
Before the Copernican model, right? They told stories about what the sun, moon, stars, all that shit, where they had convoluted stories about what they were. So why is that any different? They
don't know
couldn't.
what-
They couldn't touch the sun. The only thing they've done that's different is they've said, "This is mathematical. We can make predictions. Our story's right because we can make predictions because we've attached to the variables. We've attached names, places, things called physics. You know, there's a guy named Oliver Heaviside, and he was a self-taught mathematician. He invented vector analysis, and he tells it. He starts one of his books with this little story. Says it was once a joke upon a mathematician when he took his symbols for realities as S for the sun and M for the moon, meaning the variables in equations are not the realities. We can predict things with, you know, motions of bodies, motions of objects, and all sorts of physical events, but it doesn't mean the underlying theory which we attach these variables to is correct or true.
But like at least,
and I can
like
give
they're
you
giving-
a literal example of this with the Mayans. Now the Mayans predicted the transit of Venus better than the Copernican model, better than any other model. But their story that went with their prediction was Kukulkan, who was a dragon, right, was going across the sky. So because their predictions are better, should we believe the Mayan story of why Venus is transiting the sun at this particular time?
Wait,
You
how
see what
did
I'm
we
saying?
get
Do
from?
you understand what I'm saying? Like they had a story, they had math, they had predictions.
How did we,
They had a
but
different
like-
story, which we find implausible.
But like, what do you have? You just say like you don't know, and it's like that's all you're saying basically. You
Because
don't know.
I'm taking a position of natural philosophy.
Okay.
But what about
where,
what is
like,
it?
the only thing you can say that is empirical and really know are things you can deduce from systematic experimentation and determining cause and effect relationships.
What about solar eclipse? How is
Solar
that
eclipse?
possible? Yeah.
Well, what do you mean possible? It
How
happens,
is it
so it's
possible?
possible.
No, how is it possible with like the flat Earth grid with
What makes you think that the solar eclipse is associated with the geometry of the Earth? What is the
What?
connection?
I'm confused.
What
with
makes you
what-
think that is connected to the geometry of the Earth? What is the connection? What's the logical connection? Okay, there's this, the sun's in the sky and a black thing goes over it and it turns black. Where's the logical connection between that observed phenomenon and the shape of the Earth you were on?
That's what I'm
I
asking.
don't-
Like, what are you trying? What point are you trying to make?
It's like on.
I'm trying to make the
on
logical
model.
connection, dude.
No, wait,
You're
on the
acting
model.
like the shape of the Earth has
Can
to
I
have
speak?
some relationship to that event. Why does it have to have a relationship to that event?
I'm trying to explain it. Okay.
Okay.
So in the model, you see like the moon and the sun circling, right? And they like never get near each other or nothing, right? And how is it possible for like the sun to like overlap the moon if it's like that?
Okay. Let me ask you one
Listen,
thing. real
I don't
quick.
know if Rex, are you on?
Why doesn't everybody see the eclipse at the
Hold
same
on.
time?
Rex actually has. Listen, Rex actually
Because
has
they're
a model
different
that
places,
demonstrates it.
and it's a globe. And if you're on the other side of the globe, you're like, you can't see it because,
Exactly.
you know, yeah.
I'm just trying to argue my side of the story. So, if you're saying that the eclipse is a thing
that somebody controls, why
What?
doesn't everybody see it at the same time? I don't know.
What are you talking about? Nobody said that.
Okay, well, you were talking
Are
about
you
the
on
eclipse.
drugs?
I'm
Are you
definitely not
drinking?
on drugs. Nope,
Are you drinking?
I am not.
Then where the hell did you get that from? You can't even answer a simple
No,
question on the
you.
logical connection between
No.
the object in the sky that you see, an observed phenomenon, and why
Mm-hmm.
it's connected to the shape of the Earth. It's a simple question. You think it's a foregone conclusion, which is obvious. I'm saying it's not so obvious. So tell me, what's the obvious connection? What would
What was it
lead
again?
you to that
You have a
conclusion?
good point. No, I'm saying you have a good
Wait,
point, right?
what was the
We
question again?
don't know. We might not know what it is. We could be assuming everything. I don't know.
Listen, do you think, even Copernicus, right, wrote, we can never attain the true causes. We can only make models and make predictions of past and future events.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so even he said that, and you're talking about the Copernican model. You can't attain the true causes of events like eclipses, solar eclipses, any of that stuff. Seasons, because
Okay.
they are visuals, right? They're visuals. You just look at them, can't manipulate
Wait,
them.
how are
They're not
seasons
tangible.
visuals?
They're visuals, so you just see them.
Right.
Have you done anything other than see the moon? Have you done anything other than to look at the sun? Have you done anything other than look at Mars, Venus, Jupiter? Have you ever done anything other than just look at them?
No.
Okay, then. So they're just visuals.
Right.
Okay, so with the Earth, we're talking about something that's tangible.
Like
The
seasons.
Earth is certainly tangible.
Seasons are not. They're not.
Right.
They're not visual. Seasons are not visual. You can actually like.
Seasons
feel
are a
them.
correlation theory, and there's two things of seasons. So there's meteorological seasons and there's astronomical seasons, and they're loosely correlated depending on where you live.
Okay.
So meteorological seasons lag what's called the astronomical seasons by some amount. Could be 2 months, could be 3 months. It depends on your climate. So there's a loose correlation there.
Right.
It's attributed to the tilt of the Earth, but that's probably in doubt because it could also be the length of day. So the exposure to sunlight, the angle of the sun is irrelevant if the day is 3 hours longer, right? So saying it's the tilt and it's the angle that the sun hits the Earth, how is that proven if the sun is actually in the sky for 3 more hours? See, these are like little stories. It's like it's your interpretation. These are philosophical issues. They're nowhere even near scientific. But to get to the matter, the real crux of the matter is what's the shape of the Earth, right? It's not even a science question. It's only a question of measurement. Just like what's the shape of your table? What's the shape of your house? What's the shape of your head? Right? You don't need a scientific theory for that, do you?
Well, because
What's
we
the
know.
shape of my table? Well, we come up with this theory.
Well, we know, right?
That's different because
It's
like,
different,
We
right?
know the
So
shape of my head.
it's different than
It's
science. It's different than science because it's a different type of question. It's a what is this question? It's not a why is this question.
Okay.
So we can do that with the Earth. We can solve this what is question by just measuring it directly without appealing to theories and hypotheses and just say, hey, let's take a tape measure and figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
People have like.
So we've done that. That's what I don't think you get. We've done that.
Measured it, and like people don't do.
We've measured significant portions over large bodies of water, and there's no measured curve. Multiple times in multiple countries by multiple people using multiple methods.
Okay. Well, I think that there's no measured. Well,
No, there is measured curvature. I guess it's just like depends upon the way they interpret the data that they get.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you how they do it.
There's definitely curvature. No, they've measured curvature for sure.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
Measured curvature.
Oh, here we go. I knew I was going to wake your ass up.
Hello, little G.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. You?
What's up? I was watching this this video that cut off the knee did post. I mean, this McNoon guy didn't knew this information. The Glizzard's map. It's from a guy that was a flat earth. And he did wrote a book talking about the Bible and flat earth.
Oh, can I see the video?
It's in the live stream. 12 minutes, last hour. From Flat Out Truth Theory are issued. They like to, disclosures like to distort information. And they even know the full story. So I have this link anyway if someone wants. Alex Gleason, he did wrote a book. He said, "Is the Bible?" The title of that book is the Bible from heaven? Is the earth a globe?" So yeah. I have the PDF. That's the PDF. It's loading. So it's almost 70 megabytes.
Thank you.
Okay. I have this one. It's from a page. I'm gonna post 371. Okay, it's the PDF is that. If someone wants to read.
Have you read the entire book, Miguel?
No. By the way, I did save this like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I was, doing some investigation. Yeah, but it's interesting. But because McToon is saying, trying to say sky was a globe, and who wrote this book is a flat earth guy.
Yeah.
And when he did at Gleason's top, he did say, when he says as it is, is literally the message is he did want to pass by.
Yeah, he's a sneaky one.
Yeah. He likes to distort the reality into a cartoon. It remembers that a long time ago, that movie. Let me see the title, because I know in Portuguese, but okay. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Yeah. It's a mix between cartoon and reality. So yeah.
Yeah.
A portrayal of McToon. Just kidding. It looks like McToon. Anyway, I like this sense of humor.
Yeah.
I have a high definition of that Glinson's map. If maybe I can post it. Yeah, when you zoom, you see the details. I'm gonna. Yeah, I think it's okay to post it. It is interesting to someone that wants to research.
Yeah, I have it also. It's like 100 megabytes.
Yeah, the one I'm posting it has 92, almost 93 megabytes.
Yeah.
I think I did post a long time ago. It's not the real. It's not the. I mean, you can see it almost. You have an idea of the continents where they are, but it's incomplete. We don't know if there's more lands even inside this container that we are living. There are some people that talk about it, but even the North Pole, if you see the Mercator, he was at the center. We see four islands there, islands. Sorry, my Portuguese is mixing with English. So that one it's on a TIFF type folder. You can save it and you can see in details the Glazes map. So yeah. So when I say it's incomplete, because in the center we don't see what the MacArthur guy, at that time when he was doing maps. And by the way, he did send a letter to John Dee talking about the North Magnetic Pole.
Mercator or decent.
Yeah. And when people ask this question, why they lie? Man, you have Antarctica and the North Magnetic Pole, so a place simple people cannot go there. I'm not speculation and doing some speculation, but I like to cross information, and I think it's the way to find more about the truth they are hiding from us. Even in the archaeology field, they if they found something that goes against the mainstream, so they hide a lot of those findings from us too. Sometimes they release some information, but yeah.
Most people aren't going to look into it. At least, and they're just going to take my tune's word for it.
I was remember a long time ago in the Facebook. I did join this group page, NASA Lies, .org. But then, there was controversial information there. Then I realized, some of those guys, talking about concave Earth. I never understood that. So I, because they everything from NASA they were posting, how they are faking. But then talking about concave Earth, yeah, no thanks.
See some flat earthers that are speculating about like a bigger Earth too.
Yeah, the moon, the map they claim that they see in the moon. Yeah, I don't buy it. That I think if it's like claiming the moon is like a mirror.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen any proof for it yet.
I did so, by the way, last summer. I see some, because my work was to use binoculars. I think it's the right word. How to say it. So my work was, detect wild fires. So I did use a lot of my binoculars, and but anyway, then I could see, meanwhile, when there was no fires, I could see, I could do observations, and yeah, so I did saw a sunset. Then, I saw the moon, but then when there's no more sunlight, so I see, behind the moon, the sky turning night, and I see even behind the moon, turning night, and yeah. So there was a moment I could see, the moon there in the night, and yeah, it was interesting.
You mean that it's transparent?
No, I don't. No, I saw just the light of the moon at that time. Yeah. So, but what was interesting, it was that seeing the sunlight go away, and then you see behind the moon the sky, turning black, with stars. And you can see, literally this light from the moon, more yellow. Yeah, it was interesting.
Are you in Portugal?
Yeah. And what is interesting, it was that the moon, it was like I could see that like 1 or 2 hours before the moon goes away, so in the horizon. So yeah, it was interesting. But it was interesting to see the night. So you see the sky, the blue sky, in the blue light in the sky vanishing. You can see the night. Yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, in the I could see my city, like from that place I was working. I could see like almost 40 kilometers. I don't know how miles it is, but 40 kilometers away. And there was days that I couldn't see my city because it was hot day, in the summer time, and because of the hot in the air, I was seeing this white how you call it, haze, so I couldn't see my city. That was interesting. And I could see a mountain, a few mountains from Spain, and there were days that I couldn't see those mountains because because of the hot air, so the visibility it was not easy.
Yeah, the heat causes a lot of distortion.
Yeah. I think I have some information too, because see, did you ever hear about the blue mountains? You see these mountains with the blue color, but they are not blue. So let me see if I found it. So the vegetation did release some particles to the air. Visibility. Okay, here. Okay, I think. Okay, is this link? Yeah, there's it's there in that page. They are talking about this. By the way, when I was talking about this white thing in the air, you can see in that photo too. And yeah, when it's very hot, even with a blue sky, a clean blue sky, yeah, there was times I couldn't see my city because of this natural phenomena. And then there are some people. Why we cannot see China? I mean, so even if you so imagine that you are in the flat perfect level level floor. Even with that, you will not see China or any city if they were even on the same level. They don't account with things that they are in the natural world, things that are in the nature.
Yeah.
That block our vision. But okay, so yeah. So in that page, they talk about Fox, volatile organic compounds. Yeah. So they say VOX, volatile organic compounds are organic chemicals that easily form vapors at normal temperatures and pressures. Yeah. And more information there.
Yeah, it never made any sense to me, the argument. You could see China.
Yeah, even they if at least they try to learn a little bit about perspective and how it works, even painters, artist painters know about perspective, and they use this in their paintings, like to follow the reality that we see, in the landscape or etc.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they sometimes they keep jumping from one topic to another topic and so on. They are circling and circling their minds because they don't want to accept the reality, the truth, and
I'm trying to find excuses.
yeah, exactly. And they don't realize the lucky they have when they came here, because when I did the wake up, I was doing my research, my own research, to understand more about things that we see in the reality, in the real world. So yeah, they have this lucky, coming here and getting all the information. I didn't have that lucky. But for me it was normal, accepting flat Earth. Yeah. So 500 years ago, the Portuguese and the Spanish people, but starting with the Portuguese, they didn't know how to sail the oceans, and they even talk about flat Earth at that time. But then there was a time mainly the United Kingdom and a few countries there at close to the North Magnetic Pole. So, but mainly the UK and the church, they keep secret, and they decide to hide the flat Earth. They decide to, let's make this a ball, a prison ball, to it's a brainwash, mind control. thing.
They still hide stuff.
Yeah. By the way, I was thinking about Antarctica. There's a place there, call it Rockefeller. So it is interesting. Yeah, exactly. Let me see. I saw that this. Okay, Antarctica. It's called Rockefeller Mountains.
I didn't know. I've seen the Omicron and the Delta and the Corona islands or mountains or whatever it is.
Yeah, they even call it a station there at Antarctica. They did give the name Troll. So there was someone that did work at that Antarctica, and he said they don't want for people to know who is behind this. Who is spending time and money there. But then you can see Rockefeller connection. By the way, and like few days ago, I saw in Portuguese TV channel, so there was a bank here in Portugal. Its name was Espírito Santo, the bank, and so a few days ago, suddenly I saw someone that it was, the the director of that bank talking about because sorry, there was a time they didn't have money, so they asked to the Rockefeller sorry, money to. And then this bank, has a lot of impact, and it was known, in Portugal. So, but then the bankrupt did happen, and then they have, the government took this bank, and they did use public taxpayers' money to save this bank. They give him a new name, Novo Banco. It means new bank, and yeah, they have been putting more public taxpayers' money into this bank. But it is interesting, the Rockefeller, connection to this bank too.
Yeah, we have the same in Sweden. Riksbanken. Yeah.
So people sometimes ask why they lie. I mean, when there's like 13 families top, they own our money, and they decide what the rules that we must follow. They control, so. And they are there at Antarctica, and we don't know nothing. They don't release information to us.
He even said that once, right? In his memoirs, Rockefeller, that he like shaped the opinion of society or something.
Yeah.
Their name is everywhere in the history books. Everywhere where there's a conspiracy, you can see is the Rockefeller name or the Rothschild name.
Yeah, even in the pharmaceutical business.
Yeah, in education and pharmaceutical especially.
By the way, there's this. I knew this link a long time ago. The truth about cancer. .org or .com, and they sometimes they release some documentaries, videos, and yeah, they talk about this connection. So mainly this guy, from the owner of that site, if it had a lot of family members dying of cancer, so he decided to travel the world talking to specialists, and all the doctors, and yeah, then he did realize that many truths, and yeah. Then there was someone that gave to him a DVD talking about the 9/11. Yeah, it was interesting too. At first, he didn't buy it. How can this be possible, etc. But yeah, it's sad, but
The official explanation. Say the same thing about that one. How could that be possible?
at that day I did spend looking at the TV all day. It was a shock, even for me that was here, I was here in Portugal, seeing that. I mean, there are so many people that knows that when the United States has a a top military organization, and when there's an airplane that shows his route, they send to F-16 or more actual aircraft, update aircraft, to fly next to this airplane. Yeah, so it's amazing.
So was Richard Byrd was sponsored by the Rockefeller, or
Yeah, he was a Masonic guy, Freemason, or etc.
This server is so much nicer than other servers. You should hear what they're talking about over there. They're about 20 guys trying to talk about the same thing and telling each other how God exists and God doesn't exist, and just it's like chaos. Nah, it's not organized. It's chaos.
Where it was that? What server? Tartaria?
Oh, Earth Awakening.
Oh, Early Vikings. Okay.
It's crazy, bro. This server is just so much more chilled. You know what I mean?
I don't go to that server a long time ago.
Yeah. Okay, well, I wouldn't go there either, really. But there wasn't too many people talking in here at the time, but there was quite a few of them talking, and now they're all fucking talking at once. They can't shut up. Gets a wee bit heated and passionate when they, religion, What's the point?
Yeah.
How you doing anyway, Miguel?
I'm okay. I was talking to
Portugal. Or is it Brazil?
Portugal.
Portugal, yeah.
We did the discovery between quotes Brazil, but Brazil already had people living there.
Here where the good people come from. Portugal.
Portugal. The Portuguese they did invent this technology, the caravela. It's a little ship, and with this, then the the English people and the Spanish, they copied this technology to navigate the oceans.
Yeah, the Portuguese made the caravel. Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah.
It's something close. It's not a sloop. It's something bigger, maybe.
After that, they did build a bigger one.
Well, Vasco da Gama and them guys, they were the guys who went down to South Africa. There was another one, Vasco da Gama.
Vasco da Gama did found the route, the navy route to India.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
And there's another guy. He's just as important. I just can't remember his name now.
The Brazil, it was Alvaro. Sorry, I don't recall. Alves Cabral. Alves Cabral.
Yeah, great explorers, them Portuguese people.
Yeah, they did they did use sextants, astrolabes, and at that time they talk about flat Earth, so it was a normal thing.
Yeah.
So, but the curious thing is that they did sail a lot, mostly the coastline of Africa. So, but they did sail even South America continent, Brazil, and so on.
Yeah, we found out the other day that's kind of crazy. Like you wouldn't know this, but it'd be good to know in a pub quiz how they actually got the name Brazil is from redwood. It's interesting. It's a redwood thing, isn't it?
Redwood, I think, yes, from Brazil. And there was a lot of mystery stories at that time.
Yeah, you had to go out and earn a living, and the rewards were great. If you find the spice route. But the Portuguese were probably the first to well, first Westerners or Europeans to set foot in Southern Africa.
You know what's curious? Even last night, I was watching Easter Channel, and they, those guys from Oak Island. So they did went to Portugal, to find the connections, because there's a Templar cross there at Oak Island, but it's a Portuguese Templar, so it's different from the normal one. So they did hide in Portugal. They form. The name was Christ Order, but the flag in these ships, they did use to sail. It has a different Templar cross. It has, in the middle of this cross, it has a white cross. So, and more wide, So it is interesting. And they did found the Nolan cross at Oak Island. It's
sorry, Miguel. Where's this Oak Island you're talking about?
I think it's the Oak Island treasure. They are showing these episodes in the Easter Channel. I think it belongs to Canada.
Oh, so it's way up in the Atlantic.
Yeah, I think so. Oak Island.
Oak Island, right? No, I haven't heard of it.
So
everybody was competing for resources, weren't they? The English, the French, the Portuguese, the Spanish.
So it belongs to Nova Scotia, New Scotland.
Yeah.
Canada. I have this link from Wikipedia. But they did find the connection of they did they call it the Nolan's Cross. So it's imaginary cross with some rocks there at Oak Island. So, and they did found here in Portugal the Templar. There was a Templar cross, and the bottom of that cross is more long. So they did a connection to that in the Oak Island. So yeah, it was interesting. And that time when the Templars knights, they had to run from France.
Yeah.
So they may, and even they talk about they had to even get out from Spain too at that time, and they come here to Portugal. And it is curious because since that time, they had the know-how to build the ships and navigate. A lot of people came to here. Templars.
Yeah. The Templars became like they were like a staple of most countries, but they became persona non grata when the French and the Pope got together. The French king and the French, they says, right, what did the Pope say? I'll take all the money, and the French king says, I'll take all the lands, and then they even burnt the stake.
Yeah, exactly.
Or whatever his name was, the leader of it. Yeah, they burnt like a bunch of them in one day or something. It's crazy how that happened.
There's even a city here in Portugal, Tomar. So it's it was the center of Templar center of them. And what is curious, when they came here to Portugal, suddenly there was a big boom. The Portuguese had a military order, and they did went to a lot of places in the world. Yeah. But then what happened, because we did had a lot of militaries out from Portugal. Then the Arabs came here to invade Portugal.
Oh yeah, the Moors, yeah.
Yeah, so we had if you see the Portugal map, like an half of the south of Portugal. If you cross a line, between Lisbon, a horizontal line,
Yeah.
so the south of that. The south part of Portugal, it was invaded, and we had a lot of names starting with AL from Allah, like Algarve. It's like a region.
Yeah, the Algarve, yeah, I know it.
Yeah, so it has a lot of tourists there, tourism, and it's curious.
It is, well, it's fascinating history too, because the Spanish, it's a peninsula.
Peninsula Iberica, yeah.
Yeah, and it
Iberic.
was pretty much like the Romans took it over, and then the Moors took it over for about 900 years, and then the Goths, the Visigoths, actually came down and then took that over, but they could never take that little. That's right in the north of Spain. It's a very mountainous country, but even the Romans, the Goths, the Moors, they didn't fuck those people.
Yeah. By the way, Spain, it wasn't. It was not a country, it was separate kingdoms,
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, and then it did happen a lot of wars, and doctors from kings from Portugal didn't marry with the kings, the kingdoms of that time. There was not Portugal. So there's many things did happen.
I'm interested because I don't actually know how. Like I see it, and I see Portugal, and I'm wondering how did Portugal become separate from? Well, I suppose it was a tribe, a certain people, but how did it actually become a country separate from Spain?
It starts with Dom Afonso Henriques. It's the first king of Portugal. But let me see if I found some information. Because the formation of Portugal is so complicated.
Yeah, I was thinking that's why nobody wants to explain it. It would take too much time or something. But yeah, like everything was separate. Like there was Wessex, Sussex, Northumbria in England, and there was Normandy, Burgundy, and everything was like separate kingdoms. And like was Richard I came, lots of kings in England came from Normandy, but to own Normandy was a big deal because it was a rich land, but they fought tons of wars against each other. Everything was separated in those days. Way back, we're talking 600, 800, 900 years ago. It was just warring tribes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We did have a great warrior, Viriato, and the Roman guys did when they did fight this guy, when they came here, to at that time to this Lusitania region. So this great warrior Viriato, so he did join a lot of tribe people, and he did join these people against the Romans, and the Romans when they came here, they all the time they were losing his wars.
Yeah,
because there was this region had a lot of mountains. So when they came here, they throw a lot of rocks to them. So they couldn't win this against this Viriato.
Yeah, they just like gave up because this guy was like he was here.
No, you know what happened? They have to these Romans. They secretly they meet with officials. You know the
king.
Not the officials, the guys. You know the. So we have Viriato, but below Viriato, you know, you have this right hand guys. You know the so they paid to these guys to kill Viriato. So that was how they win.
Yeah, the Romans did that a lot. They never forgot. They did that to Hannibal too. Hannibal retired to where he thought he disappeared. I think it was Greece. And they paid people to assassinate him. He was like in his 70s, but they found him. You know, but they spent a lot of money, and they found him eventually.
Yeah, you know, it's this
Barca, yeah.
Barca. This story, you know, it reminds me the story of Asterix and Obelix time. And, you know, the Gala, how do you call it? The Gauleses, they fight with the Romans. And by the way, we had Galicia, you know, at the north of Portugal. Then we have Spain, but that region it did belong to us. You know, when you see at the top of Portugal, you know, that region that has the coastline of with the Atlantic Ocean. So that zone was, you know, it was Portugal too. So we have Galicia there, and it is interesting, you know, the connection.
Because the more we talk, the more my mind's thinking about like the Welsh. The Welsh were hard for English to subjugate at a certain stage because it was also very mountainous, and they were mad bastards. But they kicked a few armies' ass, but it was very hard for the English to try and subjugate the Welsh because they were their own tribe, and yeah, they kicked ass. And then we were talking about the Gauls there and Caesar and Vercingetorix, and he, you know, surrounded Caesar, and so Caesar built 2 redoubts around the fucking place and still beat him and kept him. Well, apparently, according to history, kept him captive for like, I don't know, it was like 3, 4, 5 years. And then for some strange reason, after like 4 or 5 years of, I think it's Vercingetorix, just pulled them out one day when they were having a party and garroted them as entertainment. You know, strangled them to death. And this guy was probably, you know, like the warrior you were talking about. He was a warrior, but I don't know. Yeah.
I like a lot Scotland, you know, Irish people.
Oh,
the Vikings.
The Scottish were, yeah, you didn't fuck with the Scottish, man. They'd show up naked and shake their woolies at you.
The kilt.
Bad motherfuckers, yeah. The Picts. They were called the Picts, yeah. Blue faces and fucking got their meat in 2 ways hanging out and just fucking run at you with an axe. Holy shit. And then,
so I did post 2 links to that history of Viriatus. We call it now Viriato, but you know, Viriatus is more Latin. You know, sometimes they added this S to the end of words. Viriatus.
Yeah,
they should. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I'm going to save that because I have what do you call it? There's quite a few channels I watch. Wait a second. You can, carry on.
The rich mountains and fertile plains of the.
Yeah, that's exactly my kind of. Yeah, there he is. History March. There's another boy. History March is very, very good. He's on the same playlist, just above Viriatus.
You know, they did a movie in the Hollywood, Spartacus, but they should do this.
What's that? Sorry.
You know, they did a long time ago. In Hollywood they did this Spartacus. The movie, the great movie, and but they could do this. Talking about Viriatus, it was more a great one. Warrior.
That's the shit I'll eat up because I haven't even heard of this guy. But yeah, I'll be watching that tomorrow. I don't know why, but it fascinates me. I mean, ancient history and the wars, tactics. Just I eat that shit up. I eat that for breakfast.
Yeah, I love that. In that movie, how you call it?
300?
No, Mel Gibson.
When we were soldiers.
Let me see if
Gallipoli.
How you said?
Gallipoli.
Gibson.
Turkey. It was like a fucking disaster.
No.
Gallipoli, no.
Hey, Braveheart.
Oh fuck, Braveheart! Hey, sorry, Jesus, what did I think of that?
So I did love to did enjoy to see these tactics. They did use in that movie. These war tactics.
Yeah, that's a brilliant movie. Like I'll probably watch that next week again. They done him bad anyway. At the end up, they hung through and quartered him, and then sent the 4 parts to his body to the 4 different corners of England at the time.
And there's a connection. There is a movie, The Pathfinder, and in the beginning you can see this message 400 years before Columbus. So
really,
yeah, they did a lot. The Vikings did. They had vines there in the the North America.
The
vines, yeah. So produce wine. Yeah, there's a lot
and,
about that.
You can talk about the Vikings for another 24 hours, but yeah, their steel production was top notch. Like they could one of the reasons why they succeeded so much was because they could break somebody else's sword in half just by having it with their sword because their steel was superior.
Wow.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons. But
so they had a good bladesmith.
They're very good blacksmiths. Norway actually produced 80% of Germany's tank, iron during 40, 45. Norway was about 80%, I think. Their war there was very, very good, and they had a really good way of the way they tempered it. And like a Viking could, like if he's fighting a British guy or whatever, right? But he could like swords clash, but he could, the English guy's sword would just break in half because the Viking sword steel was far superior. I'm rambling a wee bit now, but I love it.
Yeah, I love Forged in Fire. The Forged in Fire. It's a historical.
Yeah, the forging and the tempering of it. The many times that but their steel was good. Yeah. Their land was shit. That's why they took over England. No, Polo was another boy. It's apparently 6'7" or something, but they gave him it was Normandy because it meant land of the Northmen or Normandy. So they gave Polo, Viking, that just to leave him alone. Like the French came here, take that, stop, you know. And he went, okay, you know. Same with Donegal here in Ireland. Donegal actually means the land of the Northmen. I think it was Portuguese. I actually think it was Portuguese or Spanish that settled in North Ireland, Donegal. Donegal means land of the Northmen.
Wow.
Yeah. Fascinating shit, bro. I love it.
You know, with this discovery of flat Earth, this reality that we are living, I had more, more interesting to go deep in history and not just history, but things that I did study about science and etc. And yeah, so it is interesting, you know. If I knew about flat Earth, you know, if I was 7 years old guy, and I went, you know, if I knew about flat Earth and I went to school to study, there are some themes that I was more interested to study. So sometimes people, some guys think, oh, I don't know. My kids, I don't want to send him to the school, or I don't know how to tell to him about flat Earth. But if your kids know about flat Earth, they will be more interested to know about science, and a lot of things about history and etc. So yeah, I think it's a good way.
Yeah, you could drop through something once, but I remember that too. My daughter, when she was like 16, I talking 10 years ago, I got into flat Earth, and I mean, I couldn't just come out and say to her, listen, what they're telling us we're living on is a pile of shite, and all this and balls that. But she turned around, so I wouldn't do that because I just can't influence somebody that way. They have to, when they're growing up, you do the right things, but you don't want to try and overtake somebody's mind or control somebody's mind. You want them to discover it for themselves. And then I was driving her back home one day. She was only about 15 or 16, and she says, "Dad, did you hear about this flat Earth stuff?" I started coming out and I think I just went, you know what, Lauren? I think there's something to it. Oh, okay. And then she can go, and I'm not going to, but but I just, all I could say to her was, I think there's some truth to that, and I know just by me saying that, she'll maybe go and watch another video or look into it deeper.
Yeah.
Still doesn't. She's 23, doesn't give a shit what shape the Earth is. But
the problem is that when she goes to the YouTube and search about flat Earth, those top searches, it's all against flat Earth.
Yeah, the wrong ones. Yeah, bad. My bad. I should have fucking maybe give her a link to Earth to buy or something. But
yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
So my first years when I was at school, they did talk about flat Earth. The Portuguese navigators thinking that at that time that the Earth was flat. But if I want to search that information right now, at Google search, I cannot find anything about that.
Yeah, they're buried.
They are censorship.
Oh, it's buried. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they try to tell us they're censoring the shit out of everything.
The problem is that we have another platforms, video platforms, BitChute and etc. But the YouTube is very known. Yeah, but it's not easy.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I mean, myself, I find it hard to go to anything like BitChute and all there. I know it's better, but like YouTube's just kind of like it's home now. I know it's full of censorship and everything, but I only watch it for things that I'm interested in. And if somebody else sends you a link, it's just like,
Yeah, there are a lot of guys that do great content, YouTube videos.
Oh yeah,
and I like that.
Two guys in the office made YouTube about what was it, 18 years ago? I don't know, probably somewhere around there. And then remember, they started building YouTube, and fucking Google came around about they were like 5 or 6 years into that. I know I could be wrong there too, but just went, hey, I'll give you like a fucking $1 trillion or something. That was a lot of money anyway, and they took it, like $38 billion or something fucking massive like that. Two boys in an office built YouTube.
Wow.
They're good jobs, 60, 80 grand a year, but they just had this idea, the two of them, and within a couple of years, Google showed up and went, here's more money that you can even dream. Like, your grandchildren can't even put my spend it. And okay.
Yeah, and we know that the connection between Google and the United States government. So they did hide some places even in their Google Earth. The people have found, even at Antarctica and even that Google Earth, they found, some things that don't match, some lines where you can see trees and etc. So it was interesting.
Where's that? Antarctica?
No, Google Earth.
Okay.
There are a lot of things that suspicious there. So
I mean, I don't know how true it is, but it looks real enough. But there's a lot of Greenland background that looks like Mars.
There's a lot of glitches there. Some,
dead living. So,
they film, Devon Island about Mars and other places. The canyons, I think, at USA.
Yeah, it's a kind of a coincidence that some of the first photos they sent back from Mars, and when they profile the background, it's Devon Island, or
And a long time before Flat Earth, I was a Flat Earth guy. I was buying this, this face from Mars and the pyramids on Mars. But then there was one day I saw this guy, and it was so a long time ago. And that guy, when he was a serious guy, and he said these things, these pyramids in Mars and etc. He was giving discredit to these things, and but it was a long time ago. So since that time, I don't recall the full story, but since that time, I was questioning about it, So yeah, and then I realized they were faking.
Yes, I think that today's society is it's a reflection of everything, and we can see how the controls happening and the censorship and bury this way down page 320 doesn't really and just you got to take history with a grain of salt, although probably most of it is true, but they did the same thing then as they're doing now. They did it in different ways, but like Caesar would come back and say, "Oh, I lost 500 men, but we killed 3,600 of them. I lost 50 men." When but fudging the numbers, all for propaganda, and he probably lost 3 times that many, but he still won the battle. But it's the same thing. It's been going on since since the uh, since the dinosaurs weren't here.
Yeah. I did buy a book about talking about dinosaurs, but for me it was complicated to understand. But anyway,
I think people have a.
It's a business.
People are stupid. I mean, whoever controls us think that people are stupid. They probably know we're not, but there's a self-discerning thing in the brain where people just kind of. I mean, there must be millions of people with dinosaurs. Okay, blah 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 blah, and then they explained where oil came from, and something in your brain went, this is not making sense. You telling me this is fucking trees and so did all the dinosaurs like elephants just decide to die in the one place?
Yeah.
You're like, this isn't adding up. I don't believe this. I kind of dismissed that when I was like 18 or 19. I was like, nah, that's bullshit. I don't know. But I didn't give enough of a shit of time searching for the truth to pursue that further. But something in your brain, not just mine, it must be millions of people, just kind of goes, that's bullshit. I mean, you can, bullshit when you can smell it. Right?
Yeah, and so they start joining bones and etc. to make one full idea of an animal, and then they start to it's a business.
Oh, it was a massive business. And so they faked it. They put things together, and if the museum's trying this, it's made a fucking plasticine, or I mean, Pulltown Man was the biggest exposed hoax of Neanderthal. It's like they took a jawbone of an orangutan, I think it was.
I think. But there's a connection between the Royal Society and the dinosaurs things.
The Royal Society, the National Geographic Society, they're all talking.
Yeah.
But it was big money because the people that handed it over to the museum must have paid them like $500,000 at the time. A lot of money. And then it was exposed as a fake. And we talked about this the other night. What happens is time moves on, time goes by, and everybody just kind of goes, oh, well, just forget. It gets lost in the weeds.
Yeah, yeah. And the moon landings, there was a museum, and they found it was petrified wood.
Yep. Yeah, that was the Amsterdam Museum, yeah. So I thought, just give us a wee test here. It's not even a rock, bro. It's made of wood. Sorry, hurry.
And you know, then when I was watching this NASA space between quotes space videos, I was seeing some things that you know was curious. You know, the solar panels bending. You know, I was asking why they have these solar panels curving if they are flat. And you know that guy, the space shuttle, and you can see this face guy, you know, behind, and yeah, so many things. And there was a time I saw, you know, there was an astronaut in some stage, you know, theater stage, and
the guy with the harness attached to him.
He did talk about bubbles in space, and then you know, besides that, you know, so yeah, bubbles in space. They are filming, they are shooting in a swimming pool.
Astronaut nearly died today, so they've decided that they're going to redesign the spacesuit and put a snorkel on it. A snorkel. And they use the excuse about the suit leaks and the water and the sea thing.
Yeah, and even they at that time this astronaut suits, they had a zip. You know, zip to the clothes, the trousers, so many things. You know, how can this zip contain the vacuum of space? I mean,
and then you watch the original videos of when they put a guy in a vacuum chamber with their so-called spacesuit. He just passed out within fucking 30 seconds. Like, just fell backwards. Fuck, he's gone.
Yeah, I have that. Let me see. I saw that too. I think. Let me see if I found it. I did post that a few days ago.
Not a coincidence. And the biggest one for me was, well, not only the Oriental guy in the background with the harness on him, you know, they forgot the CGI that out, was the guy with the United States Marine Corps with the short hair, and are you really in space? And they did a flip, and you could see him pulling the wire.
You see
the wire, but you could see him pulling the wire, and
exactly.
And you're like, you know, and people like to kind of go, well, maybe, and then they just move on, and just, you know, time passes by, and they don't give a shit anymore. People just don't give a shit. You know, you have to be invested in finding out the truth. If you're looking for it, it'll find you.
They like to do to use this wires a lot.
Yep.
Even the guys, the magician guys, you know, they did use these wires transparent or anyway.
It is a magic trick. It's all just a magic. It's all just smoke and fucking mirrors, isn't it?
Yeah, they like to use this smoke and mirrors a lot.
They're not really up there. I mean, the other one was so pathetic. They asked the same question again. How do we know? Look at the hair. And, you know, hair doesn't behave like that.
Exactly.
It's standing straight up, like it doesn't move. You know.
She did use hairspray.
Yeah, you've got 3 bottles of hairspray in your head, you silly bitch. You think we can't see that?
It was that time when he was turning, you know, doing a flip, and that thing with the wires happening, and then No, she did this distraction. Look the hair.
That's right. That was right at the start of the interview. Yeah, it's all in the same fucking go. They doubled down on their fakery. I mean, they must think we're fucking blind or something.
Yes. Let me see. I had that guy in the vacuum chamber. He did flip.
He passed out within fucking 20 seconds or something, didn't he?
Exactly, and then they stopped to put astronauts inside the vacuum chamber.
They stopped that. Oh, this isn't good for the human being. There's no shit we can make is going to fucking make them, keep conscious. It's a bad place to be. It's just not for human beings. But we'll pretend it is.
I don't know this deal with Elon Musk.
Jesus, don't get me started, bro. Don't get me started on Elon Musk. Holy shit.
Because he did a deal with NASA, so I think NASA met with Elon Musk, and they decide something is going on.
But like they're dropping fucking 12 satellites a man go, and people are looking up, and then you see all these wee fuzzy things are happening. But every single time, whether NASA or SpaceX, every single time when they go into space, it switches to animation. Every single fucking time. He did the car. Remember the car? That was a fucking disaster.
And even that Tesla car, you see like an oblate, a potato heart-like thing.
Yeah, that's potato shaped.
Let me see, Elon Musk.
The Earth belongs to the Aries because it's like shaped like a potato.
Look at this. I'm gonna post. Oops. What I did change. Okay.
But there was a flash, right? And I was watching that, right? And before I even seen journalism's or anybody else's video, I thought to myself, okay, so this, what's the temperature again? It's like 120 here, and it's like really high there and really low there. This is a car with paint on it and leather seats. Yeah, no, it's a genuine car. Why isn't it fucking melting?
Look at the Earth is like a baseball.
Passing Mars as a complete write-off. It's like just a piece of scrap metal.
Look, it's Earth is look football American ball.
No rear mirror.
Yeah, no mirror. In back mirror in the car. So even the Artemis, man, it's so fake. I mean, let me get Artemis.
Yeah, that's a famous one. Yeah. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. We would have done a better job.
Yeah. And
they probably will. I mean, they'll be talking about going to Mars for probably the next fucking 10 years or something. But the CGI and whatever they can do and technology will probably, they'll be able to, well, approximate, assimilate close to that. Most of the world just gobble it up and go, oh, no, actually not on Mars, bro.
Look, they found Peter Moon. The Artemis,
Yeah. The good thing is that everything they do now, and they know it, is being scrutinized under a microscope. People are making a living off of it. Just to show the dumb fuckery or the split mirror. Like, it's not hard to do. And so you're sitting at a server where people talk, they sit and talk about refractions and mass and shit. No. The basics is the basics, bro. They're lying. It's plain as simple. Well, how do you know that? Well, how many fucking... How much time you got? Me and Miguel have been sitting here for about the last hour They're just showing you and talking to you and telling you how fake it is. We hardly used any pictures. You just use words.
I saw, let me see. I found this. So, gives. This one. You can see this was filmed inside the building. You can see, that walls there at the top.
You can see that clear as day.
I mean, if they say this is space, I mean, this is inside. This space is inside the building, a studio. It's like that famous phrase, "Space may be the final frontier," but it's made in a basement, Hollywood basement.
If you believe that, I've got a big fucking ocean in the middle of the Sahara Desert. You might want to buy. Hey, Tomo.
What's happening? Have you guys spoken to J-Star? Got a VC verified and it seems sincere.
Oh, okay.
You there, J-Star?
What part of the globe is he in, do you?
J-Star, are you there? Welcome.
What part of the globe you from, bro? Well, anyway, we said hello.
Yeah.
Tried.
We tried.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, fuck.
You did well, Timbo.
Interrupt away. Have all day. Oh yeah, I'll go back to pyramids.
How'd you pull up this morning, P-Mac?
Sorry, what?
Your head all right?
Say that again, sorry?
How'd you pull up this morning? Your head all right?
Yeah. Yeah, that was a...
Big guess, man.
2 big tablets and a couple more tablets, and yeah, it was alright.
Yeah. And a heap of water.
Heap of water. I drank water like it was free. And then I decided to, you know what? I'll just fucking start again. Fuck it. I only live once or twice or 3 times or 4 times or whatever. Well, it depends on your religious viewpoint, but probably 1,450th time I've done this. Anyway, I was kidding. Going back to the pyramids, Miguel. It does seem like there was some kind of like a, I don't want to use the word global, but earthly empire or something. I don't know. I mean, how do you correlate the South America and Egyptians and Far East having the same structures and worshiping the same? It's almost like there was a one world religion that nobody told us about. They covered it up, or something like that.
Yeah, look, it's not even just the pyramids. It's more convincing to me is the polygonal walls. Like South America, you got huge ones in Japan as well. There's pictures of some in China. There's, they're all over the place. India.
Yeah, it's the one factor that would draw you to the conclusion that there must have been some kind of all-encompassing society or... Exact same going on that we weren't told about, because we were talking about that right now. Easy they cover shit up and propaganda and Google hates shit and censorship and blah blah blah. But in history, a lot of it is probably true because it was written down, blah 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 blah. But there's probably a lot of it that we don't even fucking know about.
I think the pyramids are some kind of technology.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Well, Pura is fire and mid is middle, and there's fire in the middle, and it just so happens if you build a pyramid, there's a certain point where there's something happens. I'm not quite sure what it is, but it almost has magical properties. Oh, because Pura is fire, that is something like that. I'm not quite sure. Pura, fire, middle. And there's perfect spot in every one of them that does something, doesn't it? Like it almost could draw free energy or something.
You know, the first battery, you know, it's not when they said they discovered the first battery, you know, actually there is from Egyptian battery, I think. In the pottery, you know, they use pottery to make these batteries. So yeah, it is interesting. They found electricity a long time ago.
Yeah, they've got so they got the Baghdad battery.
Yeah, that one.
Which was worked off. Can we use it on lemon juice? You can make it work. There's also those funny pictures in hieroglyphs with like a big globe.
Like a big lamp.
What's that?
A big lamp.
Globe.
Yeah. It looks like you know, I don't know how to take these drawings, but there's like a big person, and then some smaller people around, and then they have this big kind of light. I don't know. You know, people say, okay, it looks like a globe, so it must be a globe. But you know, how do you translate a picture from people who were living, you know, that long ago? Whether the Egyptians actually wrote those hieroglyphs is another thing as well, you know.
Yeah, we're heavily censored.
And we got no idea where to start looking and where to finish looking. You know what time dates? Like it's you got no idea.
They've destroyed it. It's like just gone. You'll not find it. They don't want you to know about that kind of shit or something.
But it's interesting that it kind of shows that they had lights. You know?
Yeah. And that looks like you.
What else?
I had one of them hairs. That's not correct.
And yeah, what else did they have back then as well? You know, that they're harnessing things from the Earth's atmosphere. Sorry.
Atmos.
Nice one.
It's good.
Good evening, all.
I didn't ban you for saying sphere there.
Hello, George. Welcome.
Hey, guys.
Hi.
Phone call here, sorry.
It's a wake-up call.
Saved by the bell.
Yeah, we were talking about a little bit about the pyramids and you know, the Baghdad battery. No.
Yeah, I was listening. Yeah.
There are some walls in Egypt where you cannot put how you say an air And how you say in English?
Piece of paper or
Yeah, exactly.
Needle.
Polygonal structures. Everywhere.
The first ones, the two first ones that Levelist did post, it seems someone that did research those, it seemed that there was this perfectly connect, and it was like some building there, like a laboratory.
Yeah, we can see it's a mold. We can see that these things were made in a mold. You have so many of the same. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, with the same dimensions. So there's talk of that, like a geopolymer. Not sure how credible it is, but it seems that it would be that way. These things all being the same dimensions.
Geopolymer, isn't that
like a concrete.
Yeah, and exactly. And there's some people saying it was melted, yeah, so who knows?
There's some places that are really scorched, like they can't explain it.
Well, the only other explanation is for these things to be made out of wood, in order to be able to be carved out, and somehow down the line they're petrified somehow. But that is a long stretch. To be able to carve out of a solid rock, it's impossible.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
There's also cases where they've put frequency into rock and it's become softened, and that could be an option.
Yeah, but it needs to be softened enough for you to be able to mold into something,
George, where are you from? Is it Spain?
Portugal, Azores.
Oh, I was close. I was almost so close.
Comrade from Portugal.
So close. I could hear the accent. The accent.
I missed that part.
Huh?
I don't know what he said in the end. He was chopping.
Oh, sorry, me?
Yeah.
I was saying I was so close. I just heard your accent. I haven't actually met you. So hello, how you doing? My name is P Mac. But
all right.
I could hear your voice. It's like a kind of like it's a hobby of mine, to listen to somebody that you've never met before and try to figure out where they come from.
He identified the correct peninsula.
Yes, thank you very much.
That's correct. Yeah.
Close enough. Close enough. I actually feel proud of myself.
Yeah, but I'm not Iberic, though. I'm from the islands.
Oh, you're an islander.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm from the Azores Islands.
The Azores.
Atlantic.
Azores.
I love Azores. I have been there year 2000 and 2002.
Oh, you looked at that much? You went back twice?
Yeah, at Azores, yeah. And for me, it is a great place. Yeah. Even
we were called the Azores.
Azores.
How the fuck it's pronounced?
In Portuguese is Açores, but you guys.
Yeah, in English is Azores.
With a Z.
Yeah, in English is with a Z. Yeah.
Azores, yeah. As long as it's
Azores, yeah.
We don't give a shit.
It just translates to blue, does it? Or what?
No, it translates to a name of a bird. It's like like an eagle.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's called an Azor.
See, yes.
It's almost like a condor, similar kind of bird. Milafre.
So they call it Azores because of those birds there.
Here we go into entomology. I find that fascinating too, the entomology of things. So where word came out of. How they get the name Basil? Well, it's a redwood. Just, we get it, redwood, and they just call it Brazil or something. Anyway, Azores is a condor. It's just fascinating, isn't it?
And there's some people talking about the connection between Azores and Atlantida.
The what now?
The connection between
Atlantida.
Atlantis,
Atlantis, yeah.
There was a guy that found, a pyramid, underwater pyramid, in his sonar, and I don't know if they then cover up, the Navy guys. I did talk.
I think it was near Greece, wasn't it?
I did talk to some, this. The military and the navies, they did a show, a thematic, show in my city. And so at that time, I did ask to some admirals, admiral from the navy about that underwater pyramid, and they said, "Oh, it was fake," but I don't know if they are hiding. They are covering up.
Yeah, so were dinosaur bones. They probably found pyramids quite a few places, like off the Azores, off the Greek islands, of somewhere in Italy. Probably, it just seems like there was an ancient culture that we weren't being told about that existed across the plane.
They actually, at Brazil, they found a lost civilization there, and it has connection like those structures in Peru, and Aztecas and the Incas.
Do no matter how bad people smack talk Mel Gibson, what was that film he made in South America? Hang on a second.
I did post a link to that, last discoveries.
Apocalypto.
Oh.
That's a brilliant film.
Apparently there are underground cities all over the world.
They did found with the LiDAR. They did found some pyramids there too, in those forests.
Apocalypto, brilliant film, eh? And Signs. I watched Signs the other day. M. Night Shyamalan. Well, I can't remember his name. Shyamalan. Ding Dong. He's very good too. Made the Village. Signs. With Joaquin Phoenix. Remember, I had to go. The cop told him you have to go and talk to your wife because once we pulled the car away, she did. And she said a couple of things, and the last thing she said to him was, "Tell was it Sonny or whatever Watkins' name was, swung away." Do you remember that? And he thought it was just, yeah. And then at the end of it, he comes out. He was a priest. He was a father, and he kept telling people through the phone, "Don't call me father. I'm no longer." He lost his faith because he lost his wife.
You are talking about this Mel Gibson's movie, Apocalyptic.
Yeah, no, the one before that, the one that M. Night Shyamalan made, called Signs. It's a brilliant film. I also love forms. I love ancient warfare, ancient civilizations, and old forms.
Actually, there was a place they call it El Dorado at Brazil. So they found a lot of gold.
Yeah, they made a film about that, about, where are we now, 2023, about 2016. Wasn't that good, but it was alright.
The Golden Cat.
It's based on a true story.
So that El Dorado, I don't know if has connection to this lost city. They found at Brazil.
Well, here's the thing about that. Quickly. 60 conquistadors showed up and basically took over a tribe of like fucking 3,000-4,000 people because they had the boom bang. The gun, the stick that made the boom bang. Technology. And I find that fascinating too because before they could even fucking get the boom arrow out and within range, a Spanish fella they just shot you in the head. Talking about explorers earlier, Miguel, remember Captain Cook?
Yeah.
How did he die?
I don't know.
By his own hubris. He thought.
Oh.
Yeah, no, he thought the ships would cover him. Yeah, it was crazy. But he did a lot of good shit. He found a lot of places, but he looked at the natives as inferior. And he went onto a beach one day with like 20 Englishmen beside him, thinking the cannons from the ship would cover him. And the natives just fucking cut them up. Just said, we're going off of your ship, bro.
He did, Captain James Cook, he did kick the Portuguese from the Australia. So the Portuguese did found Australia. And like
Portuguese are everywhere.
I have some information about the map that was found. Let me see. Maps.
Was it a flat map?
It has the coastline of Australia.
Was that the joke? Yeah.
See,
flat map.
This one. Oops. No.
Funny enough.
Okay, I have this link. So then the guy did discover this. He did wrote a book Beyond Capricorn, and in this map is it has it is Portuguese.
I believe that. I believe that the Portuguese went everywhere. That's where they're going. There's another guy. I can't remember his name now, but I'll get it. Vasco da Gama was a major player.
Yeah, it's Portuguese too. Yeah,
Vasco
they knew the world was flat. They knew that.
Yeah,
they changed because of the Inquisition. The church made everything change.
Yeah. George Matre.
George, actually, there's this map in Torre do Combo Towers, Tombo Towers, Tombo's Tower. So a flat-earth guy from Portugal did found this. I did post. So if you look to this one and look above, you see those lines. It's similar. So this is a join of a lot of flat maps they did, and they join, so into one.
Oh yeah, I see that though. Yeah.
This is from João de Lisboa. I think. Let me see if I found some information about this. Yeah, at the Wikipedia, João de Lisboa, you can see some information about this map. Let's post the link. But it's incomplete, and it's the coastline of Africa is more accurate, but the coastline of South America is not so. But anyway, you can say.
If you're interested, you should have a look on the video that I just posted. Is one of the speakers is from University of Lisbon, and he talks about the discrepancies of the maps from back then to now. A lot of the question, obviously, of the sphere and magnetic declination and so on. But the point is that some maps are made to be navigable over the sea, over the oceans, with demarcations. Every X amount of miles that you travel, you'll have information about it. So they are focused on the sea. Some of the maps, obviously, they are focused on the land. And there are big discrepancies. So if you're into it, have a look, man.
Yeah, thanks.
That's I've saved that to watch later. But here's
in English anyway.
Yeah, no, I've saved that. I've definitely saved that. It's what 1 hour 54. 500-600 years ago, people didn't even think about a globe. They did not navigate the world as a globe. They just because most people could rely on their senses, and everything just showed flat. And they knew how water behaved. It was an acceptable fact. It was built into you. And somewhere, not too long ago, they just decided somewhere out of fucking nowhere, and it's fucking genius because it's so all-encompassing that there's people who will not today. If I sit here for the next 3.5 months and try to tell them that what they believe in is not true, and provide them with proofs, they'll throw mathematics back, they'll throw this back, they'll throw that back. They will never, ever come back to the flat, ever. Brainwashing is all-encompassing. But 500 years ago, nobody even fucking saw that. Nobody saw that.
Yeah, but like it's pointed out on this video, you start with known measurements. So distance from this point to that point, how much it is. So it's a known fact. And then from here to there, it matches until there's a point that it doesn't match anymore. Why? Because the observation should be made X amount of miles offshore, and in the map it shows you over the coast. So something is wrong, either the map or the measurement. So they point out these type of discrepancies. Because if you are a navigator and you use a different map, a map based on land demarcation mileage, you'll be completely off course. It doesn't match. One doesn't match the other. So they need to ignore the modern maps and go by the old ones with the old measurements. Flat earth maps, basically.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
That's exactly what's happened. They've made people somehow completely ignore their own senses. You have 5 of them, and you might have a 6th if you're psychic or something, but you have 5 of them, and none of them match up with what they're telling us. Anytime. But it's so good that they've made people ignore their own senses.
But that's applicable to us, to the regular Joe, not someone who's learning navigation. Yeah, if you learn navigation, any type of navigation, it starts by considering the Earth to be flat and stationary.
Mm-hmm.
In order to work out, in order for you to pinpoint a location or something, the location needs to be on a fixed point, and you moving over a flat stationary map. And if you're using the sky or the stars, it's the same thing. They are moving, not you. So, if you need to wait for 12 noon to position yourself facing north or south, depending on where you are, above or below the equator line, if you have to wait for 12 noon in order to establish north or south, you will. Because it's not you moving, you know that. Any type of navigation, any.
And even the submarines, they have these charts, these maps, flat. They never have to account to deep down to account the curvature in the air. Yes.
And now suddenly, I see on everybody now suddenly apparently the military are now taking Coriolis into effect and all this kind of crap. They haven't done it for years. There was nothing in the books, but suddenly now it's in the book somewhere. But there's a Coriolis and there's this and the other.
Instead, sorry to interrupt. Instead, Coriolis, snipers.
Yeah.
They usually use Magnus effect. So it's the study of the they have some tables, and it's when the bullet get out from this tube again. So it spins. Yeah. So it spins. So then what happens is a Magnus effect and not that Coriolis. And even the militaries never account to Coriolis close combat.
Never used it. No, never consideration. No. And here's one of the moments about the Asian guy floating by in a harness, the other guy pulling, and look at the hair, and the guy fading as he goes through the porthole. He completely disappears. This is another moment where Neil deGrasse Tyson says that goal was scored because of the rotation of the Earth. And you're like sitting there listening and going, what the fuck is this guy
Well,
doing?
it would be a different world if we were spinning, man. First of all, if you were shooting, you cannot shoot at A to A. You cannot aim at A and shoot at A at the same time. No. You need to shoot at B in order to hit A, because A will have to move at the position of B, and so on. I mean, it would be obvious, these things. There is no Coriolis effect. Not on Earth, no. We can demonstrate with a roundabout, but when it comes to the Earth's rotation, yeah, we know it's not rotating. Would be against the laws of navigation and so many other things.
I mean,
yeah, and we should feel the we should feel any movement. They're talking about 1,000 miles per hour. I mean,
yeah, but that is one of the globe proofs. We know that we are spinning because we can't feel it.
Delay your senses, but
there's this bird, hummingbird. I'm gonna post. So this bird is there and in the air. You can see his tongue, and where is that moving? Nowhere. But then they came with another fairy tale reference frame.
Also, one of the first things that brought me to Flat Earth was I was thinking
That's a hummingbird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is it called hummingbird? He's not flying, he's just hovering.
I don't know.
It was obviously. If you listen to a hummingbird when it beats its wings like that, it's like a fucking. It's odd. It makes a.
Yeah, exactly. And Heliosceptic, he has. He did shoot. He has something, and he puts water with sugar, and they coming to him. He has some videos.
I mean, the animal kingdom is fucking amazing. We could probably sit here for another 2 months talking about just animals like spiders, birds.
I went to Glover's, try to go to talk to these birds, and say, "Earth is spinning." I mean, they never account for Earth spinning.
Yeah, they would know how much they have to account for Coriolis. For a bee to fly in any other direction rather than, east to west, for example. I mean, it would be a problem. Imagine traveling north-south.
Yeah. That's a conundrum.
Oops, I'm going the wrong direction. Now I need to go back. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I need to make a curve and come back. Yeah. The thing with airplanes landing too. That's another. Well, it seems to be a pertinent point these days as well.
Yeah, but not just. Imagine the Olympic Games. Okay, you're going to throw the javelin. Which position wanted this to throw? This way, that way. It makes a big difference. If the ground is moving away, you're coming towards you. It will make a big difference how far you can throw.
Yeah,
exactly.
You'll crash.
Yeah.
All up crash.
Or a high jump. Any sport. A marathon.
Basketball.
You know what I mean? Yeah, basketball, anything. If the goal is moving, I mean, obviously everything is moving, but not the players.
When you jump around, you're moving at 3 or 5 or 4 or 5 mile an hour, and sometimes you'll find your balance, and sometimes you won't. And they try to compare that to airplanes landing. Seriously. I'm guessing that the ILS or the automatic landing systems and all the instruments are showing that runway ain't fucking moving, bro. Not one, but.
You know what? Even with the fisheye lens of that Felix Baumgartner jump.
Yes.
What was curious to me is if you see this, Earth is there, stationary, and it has a vertical jump.
That was another moment. Like the Tesla car in space, and it's like it's made of leather and it's paint and it's not fucking melting. And I watched that live too. And he opened the capsule, and I went, "Well, looky there. You can see the fucking horizon." He's not looking down. There's the fucking horizon. 1,700. 174. There it is, right in front of him. Right, well, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but it was a bad production. I mean, whoever directed that, I mean, whoever was the producer, it was bad. They didn't know enough of the heliocentric model in order to do and execute without anomalies, because...
Well, they didn't have standard.
It should have went up on the balloon, but for example, in Europe, somewhere in Europe, we went up on the balloon, and guess what? 5 hours later, he was over New Mexico. Yeah. And so now he's going to jump. Yeah. And even so, he's going to have to correct because the planet will be still moving, until he reaches the ground. So all of these things should have been taken into account and they were not. I mean, very, very poor understanding of the globe model for the director of this jump.
And thank God that people are fallible. Thank God people make mistakes like that. Thank God you can see guys in harnesses. You can see people pulling wires. You can see people fading away. You can see people telling you this is a car with paint and leather. Fallible. They make mistakes, big mistakes. That a 6.
You even see the guy on the side with the telepoint telling them what to say.
Yeah, I think I see something like that. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, and the guy reaching for the hat wasn't actually there.
Yeah, I saw.
But it wasn't.
Early that I saw, before that, I saw some exposition. With new technologies.
Exposition, yeah. Expose, yeah, it'll expose something, yeah.
So with talking about new technologies, and so I saw some young guys, with this new technology, they with the use of contact lens, you can manipulate 3D objects. So they are, of course, NASA has the budget and the money to use this.
Yeah, they've got that technology. They've got that.
So they are using contact lens to manipulate these 3D objects, and that hat, it was a glitch happening.
Yeah. A massive glitch, and there's been quite a few of them actually.
And by the way, I was a member of this, George. I think, don't know if you saw this, the space rat.
Oh Jesus! The mouse.
So
what? Sorry?
The space rat in that 19 supply.
On the exhaustion of space rocket. Yeah.
So I was watching at that time. I was watching something else, some other video at YouTube. Then it appears. It did appears a live stream of at the YouTube NASA channel, and I didn't saw the beginning, but I have the original link. I have it, and so then I was just watching, and then I just saw that, and I couldn't believe it. and then man, is that real? How can they miss this? And then I start watching people in the chat talking about this, and that was a gold moment. And I just post the link to that exact moment, and then you see it, this mouse rat passing by.
The one thing that mice and rats love is a spinning wheel.
So I was that at that time, when they say it was live, and yeah, amazing.
So ridiculous. I mean, thank God people are fucking stupid sometimes.
Yeah, when they say the space is the final frontier, I mean they actually mean what they say. I mean, only in space you can have rats, and Tesla cars fully equipped. Only in space you can have this kind of.
Yeah,
only basement.
And you can watch the Apollo taking off, and it follows it up, and you're thinking, hang on, who's fucking directing that camera? Is it Stanley Kubrick? Like, and it was like these sparkles, like it was like a really bad 4th of July celebration in somebody's backyard. There was a couple of fucking fireworks here and there, and they followed it up. So, hang on. So
it's all good until you ask who took the picture.
1967, 9, sorry, yeah.
And then they did a press conference, and they were with a face.
Somebody killed all their dogs.
There were someone did. Someone did this press conference. Asked to specialists that know about facial expressions, and they found out they are lying.
Body language just tells you straight away.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were...
Well, you guys don't believe that they played golf on the moon? Come on.
No.
Like, what are you talking about, bro?
I saw the mannequin in the buggy. The arm never moves.
I see it on television, man. Just playing, George.
I did post.
Yeah, of course. I've seen it on the TV, so it must be real.
It must be real.
Oh, let me see. They
have the American public in their hands when they believe everything and they see on TV is real.
So look, I did post the link, but not available anymore. But they forget. So let me see. I'm gonna post the videos.
They were talking about cislunar space and how you can see stars, and that's another thing, right? Because it's like they contradict themselves so much. There's like 5 odd astronauts. Oh, it's the deepest black, and it's the biggest black, it's more black. See if you can think of black. It's blacker. Right? And there's other ones go, oh yeah, sure, you can see the Magellanic clouds. Yeah, you can see all. And Michael Collins turns around to Buzz and says, Neil, and he goes, I don't remember seeing him. So Buzz kind of like, shut the fuck up. Don't know what we're talking about here. Can you see the stars or can't you? Well, according to NASA, half of them can and the other half can't. Fucking brilliant. Must be true.
Well, they say now that the Earth's atmosphere extends all the way to the moon, so
yeah, that
you
happened.
don't need the rocket anymore. You can go in a balloon.
Yep. True story, bro. And
you know what?
And don't forget the distance to the moon. We know that because we accounted for the rocket fuel.
Yeah. There was a puncher on the ISS, and some hero put his thumb on it.
Oh, look, that's censorship, but I'm posting the videos.
I can't even watch it.
Oh,
it's just like I'm past it. Just like.
Let me post another video. So they did, they did ask to experts to analyze when they are talking, and they found they are lying.
Video unavailable. Try no linker.
I'm posting the videos.
Oh, I know, but this. Oh, sorry. Analyzing the astronauts part 2 of 3. That's unavailable.
Yeah, but I am posting. I'm.
All right.
I did post analyzing the astronauts part 1 of 3. That's the first video. I'm. It's loading the second video.
Shit, that's unavailable too. What the fuck?
Don't click the links. Click the videos.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought they were censoring everything.
So, why then censorship this? Yeah, amazing.
Because it goes against the teaching of education, isn't it? Education teaching is the opposite of this.
And here's another one. When you've seen the flyover of the ISS, that's another point that sticks in your head. There's so many, like Tesla cars and all kinds of shit, right? Never mind the moon landing. But you're like, so where's the airplane? Where's the vapor trails? You just showed us a flyover of the ISS of the Earth, and we didn't see one fucking airplane. We saw nice wee glowy things in the background. Are you making this shit up?
It's
Not
like
one other satellite.
No one other satellite. That's another good point. Yeah. Not one plane, not one contrail. Fuck all.
But they can shooting this from an airplane and then curving with a fisheye lens. So
yeah, and Felix Baumgartner. Fuck him. Right, sorry, bang on that.
Must be the CIA saying cannot talk about that. It's classified.
And that guy from the ex-former from the CIA talking NASA, not a space agency, and inside the CIA joke, not a space agency because there is no space, and they know it. But is where they go get the money, to use in secret projects, military projects, and so on. So they did censorship, but I did post the videos.
Oh, well, you know what they say. Show must go on. So they need to continue sending all of these, rockets to the air. Because the show must go on. Regardless if they are successful or not, people still need to believe in the dream. It's nonsense.
Exactly.
It's like everyone in the world is 12-year-old, 11. They still believe in Santa and all these things.
Matthew, when I post that rat, you call it rat or mouse, passing by in that rocket?
Rat. Yeah, rat. That big is a rat, yeah.
So when Matthew learns saw this, he said it's ice or plastic or an ice debris.
It was the mascot, I'm sure every flight has a mascot to go with it.
It's the cognitive dissonance talking in his brain.
At least nobody drowned on that mission.
You did cut. You were cutting off. Can you repeat, please?
At least nobody drowned on that journey. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's still available in the YouTube channel. Is there?
You need to be careful because drowning is another hazard of the vacuum of space.
And what is curious, NASA knows at that time the shot was available. Now you have to subscribe their channel to post, and the comments are not available. Even live streams from ESS, you cannot comment. When they published that video. Amazing.
Well, a friend of mine, he told me that they've seen the ISS, the International Swimming Station, in the swimming pool in NASA. He went there to visit with his family.
Oh, you think here? Let me.
And he swears to God to me that all of that is true. They've been to the moon. Yeah, they did. Oh God.
Yes. Where is it?
Well, the Brazilian network was reporting a couple of months ago about this NASA mission. And they were talking about the conspiracy theories, people talk about conspiracy theories, but in the end, there is something like this coming out of NASA, Before they can send a manned mission to orbit the moon, they're going to send an unmanned mission with mannequins instead of people to test the radiation and the what do you call the space suits and so on and so on. Any interference with the equipment, blah 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 blah. But anyway, this is still to come, according to NASA. So now, according with the news reporter says, so I wanted to hear this from NASA coming out today. What do you say about the conspiracy theories? That's why the conspiracies happen, because how can NASA say that? They done this in 1969 for the first time. So how come they're saying, no, we would never send a man, we wouldn't send a mannequin or a dog or something before? Which makes sense. But the rhetoric now makes sense, or starts to make sense, because they know that people are not fooled. But they're still selling the dream of a vacuum of space in the moon so far away that we need to travel through this Narnia place in order to achieve this, where no man has gone before. Oh, God. Until they continue to send fireworks up into the sky, it's fine. People still believe it.
Smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, it's just crazy out there.
This is to make people not looking at the ground. You don't need to look at the ground. Just look into the sky. Forget about the ground. There's nothing to see here. We've found already everything. Here's the maps of the world. You see? Nothing to find. Let's look up.
Yeah, I
Up
just
is
came
the
from
new
outside.
destiny.
I just came from outside and I was walking. And you look up and it's where I'm at is there's no clouds right now and it's kind of sunny. And I look up and I see the full moon right. Well, I see the moon right there in the sky in the daytime. Like, if I'm not mistaken, that's only that can't be possible on a globe, right? That's not possible at all.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's been a
According with the
while.
heliocentric model, if the sun is behind the moon during the daytime, you cannot have visible light on the side that you are observing the moon, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Because the sunlight needs to be able to illuminate all the other side that you cannot see, but not the one facing you. So you should never have a resemblance of a full moon or whatever, during the day, if the sun is behind the moon that far away.
Exactly.
The angles are not right, and the distances as well. But yes.
Yeah, because if it's daytime and you have the sun up, you're saying the moon is in front of the sun, or
That's what they say. Yeah, the moon should be in front of the sun. It's 240,000 miles versus 93 million miles.
Exactly.
Yeah, big difference. So how come, it emulates the front part of the moon? I mean, facing us.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Makes no sense.
Now they have snorkels in space.
That's what I was talking about. Yeah, the snorkel. Yeah, because you can drown in space. There's water in space. Yeah. I mean, in the international swimming station. Yeah, they're underwater. Yeah.
why it's so bad to everybody. It's like, yeah, it's just crazy. You guys were talking about it earlier, but I was busy doing something, so I couldn't talk. But I wanted to jump in, but because I was listening to the conversation, it was getting good. But yeah, I had to wait.
Feel free to bring it back to whatever point you want to make. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, well, you're talking about NASA. That's, they can't, they even admit, right? They admit in their own documents, in their own systems, that flights work over a stationary and flat plane. And it's like they say it themselves. So I'm sure people who like believe in NASA still and believe in space and all that, they don't even know about that. Like they don't, like what I just said, they don't have a clue about that. So it's like they got the people so wrapped up and that they don't even want to look.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
NASA doesn't understand much of aerodynamics in order to assert the things that they do. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. It posts about that. They say flying in a stationary atmosphere over flat, non-rotation Earth.
Yeah.
Exactly. Absolutely, because if you contradict that, I mean, you contradict any law of aerodynamics. Yeah. The other thing that NASA is missing is the briefings with Neil deGrasse Tyson, because someone is not getting the memo. He's still persisting that he's hover on the equator, and flatter on the poles. Meanwhile, NASA still give us pictures of a perfect marble. So, someone is missing information here.
A pear-shaped guy?
Yeah, either he's pear-shaped or he's not.
You cannot see the curvature. That stuff is flat. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I mean, and people don't pick up on that stuff. It's like, and I mean, I've seen it like ever since that came out. I was already a flat earther by then, so I'm just watching it like, what the hell is this? And then I'm sure it got many views too from regular people, like the regular population, but no one seemed to. Well, not many people seem to like really crack down on it. People just said, whatever, and then they just let it go. I'm looking at it like pulling my hair out, like screaming at the at the screen, like what is going on? But this was years ago. But yeah, this is good. Like I know a few people come up on here that were on the fence still, so I think it's good that they're questioning this.
Neil deGrasse is a good wizard.
He's a good magician. He's a good magician.
Yeah. I mean,
he's an actor. Muffet.
They're all good wizards, they all use the same magic word, gravity. And everything, poofs into reality, and bends everything and, mends everything together, Oh, there's a problem here. They say not abracadabra. They say gravity, yeah? And poof. There you go. The problem is gone because now we fix that problem. Oh, but there's another problem over there. Oops, wait a second. There's another problem over there. Hey. Gravity. Oh, all right. So it's mended as well. So as long as they continue to use that magic trick on people, it's fine.
Yeah. That's it. All they say, they just say gravity. That's the magic answer, gravity. Oh, how do people are upside down on the other side of the world right now? Oh, gravity. Oh, how is the water sticking to a flying spinning ball going 1,000 miles plus per hour? Oh, just gravity. Oh, how is how do you have weight and how are you able to stand on the ground? Oh, gravity. But then you know what they say? I just looked this up the other day. Look, check this out. They said the reason why we're able to stand on Earth and we have, and things the way they are is because of gravity. But then they said, if you were to go to another planet, you would weigh less. How would you weigh? How can you weigh less? It just doesn't make any sense.
or more, according to their model, isn't it?
Yeah,
Depending on the
depending
size
on
of the
where you
mass.
are. Yeah.
Yeah, depending on the size of the mass. Yeah.
Right.
They also invoke that in here, isn't it? Depending of the line of longitude, the latitude that you are spinning, your mass will change because of the gravitational force nonsense. You know, it's all Narnia, man. It's all Narnia.
It's crazy. How I would like to see someone go to the North Pole or South Pole, whatever, and record the speed, because I mean they can't record the speed anyway because we're not even moving. But they say we are, and they say, like you just said, if you go, is it the equator or the North Pole and the South Pole where it's moving slower or faster? But if that's the case, then I would like to see someone go there, test it, record it, and prove it. But they can't because we're not even moving at all. So it's just crazy.
Yeah, there's the movement, man. And again, one of the proofs that we know that we are moving is because we can't feel it. So yeah, that's a good proof.
Yeah. So when you talk about gravity, right, and they say, you know, it holds things down, right, but then we have birds, we have clouds, and balloons, and anything that's lighter than air, that can fly up or come down, whatever.
Oh, I know the answer to that. Electrostatics.
Electrostatics. Well, what I'm talking about, well, what I'm trying to go is like, what like, let's say like with a hot air balloon, right? They say that, well, balloons can go up, especially if there's helium inside it. It can fly up and go into the sky. But for a hot air balloon, it stays, you know, it goes up and down, but you can set it to almost like a plane where it sets to a certain altitude or your height.
And what about birds and insects? Is it the same process? They get filled up with air and go up?
Well, right, but they say, well, they claim that because they can do that because of wings, and then with wings, even on the airplane, as it's flying, the air goes on top of the wing and below the wing, and it cuts through, and that's how you have lift, which is somewhat true, but it doesn't. Gravity explains up and down, but what about forward? You know, like forward and back in the sky.
You would need a plane for that, like you said, a plane. Yeah, you would need a plane in order to plane.
Yeah, but for like a hot air balloon. So in the hot air balloon, the hot air is in top of the balloon, and then as it travels down the balloon and escapes, it is colder air. So, but that can only work, once again, that can only work with a container, because the balloon is technically a container, even though it has a hole on the bottom to let air in and out. It's because of the hot air and cold air in the containment of the balloon is why people are able to go up and down. They say, you know, oh, it's gravity, but the gravity just once again has nothing to do with it.
It's density, and you know, when you have hot air, it expands. So it's more about density. Even helium, if you have a helium balloon, you know, the helium is more dense, less dense than air, so it goes up.
Yeah, and I challenge anyone, you know, to go fishing. Yeah, get the fish out of the water and then put the fish back in the water and see what happens.
Boys.
After you take the fish out of the water, yeah, and die, put it back in the water and see where it goes. If it goes to the bottom of the ocean or lake or river, whatever. Yeah, see if the fish goes down. But I just took it out of the water 5 minutes ago. Yeah. So it's less buoyant now. What happened to the mass of the fish? It's still not going down. Hello, it's floating. You know, because they give us the explanation for the eggs, for example. You know, when the eggs go rotten, you know, there is a gaseous process happening inside of the shell, you know. So there is a phase change. So that's why now the egg is lighter and floats on the water and so on, because it's rotten, you know, gases, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it makes sense. Now, fish on the other hand, no. You just took it out of the water 5 minutes ago. You put it back in the water. It's not rotten. There is nothing else happening there. But he's not seeking, though.
Yeah, you know
It's
what
like you're
makes
farting and trying to cover for it, you know?
and when they say with the water they say oh it's density, right? But then when it comes to like on land, like us, right, people on land, it's still density, but they don't claim that. So you know that's a big argument that they try to throw on us, and it's like no, it still works the same. It's density and buoyancy and weight. That's all it is.
And if you have, for example, if you have a sheet of paper, you know, it's flat. If you rise up and release, it takes more time to go to the ground instead of, you know, if you condense this paper into a little ball, it goes more faster. So, you know, it's about density and
No brainer, is it?
You know, that force they claim, you know, gravity. They forget about air. You know, when you release an object, there's air below. So because of that object is more dense than the air that it's below that object or around. So it's simple. The more dense it goes down. So when you have this sheet of paper, it's flat. You know, if you release it, it will take time to go to the. So that force of gravity, it's not working. When you have this flat sheet of paper and you have a little ball of that same paper.
But that is just, you know, one of the reasons as to why it's been abandoned. You know, it's been debunked by Einstein. It's been abandoned. That idea, mass attracts mass and forces of attraction. It's been abandoned. It's out of date. Newtonian laws have been debunked.
Yeah.
You know.
And, by the way,
they were good back in the day. Some people still use it today, but you know, it's not reality.
Exactly. And there was some guys at Brazil, some scientists. They even did an article talking about even gravity could work in a flat Earth. So it was interesting. But you know, I saw that a long time ago. You know, there are some people that gravity cannot work in a flat Earth. But
that was my point before when I said electrostatics, because some flat earthers are actually claiming that it's not gravity, it's electrostatics. You know, it's the ether guys.
I saw that.
That's why I said electrostatics before.
Yeah, when
maybe
you said
you picked up. Yeah.
No, I did pick up when you said electrostatics. I saw the ether.
Yeah, because, you know, exactly like you're saying, you know, it's coming from flat earthers attributing that force of down, the 9.8 meters per second, you know, not gravity, but electrostatics, whatever, you know, background medium radiation nonsense of ether.
I think, you know, when I say they, I talk about the general scientists. When they try to separate different forces, or you know, to separate and to isolate, I think they are not having a good result. Even when they use a vacuum chamber. I mean, I saw some guy veritism, or I think that information, even inside a vacuum chamber, it still have buoyancy and density. So, and it's talking about empty space. So that empty space goes up in that vacuum chamber, but there's no empty space because they found that there's things moving inside that vacuum chamber. I have that.
Yeah, but that's not natural science. That's the problem, isn't it? There
Exactly.
there are no vacuums in nature.
Exactly. And
Yeah, so that's not natural science. First of all, that at minimum is assuming your outcome of a vacuum of space. For light to go through, you will need a medium for your what do you call photons to go through the medium. That's what's called ether, medium. But these new ether guys, they don't call that the ether. They call ether something else. They call ether so many different things. Depends who you're talking to. Different guy will tell you it's a different thing. Anyway, that's why it's so convoluted. But it's nonsense. It's definitely is not natural science. There is no vacuums in nature. There is no phenomena.
Exactly. I did post the link to that. Even inside a vacuum chamber, there's no empty. Empty space is not empty.
I guess the question should be, if the space is empty and no one is looking, will it still be empty space? Mm-hmm. What about that? There is no spoon.
Exactly.
It's crazy. We're like completely outed from all of like I don't know how to call it, but just the regular populations. Only word I could think of right now.
Do you want the good news or the bad news? Miguel.
Oops. Sorry.
Go ahead with the bad news first. Go on.
The bad news first.
Yeah, bad news first. Go ahead.
I'm back.
Damn it.
The good news. I'm only here for 5 months.
Hey, let's get bandadas, man.
No, I enjoy it.
Get some banners, some flags.
Fireworks. Poppers.
Yeah, why not? And some confetti. Well, yeah.
Well, at least somebody fucking celebrates my return, like. That means something, like.
I'm not even talking about the alcohol.
Oh, no, I was talking about my return. It's turn up the Mac. Right, so what were you talking about anyway? What's the topic? Where are we? On the ball, are we? But
we need to talk about NASA, Neil deGrasse Tyson, gravity.
Gravity?
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson says the highest mountain on Earth is not Mount Everest anymore. I mean, he says he's the one highest above sea level, but not the highest from the center of the Earth. So, because of his theory of the pear shape, obviously, if he's chubbier on the equator than the poles, the furthest from the center would be on the equator. And voila, there's a place called Ecuador.
Ecuador?
Ecuador. So, the mountains of Ecuador, 3 of them, they are the highest. The furthest away from the center of the Earth. I wonder who measured that. How can someone verify that he said? I'm sure there's a method for it.
Magellan?
There's probably some long mathematical equation.
Anyone?
Probably.
Anyone listening?
Ecuador?
Ecuador, where they have this arbitrary line on the ground, and they have these two, two basins where they put water on, and the water spins in one side spins one way, the other side spins the other way. Yeah, and people pay to see this nonsense, and they say that's the spinning of the Earth.
I saw a video. They are faking, the way they drop in one side of that the water. It turns one side and turns the other side.
And they say that's Coriolis.
Yeah, it's for tourism.
It's actually
cool.
It's actually.
I mean, to be Coriolis, you needed to be the little flower that they put a little flower as the water is flowing out. Yeah. Sorry, I'm rumpusing someone.
Leaf. So the one on the north spins one way, the one on the south spins the other way, and the one on the equator supposedly doesn't spin at all. It just goes down. That's the
I think I got that.
Do you notice at the start of that video, Ecuador, there's an eagle, which looks a lot like an Azores.
One more thing. If at the equator is more like a P shape, why there's land there? Because it should be always water there.
Yeah, it should be OC. Yeah, absolutely.
I remember watching that for the first time. It's like pear shaped, and your mind's just.
Now imagine when it stops spinning.
His mind must be pear shaped.
Doing the fridge constant overhead for 24 hours. Everything stops spinning.
Yeah, we're talking about these little moments in life, like when a guy reaches out for a hat on there, the Tesla car, look at the hair, guy flying by in a harness, all these little fucking moments. Well, that's another one. Yeah, it's like pear shape. And you're like, what? What the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah, but also, you need to feel sorry for the clouds, They need to cope with the spinning of the Earth, And sometimes you even surpass the spinning of the Earth and they go in the opposite direction. So not attached to the Earth then. Okay.
It doesn't matter anymore. They can basically spew out any shit and everybody just goes, Yeah, sure, yeah. Yeah, the moon is now in Earth's atmosphere. Yep, yeah, probably true. Yeah.
My favorite one. My favorite one is.
And some guy stuck a thumb on it. No, you wouldn't even get your thumb there. The whole thing would just full collapse, bro, in the back. I'm like, yeah, no, that happened. Yeah, it's just like one moment after another, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? Am I in a different dimension?
My favorite one is bouncing a laser from the moon.
Yeah.
We can do that anytime, man. Easy peasy.
My balls are squeezy. Sorry,
imagine that we are speeding at whatever speed they say nonsense it is, and you need to emit a laser beam to the distance that they say it goes to travel to the moon, 240,000 kilometers, whatever nonsense it is, and back, and hit exactly on the same spot. How can you have a reflection, a two-way speed, and the ground, not only the ground, the moon is also.
Yeah.
Imagine you have a mirror, on the top of a mountain, a few miles away. They're not many miles. Just for you to get it to marry perfectly to that mirror to get a signal back right at your point. The level of precision, and we are talking about two stationary points, would be, quite precise. I mean, the angle of the mirror, it needs to be in the correct angle in order to come back to you. Otherwise, it's not going to come back to you. It's going to deviate in whatever direction it's going to go.
Yeah.
Just to achieve that, it's already a big achievement. Now imagine that both you and the objects are moving.
Now, yeah, the whole time you were saying that, I perceived stationary. now imagine that they're both moving. It just blows your mind there, don't it? I mean, there must be. There's a few moments that I got. A lot of people have had it, not just me. When you first start coming to flat Earth, about helicopter. Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, helicopter. First thing I thought before I even fucking seen that right away, it was something about flat Earth and a lunatic outpost, and I'm like, hang on a minute. Helicopter goes up, hovers, comes back down, and that's in the same place. Shouldn't the Earth have fucking moved? You're like, these little things, just the little things, it's the little things that catch you. The second one right after that was, right, so they've got drones and why haven't they got cameras on the moon? Before journalism talked about all that there, and I'm sure many other people thought about the same thing at the same time I did. I'm like, you can send an unmanned mission to the moon multiple times a day. According, like if you're $60 million a day, you could just like the whole fucking face of the moon should just look like wee cameras everywhere, but they don't do that. You're like, why not?
You mean to build a Las Vegas type of thing on the moon?
Yeah, that's the meme that was just posted there.
With massive billboards and so on.
Yeah, if we had land on the moon, there'd be there'd be casinos and prostitute houses and all kinds of things there. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, they had an idea called it was like a lift Yeah, because they were considering a lift would be cheaper than actually sending a rocket to space.
And actually,
So a lift for cargo would be ideal.
it's like the Tower of Babylon.
Oh yeah, I mean they did sell the dream. I mean, people.
That's the one, Adam.
You could not buy the dream because they did sell the dream to every one of us.
Yeah. Before we could even critically.
And it's not this generation is the next, and it's not the next is the next, and it's not the next is the next, and they just kick the can down the road, and they never achieve anything.
That's how they make Chinese names. Sorry.
Just look here, this cartoon made by Walt Disney, you know? They can explain everything, how we're going to achieve all of this nonsense.
Aircraft just crashed, and the captain, holy fuck, and we too low, and Chinese names, and they read it out in the live stream, live TV, like, holy fuck.
Walt Disney, I mean, Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah, there's no motion. Nothing. And there's no curvature.
There's curvature?
Yeah, curvature, yeah.
There was a guy, Quark, yesterday, and he didn't understand why there's a curve in the ball. Something like that. People were talking. You have to have curvature.
A curve doesn't need to be a ball, isn't it? The circle has a curve. It's not a ball. It's a circle. Like circle, navigate.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, in order to have, you only have two options for a line. It's either a curved line or a straight line. Like, that's like to say that we don't understand what curvature is. Like, that's the dumbest thing in the world. Like, there's only two types of lines.
Quark was a character in Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with you.
There's only two types of lines, man. It's either straight or it's curved.
Yeah, but you cannot do a curved line without a straight line. So I'm going to disagree with you. You need a straight line between 2 points, a straight line in order to draw a circle.
Yeah,
it's called the compass. Yeah, you need.
On a compass, you don't need
the radius. All the lines need to be straight. Yeah.
You don't need a straight line to draw a circle. You can draw a straight line from a circle, or you can draw a circle
from a straight line. You need the radius.
But you don't need it.
If it's a circle, it needs to have a radius value. It needs a straight line, straight distance between.
But you can extend the compass out without a measurement and still draw a circle, and then find the radius in the circle.
Yeah, George, what are you talking about, bro?
You don't need a straight line to draw a circle. You can use a straight line to draw a circle, and you can use a circle to draw a straight line, but you don't need either one to draw either one.
What instruments are you using to draw the circle?
Let me ask you this. If you take a compass
what instruments are you using? Hold on a second. What instruments are you using to draw the circle?
Okay, I'm gonna use a compass. You have to draw a line in order to use a compass.
What's that?
Do you have to?
What type of instrument is that?
Are you gonna let me speak? Are you gonna let me speak? Are you gonna let me speak? Can I speak?
Go ahead, man. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you sure? I want to make sure that I'm not going to be interrupted. Are you sure?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So if I take a compass and I extend the needle away from the pen, right? Do I need to have a straight line in order to do that?
So the distance between the needle and the pen is not a straight line.
Do I need to measure a straight line in order to draw a circle with a compass?
Yeah, but that distance between the needle and
I'm not measuring the
the plane
distance.
is
I'm
a straight
drawing a
line.
circle.
Yeah, but
I'm
that
not
is the
measuring
distance.
it.
That is the
I'm not
radius.
measuring it. I'm not
Come
measuring
on.
it.
Why
I'm
was you
not
even
measuring it.
arguing with
I'm not
this?
measuring it. I'm not measuring the circle. I'm just creating a circle.
Yes, but that is whatever that measurement is the
I
radius
draw
value.
a curved line. I don't need to draw a circle to
the
draw a
value
curved
of the
line.
radius. Yeah,
I
but
don't
that
need
is
to
the
draw.
value.
I don't need to draw a straight line in order to draw a curved line.
You establish the straight line with a compass. Yeah, the distance between the 2 points. It's a straight line.
Never mind. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Well. Moving on.
Yeah, move on.
I can't find a single fucking Travis video side because it talks about circles. They're all fucking copyrighted. Even the ones from 16 years ago where somebody took at a fucking concert one day. Copyrighted. Fucking bastards. It's a great song.
This is called
Hey, George. Hey, George. George.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm putting a picture in the voice text. Show me the straight line in this picture. Is there a straight line in that picture?
I think he means the invisible one from the needle to the pencil.
I know. That's exactly what it means.
The distance between it's yeah. That's the radius.
That's the
value.
dumbest thing I've ever heard, dude.
He knows what I'm talking about. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. It's not like it's lost
as well.
Translation or anything. Without that value, you're not going to have this circle. All right. You can draw a semicircle, whatever, but you need to have the value of the radii. And in physical terms, we can use a string, can use anything, connecting the 2 points, and you draw it on the floor, on the ground. Just keep it straight. It killed the conversation. Sorry, guys. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired.
I guess everybody's cutting out. Maybe I need to leave and come back in because everybody seems to be cutting out.
Am I cutting out, Kim?
No, you sound fine. I was just about to lose my mind hearing people cut in and out.
me.
Mike,
I thought it was me.
yeah, check, Mike, check.
I can't
You're
hear
cutting
you.
in and out.
I,
You're cutting in and out.
um, uh,
Okay, P-Mac, you're so funny.
All right.
that's enough of that.
Now I need to prove
Or
you
becomes
know the
boring.
robot.
No, you have to listen. See that song up there, Kim? Was that Kim? No, it wasn't Kim. It was Kim.
I heard George cutting out too.
See that Travis side, Kim? Listen to that. Tell me what you think about it. Give me your artistic impressions.
Wait, what?
The song I posted there at 10:12. Travis. You ever hear of Travis? We Scottish band. X. From one artist to another, Kim. Have you ever heard of Travis?
I have not known.
Just do me a favor.
Or Travis Tritt. I got Travis Tritt down all day.
Yeah.
Say what? Sorry, I missed that.
Travis Tritt.
I know Travis Tritt. I got that one
Yeah.
down all day.
It's a great day to be alive.
That must be an American thing. I don't know what the fuck is. Okay.
Got my rice cooking in the microwave.
I'm still waiting.
Beer that I don't plan to
Come on.
shave.
All I'm
gonna
sing out.
You're gonna tell us. You're gonna tell us what Trav is or not?
Yeah.
No, the song I sang. Well, I did sing it, but I was on mute. Travis Side. I just posted it there. It's a brilliant tune, bro. Brilliant. Awesome. As Americans would say, awesome. It's only 3 minutes 40. Do yourself a favor and have a wee listen.
Sorry. So, Sasha, Ildiko, Jimbo, Wilby, Warrior, Aethergress, Resolve. Kind of a decent sized room. If I'm cutting out, by the way, just let me know. This area I used to cut out all the time, but I think they installed a new cell tower out here. I mean, I think there's a new satellite floating overhead. It's funny.
Oh well, just like your horizon, you know. If you want to get signal, you just need to climb a tree.
Pretty much. Pretty much. By the way, everybody in here that's listening and can hear my voice, like Kim, you probably recognize my voice. You're like, who the heck is Sheepdog? So
I knew. Let me think about it.
I created a new LLC, so I decided to create a logo for my LLC. And my LLC is Sheepdog Legend. So this is my new logo.
Pretty sure I was in here when you said something about that yesterday.
Could have been. And then look, as soon as I create a new logo, who comes in here? Nick. Nick comes in here with a gizmo that has a mohawk. What's
Well,
up,
I'm
Nick?
an AI with a funny English accent.
Somebody's cutting out. Is that level
Yeah,
left?
it's bad. It's so bad. They're lagging bad and cutting out. Oh man.
Levelist is the only one with his mic unlocked. So I think that was you, Levelist.
No,
Yeah,
I think it's George.
I'm on push to talk.
Pretty sure it's
Oh.
George.
George. So what's everybody up to today? I'm here in Dallas, and there's a winter storm warning coming in. Everything's getting ready to shut down for the week.
Same in San Antonio here.
Are you getting it down there too?
Yeah. Well, they freak out like, one snowflake hits the ground and everybody's like panic.
Well, yeah, because everything's like bridges down there. And so, like, the first thing that happens to a bridge is when it gets cold is it freezes.
Yep. Sure does.
Dude, I went to my doctor's appointment just a little while ago, and I must have seen like 6 or 7 car accidents.
Yeah, I'm on I-40. I'm shut down here in Oklahoma.
Okay.
So
yeah, I would expect that being up a little bit more.
yeah, well, North Texas around Dallas is it's pretty bad. So they shut down a lot of stuff. At least my company did.
Yeah, just make sure you're being safe, man.
Yeah, I'm safe.
Cool. I wonder what Gospel Bearer is doing. I know he's in school, but if the weather is bad and everything, I wonder if he's doing classes today.
I miss that guy's voice.
I know. He created changing careers for himself. He's
that's right.
I haven't seen him in about 6 months.
Yeah. So
funny
cool.
People, huh? Like we missed Jedi for years, and the bugger just back.
What does teach? He's a professor of what is teaching?
Professor of dishes?
No, gospel beer.
Oh, gospel. Entomology. He loves entomology. He's big on words and the origins and what the meaning and. Yeah, I probably wasted quite a few hours just listening to him talk about fucking words, but it was worth it. And he's pretty good there. We're listening.
It's funny. It's gonna snow Tuesday.
I thought I loved entomology. Wrong. There's always a bigger nerd. Sorry, I'm just kidding. I love Gospel Bear. He's a good man. He's a good fella.
He is.
Even miss Lemonbird. Where the fuck's he?
Who?
You know, you go, well, that's how you start out. Nearly, well, and you knew it was Lemonbird.
Lemonbird?
Yeah, Lemonbird.
Oh, yeah.
He changed his name. What was it? It was Lemonbird for like a year or two, and then
I haven't heard him in a while.
Yeah, see, you mess him, right? And he changed his name, right? But we all still called him Lemon Boy. You know, you know what I mean? He changed his name to something else. I can't remember what it was. Because Lemon Bird is just like, just sticks with you. Yeah. Good dudes, man.
Hi, ladies.
Hello.
Hi, Miguel.
No.
Hi, Miguel. What do you want?
I want the ladies to speak.
I'm speaking.
You do sound like a lady.
It doesn't matter.
Deep voice.
Oh,
You're like
what you have against female who has the male voice?
Nothing. No problem.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. I wouldn't have anything against them. I would definitely.
I don't say anything against men who has a female voice.
I vote Sasha for Woman of the Year.
Yeah, look at my name.
Be happy with the ladies.
Woman of the Year with a big deep voice.
I am a woman from the east. Sorry.
I'm just saying, Sasha, I'll tell you all about water curve too.
I want to be a lady for a few minutes.
It doesn't matter what you want to be. Just imagine that's what you are. Like,
That.
Just
That
done. If you're man boobs, you're doing better.
That's a secret.
According to today's paradigm, you just have to identify as something, and that's it. You're a fucking tree.
But tree cannot speak.
I'm Groot.
I'm Groot. I take offense at that. I am a speaking tree. Ant. You ever hear of a fucking ant, Sasha? Woman of the Year?
If you are ant, you still need the radius.
You still need the radius.
Okay. I am Groot.
You can imagine that you're on a flat earth server.
Yeah, I can. My screen's flat. The table's flat.
Your screen, your TV is level.
Yeah. My screen is flat. My table's flat. The earth is flat. So it's fucking flat.
Well, you have TVs with the curved screens.
But I don't. It's flat.
You have old TV, man.
I haven't.
They're all curved now.
Back in the old days, remember 600 years ago when everything was flat? I have one of them TVs. It's flat.
That was years ago. Now everything is curved. Level is curved. Television is curved.
Up is down.
Yeah.
It's female.
The proof is not evidence. What else?
I don't know. What else can you say?
My soda pop is flat.
Sorry, what?
I said my soda pop is flat. My Coca-Cola, my Dr. Pepper, it's flat.
You have some phenomena happening in the air, making you see more.
Making me see more.
Yeah, it depends of the density and temperature.
Okay.
If you have 45 degrees Celsius and humidity 73%, then you can see more.
Okay. All right. I got it.
With 35 degrees, you cannot see so much.
What if I put a mirror like 10 miles away? Can I see more?
It depends of the temperature.
How big is the mirror?
Infinity.
Infinity doesn't exist. Sorry.
That's a big fucking mirror.
Where's India?
I remember a couple of days ago we were talking about infinity. And that's just a bullshit. And I actually agree with them. Nothing is infinite. Nothing lasts forever. Everything is a state of entropy. Everything decays. Nothing lasts forever. There's no such thing as infinity in this fucking world. Well, it's not that I agree with him. I think he's right.
Water seeks level forever.
I never.
For infinity?
And beyond.
There is no beyond infinity.
That was enjoyable though. That was I don't know who it was, but he turned Saturday into speculation Sunday because some of us were in Sunday, while the rest of America was on Saturday, and we turned speculation Sunday into like a day and a half. It was great. Time had no meaning in
it
didn't even exist.
Let's have 2 days for assumptions.
I did make that. I did put that. Why can't we just do it for a whole fucking week? Sorry, Sasha.
No, yeah, maybe that's better. Like that, we can prove globe. If you make assumptions all week, that could be great.
A speculation.
Speculate all the time.
It's important to stay on task because there's new people that come in all the time, and then they want to talk about speculations. It's like, you're new, man. We don't know who you are. We want to know what you think about the Earth.
But there was a couple of people made a really good point too at the time. Like you can't in a speculation week, which we're about to introduce into the server, go off kilter into the fucking weeds and just talk shit. Yeah. You gotta have some kind of boundaries and philosophies. It was the philosophical things that we're talking about, but
it has to be rooted
within reason.
Yeah.
Or question.
I personally don't want to hear about JFK being alive still, or Elvis is still alive, or whoever's still alive. Like,
I'm sorry.
I said I personally don't want to hear about Elvis being still alive and Marilyn Monroe still being alive and all these other people that are supposed to be dead still being alive. Like that would be a weird speculation that I probably think shouldn't be taking place here. But like as far as as it pertains to like the Earth and the shape of the Earth and what's in the Earth, I think that's a fair thing to talk about right there. Is like the life around Earth as far as like plants and what may be going on in the world with the news or things along that kind of nature.
Who was it? I think it was James who said that or something. I don't know. Well, it was one or two people. I'm like, was just the fucking thought police? And then when I finished listening to what they were actually saying, I was like, yeah, okay, that makes sense, man. It's like you just can't go off and you can speculate, but you have to keep it like within a certain realm and scientific thing.
Well, for all intents and purposes, it's a speculation But for us, it's like, okay, like we've been reading between the lines. We've been seeing what's been going on for the last 6 months, year, several years, whatever. And so there's reason to believe that there's an underlying story going on. Thank you, too. An underlying story versus what we're being told.
Yeah.
So that's what our speculation would be.
Yeah, if you logically think about it,
right.
You can speculate about what it is, why we're here. Is it a test? Are we full of NPCs? Is it a god? Not a god? But
Like, to give you an example, yeah, like, like other people have different views of what God is. Or, like, another example would be like, when they say, oh, Christopher Columbus discovered America. No, like, you can say the Nords discovered America in, like, the 9th, 10th century. But then, like, the Greeks have a history of discovering America in, like, around 73 AD. Like, there were stories about it. You know what I mean? And so that would be a good topic to discuss on speculation.
it would. Like, you can't say that history is a fact because it's written in books. Because we see
winners know history.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things that have been covered up, and you have to take everything with a pinch of salt. Everything. The Vikings probably found a medical Vespucci, and they were looking for them. He thought he was actually in India or something, and it wasn't actually Columbus. It was a medical Vespucci. That's why they called it America, wasn't it?
No, so Amerigo Vespucci designed the style of map that like laid out what North America would have possibly looked like the cartography on it.
Okay.
And he signed his name Amerigo. Well, Amerigo. This is how the story went. Amerigo became America.
Was he Portuguese?
Vespucci, I think, is Italian.
Ah, yeah, okay. I think, yeah, Columbus was too, wasn't he?
Columbus.
Yeah.
Was he Spaniard?
No, he.
I think he was.
He got the.
No, he was Italian, and he came by Spain. He was Italian and came by Spain.
Yeah. Somebody Google that and tell me if I'm right or wrong. But yeah, he got the the Queen of Spain at the time, I think. Yeah.
King Ferdinand, I think. Wasn't it King Ferdinand?
Yep. Well, yeah. Something in my memory banks is saying that medical Vespucci, I thought he was Spanish or Portuguese, but I was wrong. And Columbus was 99.2% sure he was Italian.
You're not 100% sure?
Nah. I can never. After I discovered Flat Earth, I realized I couldn't be 100% sure of fucking anything.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Oh, fucking hell. I was talking into the mic and not everyone was ignoring me. I thought, oh, how rude.
No, we actually were. We're just pretending now that we hear you.
Yeah, all right. Columbus was Italian. He's from the family, the Colon family, which is still prevalent today. They're part of the main families that run the world. So if he's a real character, he's from that family, Colon, COLOGNE, I think it is.
COLON.
The Medici. The Medici.
Yeah, COLONGEGNE, I think it is. Colon.
I don't think there's a G. I think the G is like the French changing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. In Italian, I'm pretty sure there's a G in it. Yeah.
No, but it just gives me a fuzzy feeling inside that I didn't have to go to Google, but somebody told me, yeah, you're right, Paul. I'm feeling all warm inside.
What are they called? The black nobility. That's part of that. They're part of that.
That's racist.
No, they weren't black, but there's also an American family called the Collins family. They're part of that family as well. So
Collins, CULLINS.
Yeah, yep. They're all from there.
It's funny how the spellings changed, but the words didn't.
Wasn't it hang on, Confucius says that signs and symbols rule the world?
Yeah, what Confucius said?
That was Confucius, wasn't it? Signs and symbols rule the world? That's wrong. It's fucking families.
Well, they hide under their symbolism.
Yeah, maybe a bad joke.
That's more or less for speculation Sunday.
Because just like the Rothschilds and the so they're from the Orsini family, which is a small bear. So it's like a red bear. So Rothschild is a red shield. They use all these things. So these families are still around.
Rothschild.
Yeah, so that's the Orsini side of it.
See, it's families, bro. It's not fucking signs and symbols. Yeah, okay.
Orso is bear, so Orsini is small bear.
Yeah, that's for the. What is it? What language is that? Orsini.
That was Italian.
Oh, that's Italian. All those families are Italian.
Is that an Italian word for? I know it's a word for bear, like a Latin or something like that.
All those.
Ursa and
Yeah, they all come from all the Latin languages, all the Italian, French, Spanish. They all have those same words.
You see, the Roman Empire didn't die.
No, it continued.
It just got bigger and pretended it wasn't here anymore. Everybody bought it.
Hey Timbo, how you like my new? How you guys, Timbo and P-Mac and all y'all? How y'all like my new logo? My new business logo.
Oh, right.
The sheepdog one.
Yeah, so I had to create an LLC for my business, so that way I can start doing my own taxes under my LLC, and creating basically using my person as a business.
It's very Romanesque.
Norse, but yeah.
Oh no, that's Roman.
You can say Romanesque because I mean I'm sure like they used all of that type of symbolism back then. Basically, I infused the tree of life over the flower of life, and then I did my calligraphy over that emblem.
If it was Viking, there'd be a shade. Oh shit! There's a big red one. Sorry, I missed that.
I combined a few different types of symbolism in there.
So you made that one there?
I just made it, just today.
It's all right. I mean, I could have done with these or.
I'll post a big picture in the chat so y'all can see it.
You should have put garlic on it, buddy.
A wee bit of ginger.
Some salt.
That was a good conversation. I loved that, talking about food and spices
and some white pepper.
A white pepper.
Don't forget the white pepper.
Yeah, you need white pepper. I can't live without white pepper. I can't eat an egg without white pepper.
That's racist.
Okay, and a wee bit of black pepper. Not much.
What's up, Flatter Day? Oh, God, I can change his picture.
What up?
What up? Everybody's changing their.
What's up?
Cam? Any Globers come through here with really good points and arguments? compelling word.
I don't know if he's any good or.
Yeah, they'll fill off the side of yours.
I was up with you when you said, has any Globers come in? But with really good points? Oh, that's a completely different question, mate.
Plenty of Globers, no point.
It's an oxymoron. You know what I mean? It's an oxymoron, bro.
So is that the logo now, Sheepdog, for your business? That one there.
Yeah, that'll be my logo that'll go on my business cards when I start making business cards.
Are you breeding sheepdogs or?
No, it's a euphemism, I guess you would say, on like what do sheepdogs do? They protect the sheep or the shepherd.
Hmm.
Who's a shepherd?
The acronym backwards is LDS.
What do they call it when you see? What do they call it when you see faces and things? Periadosis or peria something? Periadosis. You know when you look at a tree, and people can first thing people do.
Pareidolia.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a dragon in there with a big fucking nose.
So like the idea of like that there's the sheep in the world, and then there's the wolves that hunt the sheep, and then there's the sheepdogs that protect the sheep from the wolves, or the shepherd, and the shepherd is Jesus.
Ah, okay.
So like usually you'll hear like a police officer is called a sheepdog, even though there's the issues that there are with law enforcement. But in general, people who do good to protect the weaker individual, they're called sheepdogs.
Right, I've never heard of that before. That's the first time. Yeah. Hey, every day is a fucking school day on 24/7 flat out server.
Aren't they really shaggy, those sheepdogs?
No, not well. The border collie.
They can be because they're outside all the time, especially in the wintertime. But there's all kinds of different sheepdogs that are out there.
Okay.
Like anything can be a sheepdog. But the typical like sheep herding dog is the black and white looking spotted thing.
Border collie.
And they're usually about a medium-sized dog.
Healers. They're very, very. A lot of them have.
What if you were chicken hawking, bro? Chicken hawking for catfish with a sheepdog.
Like you can make a pit bull a sheepdog.
But
you can make a mastiff a sheepdog.
If you can make a policeman a sheepdog, you can make.
It's all about training. Mm-hmm.
Sounds real sheepish to me.
Hey, you were playing leapfrog with a sheepdog. You know what I mean?
Rap. Yeah, that's the way flat.
Only when there's a deep fog.
Right?
His mind works. It's just a rhyming factory.
What?
A rhyming factory. Your mind I'm the same.
Oh, rhyming factory. Is that what you said? Rhyming?
Rhyming factory. Yeah.
Okay. There's a language barrier between me and you. Sometimes I fall short of understanding. I know what you're saying, though.
I should probably speak a wee bit slower because my accent might be a wee bit.
Hey, bro, if you're talking,
we experienced that last night.
Hmm?
So we experienced that last night. PMAC was like trying to say Earthrise, Yeah, we got there for about a good 10 minutes. And shit.
That's right there. From Matthew.
No sign. Earthrise.
It's all about a crack, as we say here in Ireland, about a crack. And crack means fun. It's all about the fun. If you can't laugh, you may as well just curl up in a wee fucking ball and die. It's all about. People used to say to me over here, hey, Paul, what's the crack? What's the fun? What's happening? Yeah, what's the crack? Yeah.
I think a bunch of people died, and I was like, dude, I don't see nobody with a tie-dye T-shirt or anybody with like bleached hair. What are they talking about? You know what I mean?
I didn't finish the joke. Not even worth it anymore.
Or like when you're playing soccer and they say, "Let's have a crack."
Right.
Let's have some fun.
Soccer? What the
when you have a crack?
Yeah, soccer.
Soccer?
That's exactly what I said. I said it intentionally just for you, Peanut.
I'm triggered. I know Jedi's triggered. And
The word soccer actually comes from Britain, so I'm okay with it.
Oh, he's not triggered. Okay. So people would say to you, over here, they would say, "What's the crack? What's the fun? What's happening?" And I would say, they say, "What's the crack?" I said, "A big one in the back of my arse. Have you seen it? It splits my gluteus maximus in two."
Gluteus maximus.
It's a scientific soccer. Fuck off. Just kidding.
I like soccer. Americans are going to take it over too. It's just going to be one more sport that we own.
Yeah, but well, you know what? They're doing the same thing. Everything.
Sorry,
You take everything, you bastard! You make it your own. Call it a different name.
Well, yeah, because we don't do anything that has to do with meters. It has to be in inches and feet. Like we're just going to take everything from you and rename it.
She's like, it's not half, but it's a whole fucking enchilada. We're just going to take this and make us our own. And I don't care what you call it. It's called this now. Now, fuck off.
Hey, you guys know why they call football soccer over in Europe? Because of the metric system, bro. You know what I mean?
Kind of. No, where football was invented back in Eton colleges, it was quite common to put the words ER at the end of things. So, for example, rugby, that became rugger. Football, that was footer. They also had a different variation, which was soccer. Now, that came around between the development of rugby, football, and soccer. But both football and soccer at the time were kind of used at the same time. Soccer was the more popular word, apparently.
Oh, right. Back in the day. Yeah.
Back in the day. 1870s, 1880s, when the AF... Yeah, when the rules were made up, yeah.
Do you know what's fascinating? Is the UK and Ireland have brought out all the sports that just took over the world. Cricket, snooker, darts, football, rugby. It's just fucking from one.
Probably because they were bitter at the Americans for being so dominant in the rest of the world. What do the Americans do? They're doing baseball. Well, we're going to do cricket.
You have a World Series where only your country. You've got a World Series where only you're the country that plays it.
Golf,
exactly.
Golf.
Yeah.
Well, Well, from
we don't need that. We don't need permission from the rest of the world. We just do what we're gonna do.
Yeah, we don't need to play the Western world. Yeah, we'll beat you anyway. I like it.
It's almost like government. It's almost like government. You see us the line in here, and the wee thing beside it. We're going to make that the sports capital of the world, and they're going to invent things that the entire world's going to play. Yeah, like golf.
You know, a lot of people talk shit about NASA, but one thing I have to say that was good about them is they practically saved the world, and they saved this country for sure with the space races of the 60s. Like, if that wouldn't have happened, everything would have collapsed. Like, we wouldn't be alive today if they hadn't won the space race, seriously.
Fuck.
And they've been in tank, too.
I know the history of the Cold War, too. So, like, they started the Cold War, and they created the end for the Cold War too.
It was inevitable. It's not fall that way. Like,
hey, the space race gave Russia a run for its money, like the Boston bombing. You know what I mean? Straight up.
What if I told you a story that during World War II, America and UK were getting their butts kicked by Germany, and they begged Russia to come into the war. And Russia said, only if you help us rebuild our economy after the war. And the United States and UK said, yeah, sure. And then after the war was over, they turned their backs on Russia and helped China instead.
That's right.
Yeah. But hey, so that story, if that was really true, then it would dictate that the country's leadership and the country's government of different countries had their citizens' best interests in mind, which we know is absolutely false. So what I think really happened was all these countries said, dude, there's so many other resources we can't let the majority of the people know about. We're going to pretend to be enemies to distract them while we all get along peacefully under this Antarctic treaty that dictates that there can't be any type of war amongst the countries. They've declared war against the citizens, bro. That's what it is.
UN, yeah. Yeah, it's a funny thing, right? But it does. It makes me think about it. I don't know why, because like I'm fascinated with war and all that shit. But so a country just basically steamrolled entire Europe. Just took it with France, Hitler working under the Eiffel Tower, bang, 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 Blitzkrieg, stormtroopers. Probably the Napoleon was good, Alexander the Great was good, but them Germans, man, they had that fucking thing wrapped up. They took France and what? How long did it take them to take France? Like 6 months.
Yeah,
and then they moved on, and there's the pack with. So you're like, right? So a nation that just fucking destroyed everything around it was wiped out in 5 years. Well, no, I only started in like 32, 33, 34, going to 39, Nazi Party took over, bang. Volkswagen, building highways, Olympic Games, the black guy won. Hitler was very unhappy about that, but they're better than us in fucking athletics, obviously, but 5 years. The greatest war machine that the history of the world probably has seen was wiped out in not even 5 years. It was D-Day was 1944.
Do you think the history that we've been taught about D-Day and World War II is truthful as far as like countries fighting against other countries, like leaders of countries? Do you think that's true?
It depends. It depends by what degree you mean true. So my grandfather and my uncle were on D-Day. So yeah, that happened.
What I mean by true is the truth brought to us by the same people who say that Bin Laden was responsible for 3 buildings falling with 2 airplanes. The same people who say that.
Oh, no.
The people who died on D-Day, the story is true. The event that occurred, the story is true. The reason why it happened is likely false.
Like, this is the thing, right?
What about the reason of who? What about who actually did it, or what it was actually done with? Do you know what I mean?
This is the point.
Like, there's people that went on the ship, went onto a beach, and they died as they're assaulting machine gun nests. That's the truth.
That happened. Yeah, sure. But the greatest war machine that the world has ever seen
Have you got
collapsed
that?
within a couple of years. It just baffles my mind. Sorry, yeah, okay, Jerry. Sorry about that, but
No, that's all right, buddy. As I was interested in sorry, mate. I was just interested in the question before about the actual truth about the Second World War and D-Day and stuff.
yeah, we were talking about it earlier about history
Yeah,
and
yeah.
how they're censoring things and like what they told us happened 500 years ago, 600 years ago, but today Google censorship, so you can't find shit, and it's all propaganda, and they'll show you what they want you to see, but if you're looking for something more truthful, you'll not find it.
Of course,
so so the history, like, I know you understand this. I mean, I know that a lot of history. You see, a lot of history. There was the last Spitfire pilot died about 3 years ago. This shit happened. People died in beaches. A lot of it is true, but it's all written down. But how much can you take that? How much as truth? Like, you really, like, I don't know.
Do you guys know? Do you know that they attribute the conundrums to one of the major reasons why they say that they were victorious on D-Day, right? Or no, the victorious on storming the beaches of Normandy. They attribute conundrums, and I'm talking about the HMS conundrum, right? These things were ginormous, and you would never see anything like this in the ocean nowadays. But they attribute them to being victorious on storming the Normandy shores, right? You guys know what the conundrums are, right?
Might have a different word, but I think I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so these conundrums, they were cannon drums. The HMS stands for Her Majesty's Ship. These things were giant reels, bro, that were laying undersea cable, dog. Dude, I'll post some pictures of one right now. Just look at the live stream, dog.
Tell us an Englishman what HMS stands for. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Right? I'm just saying, like, obviously you guys know, but you know what I mean? There's some Americans that don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, buddy. Of course.
Yeah. And then you guys know what the word or the phrase conundrum means, like, in today's language, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Post it, and I'm interested for sure.
Paradox.
Okay, I'm almost there. I'm sliding down. I have a bunch of pictures in my thing. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Yeah. Freaking love conundrums, bro. I don't even realize how many pictures I have on it. Jesus. Okay, here we go.
Too fucking many.
Here we go. Get ready. There we go. Bam.
Bong Sao. I just like saying that. It feels good. Bong Sao. Quetzalcoatl.
I'll wait for Bong to come in before asking the question. But if he's listening, I remember his name was Pak Sao before as well. Can you just remind me the difference, Bong, between Bong Sao and Pak Sao? I think it's got something to do with Wing Chun.
Oh, yeah. Pak Sao is slapping hand. Bong Sao is wing arm. Like a deflection with the wing.
Yeah.
Pak Sao is slapping. Slap it away. Bong Sao is present here.
Thank you, buddy.
I don't care what it means. I just love saying the word Bong Sao. It's like Cinco de Mayo. It's beautiful. You know?
I always thought it had something to do with a different bong.
That's why I picked it. Well, you know.
It's just entomology and people's names and just
Yeah, Bruce Lee,
yeah,
He wanted.
be like one of my friends. Be like one. If you listen to somebody and you ask and you're listening for a couple of minutes, you go, "You're from Germany," and they go, "Close, Austria." But at least you were close to the same reason. Like it makes you warm and fuzzy inside because it's like a hobby of yours. Just listen to people that you haven't heard before, listen to the accent, and working out that they're Eastern European, somewhere in North and South. Just a hobby, eh? And that made that's absolutely.
You can hear me?
But yeah,
Okay.
what'd you say?
I just posted a couple other pictures of these conundrums. Now here's a picture of Pluto. Pipelines under the ocean.
Yeah, that's right. You were talking about 1944 and.
Where are you posting those at?
In the live stream? Or isn't it? Or is it chat? Am I in the wrong thing?
You are.
Oh, I'm in the wrong. Oh my god, it's my bad. Dude.
It's your first day,
Okay.
bro.
I know. Oh, I've been posting them in a completely different server, dude. Fuck. All right.
I knew the server's going.
No wonder you guys were like, "What is he talking about?" You didn't see no picture.
Saturday, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Oh, these things.
I've done that before. I have. That's so funny.
Right.
So P Mac,
Yeah,
you might be posting on the wrong server, or you might be talking on the wrong server. I looked down and I was like, "Oh, for fuck's sake!"
Okay, so what is it about these conundrums, buddy?
See them conundrums? I posted it now.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. What was it about them?
So they were giant reels, like spools, that helped lay the undersea cable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Have you ever seen anything like this in your lifetime? Like,
yeah,
on the news, anything like that?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So Portsmouth, Royal Navy Museum. There's lots of documented evidence of where they were made, which shipyards and so on. But I've never actually seen an actual conundrum. No.
And what do you think they were, Jerry?
No, big spools, so you could get transatlantic cables.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, the size of these things, though, dude, they don't have anything on the ocean that resembles this as far as I've ever seen, like nowadays. These are gnarly, dude.
This is the thing about this. The thing about the Second World War, isn't it? I mean, it developed a lot of technologies that hasn't really been seen since.
Well, the thing is, why, if this was one of the major causes of their victory, storming the beaches of Normandy, why wouldn't this have been taught alongside like all the other stuff we've learned about the World War II in this time, right?
That's technology.
You know how it said? Sorry.
What specifically did they do? Because there was lots of reasons why the landings were successful. So was this because of the communications before and afterwards, and how the communication lines were set up after the the landings on the beaches in Normandy?
Well, their official narrative is that these were oil. These things were pipelines, so they could distribute what they called petrol to the other side of the English Channel or whatever. These things are cables, bro. These things are not pushing no petrol. You know what I mean?
Well, it all depends. You can have pipelines and you can have wires. There's no reason why you can't have spools of pipe that then distribute petrol.
These things existed alongside each other. There were D-Day landings, and then they spooled.
One of the hardest things to do was refuel, especially when you're taking a beach that is like 20, 30, 40 miles across like the English Channel. So the main thing was to get a beachhead, and then which best way is to refuel it. Now the pontoons that they developed like haphazardly to get boats who couldn't get to shore So they had like pontoons that went about 50, like 500 yards, 500 feet, whatever, out into the sea, where it was deep enough for boats to come up. But ultimately, to get fuel, it wasn't always a good idea to have great big boats with loads and loads of fuel on, because big boat with fuel on just needs one bomb and goes bang.
Boom. Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay, what makes more sense? That they're doing all this just for petrol, when around that same time, allegedly, they had devices that were able to like levitate and do all kinds of stuff, of technology that the government supposedly keeps secret now, right? Or a means to make every nation communicate, be able to communicate seamlessly, right?
Yeah.
Because if they don't have the communication system and they're just bringing gasoline across the channel, there's a huge lag time, like latency, like physical, actual latency between their communications and their instructions and orders, right?
I think
Doesn't that make sense?
I think the two things happen in parallel or simultaneous. I can't even say a word. Simultaneously.
Simultaneously.
Thank you.
Well, okay. I'm going to take it a step further. Then, would it be unsafe or foolish to say that the same people that brought you the globe spherical heliocentric narrative, right? The same people that brought you that model, the same people that show it to you every time you turn on the news, win an MTV Music Award, or watch a movie, those same people brought you the same narrative from 9/11 and the same narrative from World War II.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
No, absolutely. One of the biggest watched, bad English, but one of the biggest watched documentaries in the UK in the 1990s was The World at War, which is basically a documentary series of the Second World War. So yeah, being as everybody's fascinated, they can just pump out the story or the narrative they want to people who've got interest in this. Yeah, it's quite obvious. We're talking about a war situation, right? So yeah, nobody knew everything anyway. Yeah, and of course they lied about quite a lot of things. Of course.
Yeah, you would be right, Flatter.
What kind of war are you talking about? Like a war on terror, or war on drugs, or what do you mean?
I'm talking about the Second World War, mate. Sorry, I thought you were following me.
No, I am. But they've used that term war so many times that where they say it's like life and death situations. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All through my lifetime.
Pub quiz question: who narrated the World of War? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What's his name, Sir? It's not Sir Lawrence Olivier, who is it?
I think it was.
Yeah. Thank you.
If you notice in the pictures, it said Operation Pluto. Do y'all know who Pluto was in the deity system?
Who was it?
The god of prosperity and wealth.
Pipelines under the ocean. These guys.
See, now there's another thing I didn't know. It's like every day's a school day on here.
And I kid you not, I think I went down every rabbit hole before I found Flat Earth. Flat Earth was my last rabbit hole.
Okay.
And ever since then, like everything ties in together with Flat Earth now. Like,
how the hell did you get out of the first rabbit hole?
well, I got out of all the other rabbit holes when I found Flat Earth. I didn't need any more. Everything tied together. Once I found out Flat Earth, I was like, that's the narrative. They don't want you to know that God is right above you. For me, that's my narrative.
You were seeking, and you went down like a lot of us, every fucking rabbit hole. And Flat Earth.
It wasn't. I wasn't even going down the Flat Earth rabbit hole. That's the thing. Like, that was unintentional. It's like someone pointed the fact that everything that I had discovered, the common ancestry, the one thing they all have in common is Flat Earth. And I was like, oh my God, dude. I was like, no way. Like, you're telling me space is fake? Yeah, space is fake. Oh my God. Like, it was.
What was the first thing that was in your head when you heard about Flat Earth?
My head spun around, dude. I was like, you gotta be kidding me.
You don't think a bunch of people living in antiquity, the fucking retards, they had no idea. Like
not to go too deep into it, but just as an example, Like it explains like all the evil that goes on in the world, where they say they always label it as evil, but there's no face to it. Like how how Scooby-Doo, they always find the evil person, they pull the mask off, like, oh my gosh, it's so and so, and it's like the wealthy person or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the identity is always hidden, and it was always hidden behind the veil of like we live on a globe and there's outer space and there's much more important things to worry about than the evil person that's over here doing evil things. And it's like, to me, like now that like I know that we're in an enclosed system, like where that enclosure is, I don't know, but the idea of you can't have gas pressure without a container. Like, there's nowhere for that evil person to go. No wonder they have to hide the evil people's identities and just say that it's just evil. Oh, it's the evil person. It's the evil monster. No, it's like, point them out. Like, we need to find out where they are. We need to know who they are, so we know that they don't need to be a part of like this progressive society. And by progressive, I don't mean the negative connotation that we have in a political sense. I'm talking about the progressive society of humanity coming together, working together, loving each other, and all that crap.
Like somebody else said in the survey the other night, there's going to be a flip point where
I hope so, man. We need a reckoning.
I hope so too, right? Yeah, but what do you call it?
But I don't want to do it in a violent way.
No.
Because if we do it in a violent way, then violence begets violence.
Violence. Well, they say it never solves everything, but it actually does sometimes.
I mean, yes and no.
Yes and no.
For someone who, you should know how to defend yourself, but you should never enact violence.
And if somebody's taking a piss, you just chop their heads off. Yeah, revolution.
But anyway, not to get around that. We can get away from all that now. The most important thing is just understanding the history behind why things are named the way they are and why things are presented the way they are. And I thought that was interesting that Saturday had shown that it was Operation Pluto, because like we're in the midst of a war, and here they are building for prosperity. For who?
They're
for themselves.
Yeah, the money they made off that, people putting fucking pennies in fucking telephone boxes. Yeah, they made a lot of money.
Yep.
Now they give it away for free to subjugate or appease the peasants. You can talk to anybody all over the world. Just like, remember Captain Kirk? He was sitting on fucking some planet 3 million light years away, and he just went, Scotty. He opened this little fucking thing and he went, hello. He could talk to somebody in space or anywhere on the planet. They made a ton of money. People put fucking how many nickels into fucking telephone machines. Telecom companies made fucking killing. Now they give it away for free to a piece.
Do you see the switchblade that Level is posted in the chat? Go into the chat and look at 15 after.
That's
sorry.
No, you're fine, bro. No, don't be sorry. What are you sorry for?
I didn't mean to rudely interrupt. I just thought it was funny. I thought you would like it, being from UK and everything.
I can't see it. How's it coming?
I don't think it's possible for people to do that, to like live peacefully with each other. You know what I mean? It seems to be in our nature. This vice that we're, you know what I mean, trying to unite the world. I think myself, if anybody in this world ever said, "Look, we have done it. We have created a perfect world. Peace." I'm not even gonna. I'm gonna go live in a cave somewhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't think. Yeah. Go.
Yeah, you're right, Bong, because I thought about that. Every time in the US, history, you think now we're gonna have an era of peace, but there's always somebody fighting somebody or some fucking plague or something.
Yep.
There's always a fear factor. Always.
Well, that and there's always somebody else wants something more than what they have. They think they can just take more. And so there's never going to be a peaceful resolution.
Italians did it, the French did it, the Germans did it, and the English did it, and everybody takes a turn. It's just,
but we can come to a mutual agreement on certain forms of justice, like certain things. Like there needs to be a justice for the crimes committed in the world. That's the only thing I say. If you're going to have rules, everybody needs to abide by them. It can't be just like some get to abide by the rules and others don't.
And who's gonna make them, right? Who's gonna make the rules, right? It seems like what justices seems.
There's certain rules we can all agree on.
Right, and that's what I mean. We can't all agree. That it's always gonna be like this guy thinks his way is better. This guy thinks he knows justice. This guy, you know what I mean? And they all have different, disagreeing values and perspectives on
we
what is.
understand the difference between murder and accidental murder, right?
Never ending story.
We understand that. We understand the difference between pedophilia and not pedophilia, right?
Yeah.
Like these are things that we can all agree on as a society.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I'm saying.
Yes. Yeah, but then a lot of cultures would also agree with that. If not all cultures would agree with that. But that's not what we're going to fight over. That's not what the war is. It's always going to be about, I think, religion, this idea of God or who made us.
It's funny you should say that, right? I thought the golden era of humanity was in the 1960s, 70s, 80s. And then I remembered of Vietnam. It's like, can we get 20 years of fucking peace just where nobody fucking is trying to cut somebody else's head off?
No. That's just.
That doesn't happen, does it? So if somebody says something, goes, I'm going to bring you 1,000 years of peace. I'm on your side. Yeah, no, it doesn't happen, does it?
We disagree with people at work. We disagree with our bosses. We disagree with our wives. Our children disagree. There's so many disagreements. Yeah, of course there's going to be somebody. Yeah.
Like you said earlier, human nature.
Yeah, and so I mean, like, we got to fix that first. I mean, how do you fix that? How do you change the tiger stripes, right?
The leopard never changes spots, or not going to happen ever.
But as a fortunality, also, like I agree with the idea that each country being sovereign to itself or whatever, it's just a matter of like imposing its will on each other's borders. Because I enjoy the competitive aspect of it. Like I actually like not necessarily like the war aspect, but like I enjoy the games aspect. Like I enjoy watching the Olympics and other international events that promote competitiveness between countries. So I don't know. Like I know war is a part of the world and everything like that. I don't know. Forgive me for being one of those people that wants something better.
Did anybody 10 years ago see Russia invading Ukraine? 10 years ago.
Yeah.
You did?
I thought
30 years ago.
It's just, I mean, it's Ukraine. It's always been Russia, right? Since you were little.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's attached to Russia. It's Russian people speaking people.
Like, you know the story of Russia and Ukraine? Like how Russia and Ukraine became? Ukraine used to be a part of Russia.
I just read a book on it.
Ukraine used to be a part of Russia, and then Kyiv actually used to be the capital of Russia, and when they broke away, they signed a peace treaty with the United States, and they gave all their nukes to the United States, and that pissed Russia off, man. But that was the end of the Cold War.
It's a divide and conquer thing because the Donbass region is full of Ukrainians, but
And they lived happily ever after.
as
Yeah,
Russians.
I heard that story.
Yeah.
They fight each other in the Donbass region. Like it's a big chunk of Ukraine, so it's like a divide and conquer shit that's going on perpetually. More if you
It's inevitable. It's inevitable. That's the end of all. All these cultures had their own ways of doing things, but then one culture, that there's this one culture that's going to dominate all
decide,
culture.
yeah, it's gonna take,
That's what happened. Yeah,
yeah.
fair game. All is fair in love and war. That's just the way it is.
Wait till they find out Putin's a good guy.
Know about that? Fair game shit.
Well, when it comes to war, yeah, it is. Because you either fight, and live, or you leave this world. you leave it to them. So it is fair. You have to fight. But sometimes the right way to fight is not always violence.
Yeah,
and death is not the end. It's just something that happens.
the pen is mightier than the sword. I mean, you can cut somebody apart just by saying a few words, and they got nothing to say. They might bring a tank up, but that just means they lost.
Well, if the pen is mightier than the sword, then what kind of war are we really talking about here, right?
Why isn't everybody fighting with pens?
Yeah.
Is it not a psychological war fought with words? Isn't that the most effective way to fight nowadays, right?
You can stab somebody in the sword once, but an idea can last for a lifetime.
Yeah.
There's nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come. Who said that?
Yeah.
You did.
No, but somebody said that before me.
If only Tesla knew that.
There's nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come.
And way ahead of his time, right?
Who was that? I forget.
Wasn't Mark Twain, was it? Just throwing names out there, mate.
Napoleon?
Maybe.
It's just some more. Alexander the Great.
I remember, but God makes everything beautiful in its own time. There's a time for everything.
I remember who said it was a guy called Bong Zhao.
What's he like? Is he dead? Is he dead or something?
Long time ago.
That was a joke. I'm still here, mate. I'm still here. Still running my mouth. Still here.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like, can we get like 10 years of peace, please, all over the world? No. South America, rebels, contrabands, fuck, what do you call the guy? The CIA was running drugs there, and then it's never fucking ending.
Well, that's what it's all about, man. I mean, like, what are we supposed to do? Sit around and sip mai tais on an island while Munchkins serve us? Like, who's gonna do our chores? Yeah, right. I mean, that's survival. That's life, right? Like, imagine a world where people. Imagine a world where we're all happy and everything.
Now you sound like a Twilight Zone. I'm sorry.
I can only imagine such a world if there was a supreme, creator that can point us the way, right?
Or
left wing devices, we're dead.
You know what I'm going to say next, right? Somebody comes along, and by his inflections and by his words and by his personality, brings peace to the world. But everybody has to follow.
You kind of like how there's peace in prison, right? You know how you try to keep the peace in prison, right? Kind of like that. Where everybody's stuck behind their bar, their cage, and everybody's peaceful. Like it's like
Oh, hey, if
peaceful.
everybody was locked in their own doors, they'd be peaceful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Never gonna
We go
happen.
to our home. Yeah. Look, mate, I just want a peaceful life, and this is what people say, right? Look, mate, hey, man, I just want to live a normal life. Man, I just want to go to work, buy some nice things for my kids. I just live a peaceful life, a peaceful, ignorant life, a blissful life. Yeah, that sounds right.
Blissful, yeah. Woefully ignorant.
I just want to focus on the dream. You know what I mean? I don't want to know about all that crazy stuff. This is real stuff, not crazy stuff. You know what's crazy stuff? What you thinking that thing in the sky is a ball burning? Like what? Where's the smoke?
Yeah.
What do you know about fire? The smoke comes from fire. That's what I know. Things are burning.
Cypher, I want to come back as a movie star. I want to be a big movie star, and I want a steak to taste like a steak. I don't want to know about anything else. I Cypher there. Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
That was actually a really well acted part in the movie.
You know how we can have peace on earth? If people stopped lying. Yeah.
If every day was Christmas.
If people never lied, right? We'd have peace on earth. But that's not going to happen, is it? I mean, come on, man. Let's be real here, right? Let's be real.
People always find a way to be contentious towards each other for some other fucking reason. Just because.
I mean, I bet 100 years ago there was some elite guy, right, trying to usher in the new world order, and he probably thought it was going to be in his time. You know what I mean? Whatever, the League of Nations, whatever, they all failed, and that's probably what they're thinking today. It's going to happen. It's going to happen in our time. It's like, no, you're not going to the moon. No, there won't be any flying cars. Like, what's going to happen? Huh?
You will own nothing and be happy.
Yes.
Eat grasshoppers.
That's what's going to happen. Exactly.
Did you see? I don't know if we can talk about this, but did you see? What do you call her? Greta Thunberg's arrest the other day. It's like,
yeah, I saw the behind the scenes. You know how the making of.
And the roles.
Greta.
Yeah, what? My God! And people actually think, oh, Greta Thunberg was arrested there because she was doing a peaceful protest, and two big German guys just picked her up. She was fucking nothing.
I was actually relieved, man, that she wasn't real. I was actually relieved when I saw her smile. I was like, "Hey, she smiles. See, she's just an actor. She's not a crazy little girl. See, she's just a normal actress. She's doing her job. Probably gets. I wonder how much she gets paid or what family she's from.
It's probably something here from.
What? Yeah, why are you not entertained? Are we complaining? Are they making things look too fake? They're not even trying, eh?
No, they're not even trying. Not even trying, bro.
It's kind of hard to keep things secret nowadays. That there's cameras and microphones everywhere. Somebody somewhere is going to record something like, "Fuck this bullshit. I'm recording this and putting it on the internet." You know what I mean? So do better,
I
guys. Do better.
Yeah.
Fool me better, please. Go ahead.
Let's pick this fucking pretty conversation up and make a few jokes.
Well, that's how you know it's real, because it looks so fake. I mean, Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have an opinion about that. I would not.
The insurance? Which one? Which one?
here's the first one. I have three, right? But this is the first one. No, I think
Science Club?
I don't even know. Science is a very good film. I'm not going to let anybody. Can you imagine, right? Drilling a hole in your skull, pull part of your skull out to implant a chip into your brain, bro. Do not go near that ever. But people will accept this as normality. It's like you have to do it. You have to. How much? $60,000. But
Yeah. I say, well, you first. You first. Let me see how it goes.
yeah, you first.
let me know how it works out. Okay.
Well, about 20 years ago, when I started getting into conspiracy theories, I met a forum. I met a forum. Sugar Sand. His name was I can't remember his name, but they started already about 20 years ago talking about putting your brain into a robot and blah blah blah, and you can live forever. And what do you call that? What do you call the most evil man in history? The beast.
The Antichrist.
Yeah, well, the big bald guy that everybody worships, even on the cover of the
the Pope.
No.
Oh. Well, bald guy. He's not bald.
That was him.
Matt, you all right?
I'm fine. I'm not the Pope.
I'm so confused. What bald guy said what?
No. What okay. What they were talking about 20 years ago was taking your brain and putting it into something that can live forever, which is what they're trying to do. They're trying to.
Show me the card.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out who the bald guy is.
I know, me too. I'm like, bald guy.
Bald guy.
Who's
the guy from Austin Powers? What's his name?
The most evil man in history. Dr. Evil. That's
like a bunch of like a whole bunch of the. Let's narrow it down by baldness. I can't really think of it.
It's like world domination, evil guy. Guess who? Yeah, bald guy. Right. The guys whose hair go down. Yeah. Did he wear glasses?
Yeah. What did he say? Put your brain in a jar.
Yep. Yeah. So I said that like 20 years ago. There's something wrong with that. That's alarm bells ringing. I mean, why would you want to live in a world that is this corrupt and this bad and this sad and this all the shit that goes on, to make yourself immortal? That's you trying to make yourself bigger than God or God, right? And yeah.
Yep.
That.
I do believe it's possible. I do believe it's possible to achieve immortality. I do believe that if given enough time, enough resources, people can achieve that because of what they've already achieved. Just by lying to us. You know what I mean? But if the whole world was involved and everyone knew what they were doing, yeah, it's totally possible.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Yeah.
But would you want to live forever? Like, does anybody buy what that means and how it's going to change you? You're probably not even going to be human anymore. Like with emotions and stuff, and you care about people. You're probably going to be something else. Like those people, like those giants that rule over people, and he's one of a kind, and everybody has to serve him because there's no one like him. It's something like that. Something like these mutants that you see on TV or these superheroes.
Some of them work on.
Yeah. Are people going to be having babies by the time that happens? I don't think so. You're going to be. People are already getting sterilized. Right now. Pandemic.
No, that's
Worse.
actually
They're getting prepped.
Yeah, that's actually happening. Yeah.
Yeah. How else are you going to lower the population? What, you're going to kill people? Come on. They're not going to do that shit. You just kind of make people not produce more people. Here, eat this, drink this, do this, watch this. You know what I mean? Oh, you're sick. Take this.
Strange. That's
You even know
actually
what's up.
it's happening in Japan, isn't it? They've got a really bad fertility rate, but new baby rate. Let's fucking call it. But the government are kind of bending over backwards and offering, loads of money for people to have more people. It staggers me. I find it fascinating that people say they're trying to kill us off, but there's a lot of countries in the world that realise that have got an aging population, so they need people.
Yeah, because I think people are expecting some kind of genociding or war or some kind of big event, but we're frogs sitting in a freaking pot that's on under the fire. It's being done to us right now. We don't even know. I mean, if you think about abortion, if you think about gay marriage, if you think about genders, right? These all contribute significantly more to depopulation than the foods, than the medical industry, and all this other crap. Because now people are choosing not to have children, even taking out their reproductive organs. And that makes me sick. I mean, they put it in a jar and show their family. Kill yourself. Anyways, sorry about that. Why are you even alive, if you're doing that?
I'm just trying to absorb, but you just, okay.
Yeah, so, it's happening. You know what I mean?
The Spanish flu in 1870 killed more people than World War One.
People will always bounce back. That's how population grows. They always bounce back. But when you are choosing not to have babies, not to to have a wife, not to produce. I mean, that's even more effective than a war. Than starvation, than any other method. Is get them to choose for themselves, eat these foods.
Be narcissists. Be narcissists, because that's better than any other option.
Birth control. Yeah.
But the Spanish flu killed more people in World War One, and then World War One, the Great War, and then the war to end all wars, and then World War Two.
Well, you don't have to kill people if there aren't any people, right? Being produced.
Millions of people.
Yeah, because one, all the old people are going to die, right? All the young people are going to be totally different, right? And then there's us to deal with. So it's just a matter of time. Next 10 years. Next 10 years, I'll be 50. 10 years after that, I'll be 60. You know what I mean? So in the next 20 years, you're going to have a whole generation of people that grew up in some totally different world than we grew up in. You know what I mean?
If I could give you any advice, about 10 years from now, is learn to speak Mandarin.
Not Cantonese.
Konnichiwa.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Tahiti and learn French. Get my son a wife or something. Jeez.
Every nation has its time, and it realizes, fuck, I could just take over the world if I want. The Italians did it. The French did it. The French just
take it. Take the world.
The Germans,
take it. Leave me alone.
It's just a matter of time until one country goes, hey, fuck, you know what? We don't even have to really fight a war here. It took us about 2 months, and that's Europe done. It's done. No, yeah.
War has changed. It's a psychological war since I don't know, like the mid 1900s.
Yeah, it's called a passive takeover.
It's the Externalization of the Hierarchy by Alice Bailey. Yeah, that's the name of the book. Bringing it out, to you. You know what I mean? So you like Jesus? You believe in Jesus? Yeah, well, he's born on the 25th of December, and you worship him on the Sunday. Have fun. Have fun believing in Jesus. Oh, yeah, aliens are coming, so you might want to prepare.
He's going to baptize them as well, isn't he, Bon?
Yeah.
When the aliens come, Pope's going to baptize them.
Fuck it.
Yeah, into the our brothers, our space brothers, right?
Already here.
Yep, yep.
Walter,
They're already here.
no signs. M. Night Shyamalan, or whatever it was, signs with Mel Gibson and Joaquin Phoenix. It was that killed him. The War of the Worlds. It was a wee tiny thing. And here's the thing, right? It was a wee tiny thing. That was the flu that destroyed the aliens in War of the Worlds. Well, here's another thing. A shit ton of people die every fucking day from something that you can't even see with your own eyes. A microscopic being takes millions of people out every day. Isn't that amazing? You can't even see it. I mean, it's so dangerous. It's come behind you with a fucking knife. No, it just gets
Are you
into
talking
your
about the
body.
other cartoon ball?
Hello?
Are you talking about the other cartoon ball?
Louder, Kim. Closer to the mic.
Just a wee bit
He's
more.
talking about diseases. Yeah, he's talking about diseases and yeah.
Yeah. Right? Isn't that... No, I know. Think of
Like
it.
how the common flu can kill somebody, you know what I mean? And then somebody blows it up to be like, "Oh my god, we're getting attacked by aliens."
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's common flu, man. But yeah, it depends on your immune system. And if your immune system is weak, you're going to be susceptible to a lot of.
Well, you have to watch different people first because the main thing that's probably going to kill you is a person. But some people don't even think about that, and I think it takes them out. 160,000 people a day a year in the UK, probably twice that much in Europe, and 3 times that much in America, is something that you cannot even see.
All dietary illnesses often dietary and ingestion of things.
I'm sorry, you're very muffled.
Yeah, you're muffled. Can't make out what you're saying, Kim. Maybe
That big fur thing on the end of your Yeah, big fur thing on the end of your big off.
Thank you, Christian.
No, that fascinates me. It just fascinates me. Like like cancer takes a lot of people out, car crashes, accidents, like shit. But also half the people that died in that same year died from something that is microscopic. I mean that's fascinates me. It's so tiny. You need a microscope. And if you get the really best microscope, you might see it, but that kills people.
Yeah. You like in Samoa back in 1800s, the flu killed 80%, almost wiped out the whole population. 80% of people died from it. That's because their immune system were not even, like people are coming in, and bringing in these diseases that their immune systems are already built up, immunity to. And then people who don't have that, of course, they're going to like get really sick, and die from it because their body don't know what to do. It doesn't have the antibodies or hasn't developed. So yeah. But now, I mean, I'm now immune because
you stay around.
I almost wasn't born. I'm serious. My great grandfather was a baby and almost died from it. Skin and bones. They named him Skin because he was just skin and bones. I almost wasn't born, eh? Oh man, that would have been crazy. You guys would have been bongless. That's a joke.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure out how to do a bad
You
thing.
have to roll up your joint, your weed now. There's no bong.
Is that a good bad thing? If we could be bongless?
Blunt or sorry, go ahead. Not too happy.
Bong? Ow. I'm glad you're here, bro. Just say that. I'm glad
yeah, you know.
I'm glad your grandfather's skin survived.
Almost wasn't born, still gonna die. You know what I mean? Didn't really change anything, but here we are.
Nobody gets out of here alive.
Yep.
Everything's going to be all right, you know why? Because everything ends in death, so it's all right.
Hey, at least you got to experience the earth, the world. See, it was like, yeah, and all the crazy people in it.
Yeah. I met Bones out. Hey, fucking the world's the worst place now since I met that bastard.
Watch out, world, right?
Here I come.
Here I come.
Stop the world and somebody let me off.
Yeah. Stop. Stop.
Stop the ride. I want to get off.
Fucking stop. Jump.
Like a merry-go-round, eh?
Scream if you want to go faster.
Oh, my father be laughing.
Push me harder. Push me harder.
I'm not Benny. Please stop. Yeah, as you go around.
Sounds like a song. Man.
Round. What's that?
And what a ride the world is. It's a merry-go-round that you can't feel. You can't even prove that it's spinning. But yet it spins at 1,000 miles an hour and you can't feel it one bit.
Yeah, imagine being a child, right? And being told, oh, babe, you don't have to go on a merry-go-round to experience it. We're experiencing right now, sitting on the couch. Come on, Dad. Stop trolling me, Dad.
Yeah, I recently watched this show, Space Cadets. Great show, and it kind of gave me the idea that you could have a tourist event where, like, go to space, and so you get ready, get all dressed up and everything, and you get there and they're like, oh, well, no, you don't actually need to go to space because we've gone there for you.
But we have created this ride so you can have the experience, put on these hologram, you know, like some kind of virtual tour.
Well, no, you don't even need that. You just tell them, hey, look, well, we're scientists. We've already gone there for you, so that's all you need to know. Now give us their $1,000 for the ride and go on about your life. Even though they never went on the ride.
Please visit the souvenir shop.
Right with your imagination, eh?
And then when people say, when people say, well, they took my $1,000 but didn't let me go on the ride, you say, no, come on, we're scientists. We would never do that. No. They're conspiracy theorists. Go get their tinfoil hats.
Yeah, we're doing very important research with the money. Yep. Trying to progress humankind forward.
Can you believe they're being that stingy? They don't want to let humanity progress forward?
I can, yes. I can believe it. I mean, yeah. After seeing so many stingy people, yes.
Well, that's why we got the government to tax us.
Yes. We need to build the future. That's what our tax money is for. To build our future. A secure, safe place, you know.
They say there's only two things in life that are certain: death and taxes. I say there's three things: death, taxes, and death taxes.
What?
Hallelujah.
You agree?
What was the last one?
Death taxes.
Oh.
I still didn't hear. What's the last thing?
Death.
They say there's only two things certain in life. One is death, the other is taxes. I say there's three. The first one is death, the second one is taxes, and the third one is death taxes.
Is somebody playing techno music in the background? I can't hear. I can't understand what they're saying.
That third one's gonna hurt.
All I can hear is boots and cats.
So what is the third thing?
He was just messing, dude. Death and taxes. We're gonna move on.
He said death tax. You know, the death tax, the freaking property tax. You know, they call it the death tax.
I got you.
Sorry about that.
Right?
Sorry about
Mac,
the
you're confusing everybody.
About the afterlife.
Yeah,
Afterlife.
that's why I'm here. That's my whole purpose in life, is to confuse people, make them think. There's three things. There's not two. There's death, there's taxes, and there's death taxes.
I didn't get that. One more time.
You're taking a piss now, right?
Yeah, so are you.
You think you? No, fuck off.
Somebody was playing techno music or something. That was really messing me up.
That was me. I'm sorry, my bad. I was getting my freak on.
Screw techno. Go deep house.
No, I like trance, bro. You gotta be a little bit of trance, man.
Well, so do we not have any globies coming in tonight to give us the one piece of evidence to make us all go home and stop this silly stuff? There's got to be a glober out here somewhere who wants to give us the little piece of evidence that.
Does anybody know how to turn the fucking volume down in G.E. Barrington? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, G. Love you, man. It was loud.
Oh, yeah.
About 50% of that.
Not as loud as my techno, but that was loud. Does anybody know? Preach it, sister.
So come on, somebody out here to tell us one little proof to prove the spinniness of the earth or the squishiness of the ball, anything like that. Anybody want to come over from YouTube land and give us all a reason to shut this server down with the science on your side, the math on your side, the logic on your side, all of that stuff? Somebody ought to be able to come over, since you've all got it all and you've got the superior reasoning and everything. Somebody needs to come on over and give it to us.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.